Damodar Valley Corporation under the Ministry of Power, Government of India.
Check, hello, hello, check, hello, check, hello, check, hello. Check, hello.
Hello, hello. चढ़ायो अच्छा गजमुख को, दोन दिन लाल विराजे।
जय देव जय देव जय देव जय मंगल।
A very good morning to the distinguished guests and eminent dignitaries present. Myself, Meheli, and my co-anchor Rajiv here, we are absolutely delighted and honored to extend a warm welcome and cordial greetings to our esteemed guests on behalf of Damodar Valley Corporation.
We heartily welcome our esteemed guests to today's O&M conference, which shall act as a common platform for exchanging of knowledge and innovative ideas amongst the various distinguished entities and stakeholders who have joined us on this auspicious occasion. It gives us immense pleasure to invite our dignified guest to this O&M Conference 2024 being organized by Damodar Valley Corporation.
The journey of DVC that started on the auspicious day of 7th July 1948 unleashed an inexorable dream to disperse all darkness of the entire Damodar Valley, which once earned the sobriquet of River of Sorrow. Our beloved and esteemed organization has for more than 7.5 decades shaped the lives of all of us who have had the fortune of being directly or indirectly associated with it. Time bears testimony to the long and glorious history of this 75-year-old pioneer organization. Spread across the states of West Bengal and Jharkhand, the journey that started with taming of the furious Damodar River and then ventured into power distribution, transmission and generation on a massive scale. DVC has achieved several milestones and delivered several firsts to the Indian power sector across its 7.5-decade-long journey to become one of the premier power generation organizations of Eastern India with national as well as international presence, and has also been able to handhold communities and promote integrated development in its command area through its robust CSR activities. Through the decades, DVC has not only laid its way in the business of power generation in India, but has also been a key player in the areas of water resources management, soil conservation, irrigation, afforestation, thus sustainably shaping its economic and social environment and giving back to the local communities. As one of the oldest diversified power generation organizations of the country, DVC has drawn up an ambitious expansion plan till 2030. In line with the plans of the Government of India, DVC has taken up an ambitious target of achieving 15,000 megawatt of installed capacity by 2030, where about 50% will come from renewable energy sources. Moving forward, now I consider it a great honor to invite our respected chief guest for today's program, Sri S. Suresh Kumar IAS, Chairman DVC, onto the dais to occupy his distinguished chair. Sir, please. With equal pleasure, may I now request our esteemed guest of honor, Sri P. M. Prasad, CMD, Coal India Limited, onto the dais to kindly occupy his distinguished chair. May I now request Sri M. Raghuram, Member Technical DVC, to kindly come upon the dais and occupy his distinguished chair, please. May I now request our guest of honor, Sri N.S. Mandal, Member Secretary, ERPC, onto the dais and occupy his distinguished chair. May I request our guest of honor, Sri Subrata Mandal, Director Operation, WBPDCL, to kindly come upon the dais, please. I now look forward to welcome our guest of honor, Sri Rabi Chaudhary, MD Generation CESC, to kindly come upon the dais, please. May I request now our guest of honor, Sri U.K. Bhattacharya, Ex-Director Project, NTPC, to kindly come upon the dais and occupy his distinguished chair. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now request everyone to kindly stand up. We shall now indulge in a few moments of respect and unity as we play the DVC Geet with pride and honor.
सफर लंबा है पुराना है मुश्किलों पर विजय पाना है सफर लंबा है पुराना है मुश्किलों पर विजय पाना है देश रोशन करते देश रोशन करते सरहद से चेहरों पे खुशियाँ छाई उन्नत बंगाल उन्नत झारखंड ऊंचा रहे भारत का परचम उन्नत बंगाल उन्नत झारखंड ऊंचा रहे भारत का परचम अडिग लक्ष्य और अथक परिश्रम मंजिल पाना है डीवीसी 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 का मान अनोखा प्रगति में अभियान अनोखा ऊंचे क्षेत्र में काम अनोखा शिखर पे चढ़ना है
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Kindly take your seats. Om Shubham Karoti Kalyanam Arogya Dhana Sampada Shatru Buddhi Vinashaya Deepat Jyoti Namahastute. Light is a symbol of brightness and prosperity. As sunlight expels the darkness of the night, similarly, blessings bring in our life prosperity and happiness. To mark the beginning of this mega event, may I request all the esteemed dignitaries seated on the dais to kindly join in for the auspicious lamp lighting ceremony to invoke the blessings of the Almighty. May the light of the lamp guide us all towards wisdom and knowledge. It is now time to express our sincere appreciation and gratitude towards our esteemed guests, who are pillars of support, sources of knowledge, and inspiration for all of us. We shall now felicitate our chief guest and guests of honor for today's program. For this, may I call upon the dais Executive Director of Finance, Damodar Valley Corporation, Sri Joydeep Mukherjee, to kindly come upon the dais and felicitate our respected chief guest, Sri S. Suresh Kumar, IAS, Chairman DVC, with a token of gratitude and honor. May I now request Sri Mukherjee to felicitate our respected guest of honor, Sri P. M. Prasad, CMD, Coal India Limited, with a token of gratitude and appreciation. May I now request Sri Mukherjee to extend a warm welcome and felicitation towards our host, Sri M. Raghuram, Member Technical DVC, with a token of gratitude and appreciation. May I request Sri Mukherjee to now extend a warm welcome and felicitation towards our respected guest of honor, Sri N.S. Mandal, Member Secretary ERPC, with a token of gratitude and honor. May I again request Sri Mukherjee to now extend a warm welcome to our respected guest of honor, Sri Subrata Mandal, Director Operation, WBPDCL, with a token of honor and gratitude. May I now request Sri Joydeep Mukherjee to felicitate our respected guest of honor, Sri Rabi Chaudhary, MD Generation CSC, with a token of appreciation. May I now request Sri Joydev Mukherjee to felicitate our respected guest of honor, Sri U.K. Bhattacharya, ex-Director Project NTPC, with a token of honor and gratitude. Thank you, Sri Mukherjee. Thank you, sir. Now it is time to extend cordial welcome and felicitate the board members and management team of DVC. For this, may I request Sri Rakesh Ranjan, Executive Director HR, to extend a warm welcome and felicitate Sri Arup Sarkar, Member Finance DVC, with a token of honor and gratitude. May I request our Executive Director HR to now extend a warm welcome and cordial greetings to Dr. John Mathai, Member Secretary DVC, with a token of appreciation and honor. May I now request Sri Rakesh Ranjan to extend a warm welcome and felicitate our Chief Vigilance Officer DVC, Sri S.L. Bhalotia, with a token of appreciation and gratitude. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, sir. As we come to the end of this felicitation segment, on behalf of Team DVC, we would once again like to express our sincere gratitude to all our esteemed guests and hosts for gracing us with their august presence today. Moving forward, now may I request Sri Sanjay Kumar Ghosh, Executive Director Operation DVC, to kindly come upon the podium and welcome our distinguished and eminent guests to today's O&M Conference 2024.
Good morning, everybody. It gives me immense pleasure as a team member of Damodar Valley Corporation to organize the O&M Conference 2024 today here at Vishwa Bangla Convention Center, Newtown, Kolkata. I, on behalf of Team DVC, heartily welcome the dignitaries sitting on the dais, respected Chairman DVC, Sri Suresh Kumar Sir, IAS, respected Chairman Coal India Limited, Sri PM Prasad Sir, respected Member Technical DVC, Sri M. Raghuram Sir, respected Member Secretary ERPC, Sri NS Mandal Sir, respected Director O&M WPDCL, Sri Subrata Mandal Sir, respected Managing Director Generation CSC Limited, Sri Ravi Chaudhary Sir, respected Ujjwal Bhattacharya Sir, ex-Director Projects NTPC Limited. The dignitaries sitting off the dais, respected Member Finance, Sri Arup Sarkar Sir, respected Member Secretary, Dr. John Mathai Sir, respected CVO, Sri Shankarlal Bhalotia Sir, other dignitaries from organizations like NTPC, CIL, BHL, WPDCL, CESC, TVNL, Maithan Power Limited, NSPCL, BPSCL, Siemens, GE, Force Marshal, STIAG, Evident India, and other reputed organizations, the executive directors of DVC, the head of the projects of DVC power stations, respected speakers of power sectors, service providers, researchers, power plant professionals, and my dearest colleagues and friends. In a world constantly evolving, the demand of power has never been so critical. Hence, this bigger change certainly demands more reliability and sustainability of the entire power system through integration, mixing of power from different sources, as well as categorically fuel security for thermal power reliability, as we all know very well that at this stage we cannot be fully reliant on RE power. coal-based power is still essential in our country. Moreover, India is going to witness robust economic growth, that is the third largest economy in the next 2 to 3 years, and that is going to fetch significant surge on the power demand. DVC, being one of the major power players, recognizes the prime need of energy security of the country and energy transition, as well as is going to transform in a major way to emerge as a premier power major in the eastern region. In the last 76 years, if we see DVC's achievements, we'll see that DVC have the privilege of giving many firsts to Indian industry and power sector as well. This is the first multi-purpose river valley project of independent India. This is the first pulverized coal-fired thermal unit of Asia, which is at Bokaro. First reheat unit of India at Chandrapura Thermal Power Station. The largest power plant of Asia in its early years, and many more, which proved landmark milestones in development of power sector of India. Apart from that, if we see at this moment, DVC's plant load factor for the year 23-24 till today is 76.95%, which is 9% above the All India PLF of 68.44%, which we believe as a landmark achievement in recent time through its turnaround significantly. In line with India's vision of power growth and security in the next 10 years, DVC have massive expansion plans and is progressing forward to increase its thermal capacity addition by 3,720 megawatt with upcoming projects of supercritical units 2 by 660 at Raghunathpur, 2 by 800 at Kodarma, 1 800 megawatt at Durgapur. The thermal capacity addition will create employment opportunities both during the construction phase and in the operation and maintenance of the extended projects. The increased capacity will also boost economic activities, attract investments, and foster urban development. Not only in thermal sector, but also DVC have made commitment to renewable energy sector, aligning with the Government of India's target for a net zero carbon emission by 2070. Thus, DVC is coming in renewable energy field in a bigger way. DVC is marching ahead for installing floating and ground-mounted solar of about 3,717 megawatt capacity in phased manner under Ultra Mega Renewable Energy Power Parks scheme of Ministry of New and Renewable Energy through joint venture companies. Installation of 1,500 megawatt pump storage project at Lugu Pahad on Bokaro River and installation of 1,000 megawatt pump storage project at Panchet on Damodar River remains under our future plan. With a view to keep environment clean, DVC is promoting electric vehicles and providing EV charging stations at its command area and power stations also. Thus, DVC have set ambitious target to provide 50% of the installed capacity from RE sources by the year 2030. Now, coming to O&M of thermal units, we would like to emphasize that this increased integration of renewable energy into the grid shall necessitate greater flexibility in thermal installations. DVC is constantly practicing flexible operation of its coal-fired thermal power units to cope up and accommodate integration of RE power in grid. DVC 500 and 600 megawatt units are capable to reach their technical minimum load of 55% of rated capacity comfortably in regular manner. However, flexible power plant operation comprises three major aspects. Number one is the minimum stable low load. Number two is recommended ramp rates, and third is the frequent load cycling, which is the need of the hour. CEA mandated all thermal utilities to prepare this new operating flexi regime to meet up the national objective. In this regard, CEA conducted pilot study and with IGEF Germany, DSTPS Ondal unit number 1, 500 megawatt, once achieved 32% technical minimum load, and with L&T India, KTPS unit number 2 once achieved 50% technical minimum load. But to carry forward this mission, the sustainability is required. For achieving minimum power level of 40% of rated capacity on sustainable basis, DVC is on the way for implementing flexible operation solutions for MTPS unit number 8. The advanced process control unit has been installed and tuning of all auto loops is under process and to be commissioned very shortly. CEA mandated DVC to conduct a pilot test in association with OEM for low load operation, 55% of 250 and 210 megawatt units having ball and tube mills, and for that DVC shall start pilot study soon out with the OEM. Thus, flexibilization not only enhances grid stability, but also facilitates transition towards a cleaner and more efficient energy ecosystem. Speaking of cleaner energy ecosystem, commitment to mitigation to pollution norms of Government of India, particularly in regard to SOx and NOx emissions, DVC MTPS unit number 7 is the first thermal unit in the eastern part of our country to commission FGD for removal of SOx from flue gas. This unit also retrofitted DeNOx burners and commissioned the system. And this is the first such unit in eastern part of our country where chimney flue gas is free from SOx and NOx. By December 24, all 500 and 600 megawatt units of DVC will commission the FGD and DeNOx system. Not only that, DVC is also augmenting the ESP of its old 210 megawatt units of Mejia unit number 1 to 3 for a cleaner energy ecosystem. And MTPS unit number 3 ESP augmentation will be completed by November 24 and other 2 units by mid-25. We are also in process of doing RNM of our age-old units of Mejia unit number 1 to 3, for which NTPC is preparing the DPR, and it is expected to be completed by October 24. In our quest for cleaner energy, biomass co-firing also presents a promising avenue. DVC successfully co-fired biomass in one of its units at DSTPS in the beginning of 2023, and this year we started biomass co-firing minimum of 1 to 2% for Mejia and Raghunathpur, and in other 3 units for the case of DSTPS, Bokaro and Kodarma, biomass co-firing will be started by mid-April 24. Emerging technologies in the power sector offered unprecedented opportunities for innovation and advancement for more reliability and sustainability. Asset management, real-time monitoring, artificial intelligence, convergence of IoT-based solutions, process automation and machine learning heralds a new era of improving efficiency and optimization. DVC is taking steps and constantly upgrading DCS HMI or different PLC system. We upgraded the DCS system of age-old thermal units of Mejia as well as hydel units of Panchet and Maithan, and going to upgrade the unit capacity of these hydel units based on available technology. We are on the path to introduce and implement automatic generation control system in 3 thermal units of DVC by next 4 to 6 months. As we look forward to this O&M conference, it will provide an innovative platform to all the stakeholders of the power sectors present over here to share their valuable experiences and expertise on O&M, to explore emerging technologies and disseminating ideas of best industry practices. It is the need of the hour to ensure that units shall remain on bar with zero forced outage except planned outages. I am confident that O&M conference is bringing the best minds in power sector together for detailed deliberation, and I wish this O&M conference a grand success, enriching the learning of all the participants and to know where we are and what next to adopt and implement. As we navigate the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead, let us do so with strong determination and firm commitment to create a sustainable and resilient future through collaborative approach with each other. With all such words, I once again heartily welcome you all, sir, on this conference and wish the entire program a grand success. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for your words of encouragement and motivation. We now move on to a very interesting segment of today's event, where we have lined up 2 book launches. May I request all the esteemed dignitaries seated on the dais to kindly release 2 of our books. One is the Conference Book of Abstracts, which briefly summarizes the abstracts of all the 37 papers which we have received for today's conference from various entities across the power sector, which in itself speaks volumes about the success of this conference. Another book is the Operations Guide Note Volume 2, which contains 33 numbers of guide notes. The volume 1 contains 32 numbers of guide notes. These two Operation Guide Note volumes combined together will help us to adopt and adhere to the best and the most modern O&M practices. Please put in a big round of applause for the book launches. Thank you. Moving forward, may I now request Sri M. Raghuram, Member Technical DVC, to kindly deliver the keynote address.
Good morning. Respected Chairman DVC, Sri S. Suresh Kumar, IAS. Respected Chairman CIL, Sri P.M. Prasad Saab. Respected Member Secretary ERPC, Sri N.S. Mandal Saab. Respected Director Operation O&M, Sri Mandal Saab. Respected Rabi Chaudhary ji, MD CESC. Respected Ujjwal Chatterjee Saab. Ujjwal Bhattacharya Saab, sorry sir, from ex-director NTPC. And all my dear colleagues sitting off the dais, Member Secretary Sri Jan Matai Saab, Member Finance Sri Arup Sarkar Saab, Sri Sankarlal Balotia, CVO, all Executive Directors, all my dear colleagues join this conference from various organizations, and my dear colleagues of the DVC, ladies and gentlemen. So first of all, let me thank you for taking your valuable time and joining here, especially PM Prasad Saab, Mandal Saab, Chairman Saab, Bhattacharya Saab. Despite their busy schedule, on my request, they have come and joined us. I sincerely thank you, sir. This type of O&M conference we are conducting for the first time in DVC. And this initiative, which we have taken after repeated efforts, last year also we tried, but we could not do it. But this time we succeeded in conducting this O&M conference in a small manner. But I request my colleagues of OSU group to conduct this O&M conference every year at a suitable date. We are thinking to conduct this on every 22nd March from next year onwards. These type of O&M conferences really help us in knowing each other, what actually happening in other organizations, what technological developments in the field of O&M of power plants, O&M of transmission systems, and it also helps us in networking, learning, and sharing our thoughts. So regularly these type of O&M conferences should be held so that we can exchange our knowledge. You all know that our power demand is increasing very fast. Last year, we already touched 247, approximately billion unit peak power. And even if you count 10% increase this year, you can imagine the difficulty which we are going to face. So which requires fuel security, which requires reliability of the units, because every power professional responsibility is to provide reliable and efficient power, reliable and cheapest power to the consumer. So for which the word reliability is most important. Our power plants should operate reliably without any hiccups, sudden outages, forced outages, and of course there should be planned outages. Meticulous conductance of the planned outage will ensure the reduction of forced outage. So we have to work hard day and night and to the service, to provide these services to the society with reliability and efficiency of the power plants. So, and as our Director Operation narrated entire program of DVC, I will not go into the details, but the challenge which we are going to face is the flexibilization, because the immense introduction of the RE power into the system will pose challenge to bring down our units to 40% of technical minimum, which we are talking about, as well as there may be a day, and it's already in the discussion, two-shift operation. So our units, our operation maintenance practices should make our results future ready, and we have to prepare ourselves for these challenges. Because flexibilization of a thermal unit, in initial days, I have completed 37 years of my life in O&M of power plants, but I have never thought unit has to bring down to the 55% also. Last 10, 12 years it started, then now it is, we are talking about 40% flexibilization. Then the environmental friendly blending of the biomass, the mandate is to blend up to 7% blending, which will reduce the carbon footprints also. So these type of challenges we are facing, and how the units are going to behave with this blending, and that we have to make ourselves ready. So these O&M practices, O&M conferences will help us in doing so. So, my dear friends, I request you people to deliberate various aspects of the challenges which we are going to face, how to meet the demand, how to increase the reliability, how to increase the efficiency, then how to meet the challenge of flexibilization. And thermal, as our Director Operation also emphasized, that our thermal generation will not going to phase out in near future. Oh, no doubt, our challenge is to meet net zero by 2070. Doesn't mean that we are going to phase out our thermal units, because already plan is to set up 80 gigawatt thermal generation in the next coming future to meet our ever-raising demand. So, my dear friends, I request our OSC colleagues also and colleagues from other power plants also to conduct such type of O&M conferences at regular intervals, so that we can exchange our ideas and thoughts, and so that we can make our power plants, we can make our profession future ready. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for those deep insights. Before we move forward, there is a short announcement. The conference book of abstracts can be downloaded from the QR code which is being displayed on the screen, and also a hard copy QR code is being distributed at your tables. Thank you. Moving forward, may I now request our respected guest of honor, Sri U.K. Bhattacharya, ex-Director Project NTPC, to kindly come upon the podium and share his thoughts with us.
Thank you, Maheli. Very good afternoon, respected Suresh sir, the Chairman DVC, and Prasad sir, Chairman CIL, Mr. Mandal, Mr. Raghuram, Chaudhary Sahab, Mandal Sahab, and dignitaries of the dais. Standing here on this podium, I have a very mixed feeling, and mixed feeling on three accounts. First of all, I am standing in a temple. We all know that in 48, the multi-purpose projects were being described as the temples of modern India, and this is one of the biggest temples. And the big temple, which has withered a lot of issues, problems, stood firm, and not only served the country and the economy, it has created its progenies, one of them beneficiary being NTPC. I have no hesitation to say, NTPC, when it came in 75 and started its operations in 77, has been enriched by not only knowledge from DVC, but by physical presence of some of the stalwarts that have shaped the company that I worked for 40 years plus thereafter. Second thing, it's a homecoming for me, I find here. I never thought I'll be so homely here. Although my home is hardly 5 kilometers away from here, I stay in Salt Lake City, but I am now resettled in Delhi. My mother is here. But sitting on the podium, I find, and of the task, probably majority of them who have been named today are NTPC guys. So it's a huge homecoming for me that way. And Mr. Suresh, including Prasad Saab, all of you must be knowing, Mr. Prasad was also in NTPC. And Suresh Saab has been one of the best supporters of NTPC in the state of West Bengal. And we all remember him and his support to the company. Third thing is, I have been introduced as ex-director NTPC. That's a strange feeling because I superannuated very recently. That is the reality of fact. Although I'm working as an advisor to NTPC, but this ex is giving me a different kind of charge because we are all remembering throughout our life of our ex of the yesteryears, the teenage exes, right? It's a sparkling feeling. It charges me up. Chairman was asking me whether I am retired. I told I am not even tired. So I am not thinking of retirement at all. Now coming to the issue of O&M conference, Mr. Raghuram has told that this is the first of its kind he has started, and I appreciate it from the core of my heart, because any organization of this stature and size and who is aspiring to become 17,000 plus megawatt company very soon by 2030, am I right, needs to have the fundamental competence in terms of 3 areas. One is the project planning management, second is the engineering, and third is the O&M. Even if you have the first 2, if you don't have a strong O&M background, you will be doing disservice to yourself because the assets will be stranded and not giving you adequate result in terms of either profit or supply to the economy. So this kind of forum and O&M conferences, and especially drawing experts from all walks of life, especially I am seeing a lot of experts from BHEL, STIAG, and many other organizations, NSPCL, I don't want to name one, so that I will not be accused of not naming somebody else's. It's a galaxy of experts sitting here, apart from the DVC's own people. Such O&M conference we are conducting in NTPC also, and we have seen the advantages we are accruing every year. The conferences bring out the issues being faced by the organization, and we deliberate upon that, and then action plans are chalked out, which goes to the next year's action agenda of the O&M, including the budget preparation. And I'm sure Mr. Raghuram and the team, under the active leadership of Chairman, is working in that direction. That will make it very purposeful. Mr. John Mathai, member HR, member secretary, and Mr. Arup, member finance, are also very dear colleagues of mine. And before I hand over the mic, or I am told to hand over the mic, let me utter some of the issues. And I don't want to repeat what has already been said by ED O&M here very rightly, and also Mr. Raghuram. So I'll come straight to the points. The point is that these are the age of transition. Now, I'm not going to take you to the 1.5 degree centigrade debate, the carbon issues, who created what, the carbon equity, the energy quadrilemma. We can talk on months and months, and in Delhi we spend a lot of time on that, by the way. But let us come to the impact of that in an organization like NTPC and DVC, that the impacts are common. The issue is that there is a problem, and let us all accept it. There is a problem that if we continue with unchecked and unregulated use of fossil fuel, the negative externality, as we say in economics, in the form of GHG, is going to kill us. And there is no second opinion. We should not have any doubt on that. The issue is what to do, how to walk into the net zero. First of all, our Honorable Prime Minister stood firm, and despite huge pressure from the developed countries' lobbies to declare the net zero by 2050, he refused to do that, and he has declared that India will have its own graded path because we have our own compulsions and our own problems. We are developing. A developed country has already reached the maximum level of per capita consumption, so they can afford to only coast down. If I have to develop, I need more and more energy. See, in my case, my energy production has to go up and up. I cannot coast down. If you want me to remain underdeveloped, you prescribe that you coast down. And probably that was one of the veiled agenda, but that's a different aspect. So he declared 2070 as the net zero for us. Having said that, he also acknowledged that Indians, being responsible citizens of this world, will also go by a commitment in a phased manner, and that's why he has declared a huge program of 500 gigawatt of renewables to be added to Indian grid by 2030, which is only 6 years from now. Now, whether we are on the right path, in my opinion, more or less, we need to have some recourse corrections also, because somewhere if we don't act very fast, there is a possibility of not meeting 500 gigawatt, but as on date, on the drawing board, everything is okay. NTPC, on its part, right now we are a 76,000 megawatt company. In fact, when I demitted office, my target was to make this company 78,000. And I'm happy to say that during my tenure, I could add 12,000 megawatt, and the company has become 78,000 plus, today 76,000 megawatt. Same is DVC, it is ramping up. The issue comes that if I have to transition to a prime renewable based on grid, then two things come, that how to integrate that renewable energy to the grid. Already Mr. Raghuram has already told on this. The grid integration of renewable is difficult because it is intermittent and it is unpredictable. That is what we call in renewables as a non-farm dispatchable power, whereas fossil fuel-based power stations are dispatchable and firm power. So that creates a big issue in terms of a grid, that to a huge infinite grid like Indian grid, and there is a problem of grid failure chances, and that we have to safeguard from. So then thermal power generations have to either shut down or flex. Now if we shut down, what happens to the economy? We are a developing country, and we are using our costly resources, taxpayers' money, have invested in recent power stations, and we are going for supercritical, like in NTPC, I have awarded last 4 power stations as ultra supercritical power stations, and other 6 on the lineup, which I have already done the specs and everything. These are very costly assets, and these assets cannot be allowed to be stranded just like that. We can't afford it. So we have to make a mix and match. Then there is another set of assets which are subcriticals, which are the legacy assets, but many of them have not lived the minimum design life of 25 years. And the design life is nothing, because if we take the example of some of the DVC projects which are working for long, and NTPC Singrauli project which is working even after 43 years at 100% PLF, this year also we are going to do that. So these assets cannot be just wished away to be shut down. Then what do we do? The actions will be two-pronged. One is ready your power stations to do the flexing. And second is, some of the power stations which are very old, underperforming and creating more problem in terms of not only hit rate problem, high cost, as well as environmental issues, probably those are to be phased out over a period of years, unless until we can do R&M and keep them in ship shape and have cheaper generation. But the issue comes if we go for flexible operation, what is the level up to which we can flex? We all know that there is a limit up to which a boiler can be fired with a low load. The biggest problem of flexible operation, apart from all the commercial issues, is the accident problem and the environmental problem. If the flame failure happens in a boiler with Indian coal and the kind of operating regime that we are used to, there is a possibility of flame failure or repeated shutdown. Because if the power station goes below 50%, there is a possibility we will be running with one stream of fans, BFPs, and that will lead to huge risk of failure. But the worst is if there is a flame failure in the boiler and we keep on running the mills, then there is a possibility of blasts and life. So you have to be extremely careful. The other parts are all commercial parts. Those can be discussed with CRC, those can be discussed with the off-takers, that hey, if I am going to do this flexible operation, then for a subcritical power station, for every 200 megawatt sets, I will be spending something around 80 crore or something per unit. And if it is a higher size units of 600 megawatt or so, it will be of the order of 100 crore per megawatt, per units. And that's a huge expenditure, that's a capital cost. Then the O&M cost will go up because turbine efficiency suddenly sharply goes down once it comes below 70%. Mr. Pulak is nodding his head, and I'm sure he is knowing all these things much better than all of us. Then what to do? We should do the advocacy with the government, which I have been doing, that let the supercritical power stations and ultra-supercritical power stations remain as first run and must run. Because we have recently made them, and these are very costly assets, and taking them below 55% is as good as bringing them to the subcritical zone. So I lose the advantage of higher efficiency, thereby reducing the carbon footprint. So it is antithesis of what we had been looking at. Second thing, for rest of the power station, we have to make it ready by minimal investment as possible, but more of a O&M practices. And the O&M practices will be in terms of changing the capital overhauling schedule from earlier 6 years to 7 years. It has to be brought down to 4 to 3 years maybe, to have more thermally resilient systems and components. Easier said than done, but we are working with NML to find out some solutions on these things, natural and metallurgical laboratories, and also to do the C&I upgrade, new control regime, and most importantly, unlearn the O&M practices that we have been following so far, and relearn the new paradigm of O&M. Now, it's not the forum to take into the details of either the flexibilization or energy transition. I've made my comments. Only on the closing comment, I'll say one thing, that when the transition or any change takes place, which we are facing, the only organization or the organizations who will survive and even prosper are the organizations which are based on knowledge. In fact, the entire world is shifting towards knowledge. I keep on telling my own colleagues, and now I'm telling my own children, that tomorrow's economy and tomorrow's world is going to be governed by knowledge. The days of world being governed by money is going to be over very soon. It will come back to the knowledge-based economy, knowledge-based governance. So organizations like NTPC, DVC, they should ramp up all our learning organizations, same is Coal India. Sir is sitting here. And I'm aware that WPDCL, CSC, all of them, we have to ramp up our learning curve. It has to be very steep. Unlearn, relearn, and rework the procedure. These are the three things, the mantra as director of projects and technical of the company, I have kept for NTPC and given them. The same thing I urge upon you to look into that. Second is that when there is a change, the most important factor, which Mr. Jack Welch once said, I remember him here, that your rate of change inside must be more than the rate of change outside. Otherwise, you will be left behind, and very soon you will be extinct. So I urge upon the management and the colleagues here that please make sure your rate of change internally to be always faster or more than the rate of change in the external world. Then you will remain ahead of everybody. Then you will continue to remain as one of the best organizations like you had been for last 78 years. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for rightly setting the tone of this conference with those valuable mantras. Moving forward, may I now request our respected guest of honor, Sri Rabi Chaudhary, MD Generation CESC, to kindly come upon the podium and share his thoughts with us on this occasion.
Good morning. Chairman DVC, Mr. Suresh Kumar Sir, IAS, respected CMD, CIL, other dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, ladies and gentlemen, my dear colleagues, my friends of the same fraternity. See, I always faced a challenge when I am given an opportunity to speak after Mr. Bhattacharya. Very hardly we met, but whenever I met, and fortunately or unfortunately, I was always given letter from Mr. Bhattacharya, and then I find that I have nothing more to tell. So let me start with my deepest gratitude with DVC. Sir, you will be knowing that when Boj plant, which is now one of the best plant of top 5-6 plants, the downshot boiler, when it was conceptualized, that was the only boiler available in DVC Bokaro. So we went there, stayed there months together, and we learned what is double downshot boiler. And even today, except Boj, you will not find any double downshot boiler, which is basically to burn Indian coal having low VM and high ash. So today, what we are here, we have a deepest gratitude in the core of our hearts on DVC. I have no hesitation in accepting that because this is what we have learned. Coming back to the pandemic, which has happened maybe 3-4 years back, we were facing a tremendous problem of ash evacuation because our 100% ash is exported to Bangladesh. And there was no riverine route was there. All were stopped. And being a city-based power stations, there is no opportunity of dumping ash. And we do not have any ash dumping kind of a field, neither we have ash ponds. That time, Mr. Suresh Kumar was Power Secretary. I called him. I told him, sir, this has happened, what can I do? He said, we write letters and tell me what I am supposed to do. Then I told him, I requested him, he talked to IWAI, Water Authority of India, and then somehow we could manage. So, sir, I'm really, really grateful to you even today for Boj and the business remaining sustainable during this period of pandemic. See, let me tell you that nowadays you will be hearing that data is the crux on which we have to operate. Being in the thermal power plant for last, say, 40 years, I will tell you, I know that 1 ton of coal if we produce, 1 ton of coal if we burn, if it is an Indian coal, we produce roughly 1.4 ton of CO2 equivalent greenhouse gas. Had it been imported coal, this 1.5 becomes 2.4. So we are really producer of greenhouse gas. There is no doubt as far as coal-based thermal power station is concerned. But the question is, as Mr. Bhattacharya was telling, that what we will do? We will not do this or we will remain where we are. Because even today, our per capita consumption of electricity is hardly 1,200 per person in a year. So, which is very less compared to anything. But at the same time, I would say that we produce roughly 3 gigaton of carbon dioxide equivalent gas, greenhouse gas, which is roughly I should say 7% of the whole world's bomb coal we get like that. It is basically 1.5 ton per person. Why I'm telling these things? Because we are a populous country which is having 17% of population of the world, but we produce only 7% of CO2. So we have to be remaining with that. And as Mr. Bhattacharya was telling that yes, we have many other issues. It is not that climate change is the only lens through which our economy would be looked upon. See, at the end of the day, when I'm coming back to this O&M conference, I'm telling you what we are supposed to do, how we will do this. Coal-based power plant now facing tremendous challenge because of their sustainability. What are those? One is, everybody has said, this is flexibility is there is ramp rate is there is technical minimum is there is 40%. As far as our unit goes, which are all subcritical, and being a city-based power stations, every day we have to come down to, in the winter season, to a 45% technical minimum. Every day in the winter season. And we have achieved that. We could achieve that. And I will be requesting that if anybody can find out that there is an opportunity we can interact, you can definitely come to our Boj power plant and Holdia power plant where we can share our knowledge. Secondly, going forward, as people were telling, we also understand the reliability is most important. For that, we have already implemented a system which is basically brought from GE, which is a system which is an early warning and detection system. What it does, it's based on advanced pattern recognition, meaning that for the last 20 years, how we have run the plant, based on that, they generate a pattern. And all our 7 units, 3 at Boj, 2 at Holdia, and 2 at Chandrapur, Maharashtra, has completely replicated in our CESC house, where we can see how the plant is being operated. It is a GE system, it is early monitoring and early defect recognition system. As a result, we can plan that there is something started happening, and we will be able to do that either online without shutting down, or even maybe on a Saturday on a holiday, so that there is no forced outage through which we go. As a sustainability, we always try to focus that I have been scheduled, I have been told to generate at least. For that, we have to reduce our sent out cost of power we produce. For that, you all know, sir, that coal cost or the type of coal we are burning, that is the most important thing. That is why we have also installed an online GCV monitoring equipment. Coal being fed to the boiler is constantly monitored and giving us the online GCV of that coal. It's a trial and error method. It's also an imported method, imported system brought from outside, installed in our Boj power station, which gives us an idea that the kind of heat rate where I am operating, if I can load the GCV, very indirect method, and then if we can find out the units I am generating, simple by arithmetic, you know what is the kilocalorie per kilowatt hour, which is the heat rate of the power stations. It's a direct method, not an indirect method, but gives you some kind of a feeling where you are. There is one more system we have installed there, which is remote monitoring. I have said, STIAG given us, we procured from STIAG, is a PADO system. Many people knows this PADO is a old system, maybe 10, 15, 20 years back, but we are using it even today and getting the best out of it, which is performance analysis and what is that? D means diagnostics of optimization or something like that. If there is somebody from STIAG, he will be able to correct me. Which ultimately, what he does, it fetches all the data online from the DCS system, compares it with the design figures and tells you what is the deviation, and also automatically tells you what is the set points you need to do for correcting this deviation. So this is the system we are using even today at Boj, PADO system, which helps us to remain within roughly 2% from the design hit rate, roughly at about 80% PLF, 80-85% PLF. This is one system what we do. There is one more system which is Integrated Energy Management System from Schneider. 370 numbers of energy meters are there which continuously feeding data to this server so that you know if you can cluster that coal handling plant, what is the energy being consumed, ash handling plant, what are the energy being consumed, AWCS, that means air, water control system, what kind of energy I am consumed. So this gives you that this is the energy I am consumed now, and if you find that and compare with the yesterday or the best day where you have the minimum energy you have consumed, then you can find out where is the deviation and you can do it instantaneously. The point which I wanted to tell you is that we should not, in today's life, we should not wait for the report to come tomorrow and correct it. You have to do it now. When you are finding that I'm not doing something which I have achieved maybe 7 years back or 7 days back or yesterday, you have to correct it today itself and that time also. Otherwise, improvement data are not for only analysis from the past. It is also to know that what I can do right now. These are a couple of things I have just told you. One more thing I will say as far as the boiler is concerned. We have started from long back this complete all volatile treatment in the Boj boiler, meaning that there is no blowdown is required for the sediment which produced by virtue of dosing. No CBD, no IBD, all volatile treatment we use. As a result, there is no heat loss, deliberately heat loss by using blowdown, which is ultimately a loss of heat. So there are many small projects we have taken up and we have done this, and we will be glad to share these things, and perhaps it will be shared today in this conference also. So if you find that CSC can be of any help, can be of any kind of knowledge sharing, I am giving you the opportunity. Please get in touch with us so that we can have some kind of interaction and knowledge sharing session. In that way, we will be also learning from you, as we have always learned from, particularly, as I have said in the very beginning, to start with DVC Bokaro, and NTPC has always been a guideline for us for any kind of trouble when we had. Even today, there are people from NTPC is there in our organization as a consultant after their retirement. So we always try to learn, we always try to implement, and we always try to proceed. That's the way we should go. Going forward, I would only request you one thing. At the end of the day, as the situation is there, India is basically standing in a zone which is a dichotomy. Perhaps we need more energy, but less carbon. This is the challenge. It is a twin which is contradictory, but we need to achieve. We have to have more and more power, but we have to have less and less carbon. That is the challenge of that, and that can be only done by virtue of supercritical, subcritical kind of units. Just to give you a kind of numbers, I have seen that when a subcritical unit is changed, or rather subcritical unit versus supercritical unit, there is roughly 17 to 18% efficiency change, efficiency improvement. When a supercritical unit is replaced by an ultra supercritical unit, there is roughly 10% gain you achieve by virtue of your efficiency. So since DVC is going forward with supercritical, ultra supercritical, I hope it will be a successful project to go forward, and there will be no hesitation of that the DVC will be sustainable with this. Last but not the least, one data I'm giving you. A couple of years back, Niti Aayog came out with a report, Energizing India. There he has categorically said, the report categorically said, that we are going to have coal till 2047 at least, and there, from coal itself, there will be 3,000 billion units of power. So there is no hesitation that coal is there, coal will be there for the sustainability of the economy of India. So this is in a nutshell, so we cannot have in detail discussion, it is not possible. My only point, whatever little bit of things I have said, what is the importance of that, if you find, we can get into this in a detailed discussions at any point of time. And I have only one thing to say, you have to ultimately make your mindset clear that we need to change. Change from where we have to ultimately reduce footprint of carbon for the economy to become sustainable. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thanks, sir.
Thank you, sir, for throwing light on the various strata of the power sector. Moving forward, may I now request Sri Subrata Mandal, Director Operation WBPDCL, our respected guest of honor, to kindly come upon the podium and share his thoughts with us.
Good morning. Respected Chairman DVC, Sri Suresh Kumar sir, who was instrumental in steering WBPDCL to the level of excellence where it is today. Sri Prasad sir, Chairman Coal India, without whose support it would have been very difficult for us to maintain our performance. Mr. Mandal, who is guiding us always to plan our generations. Mr. Chaudhary, powering the entire city. We are grateful to you, sir. My earlier colleague, Mr. Raghuram, we shared so many days in NTPC earlier. I remember it fondly. And last but not the least, once my mentor, my earlier mentor, Sri Bhattacharya. It's a privilege to be sitting along with all of you, all the distinguished dignitaries of the dais, members of Team DVC, my fellow power professionals, and ladies and gentlemen. I've learned that this is the first time DVC is conducting such an O&M conference, so I'll restrict myself to the expectations from such conference what we have. Basically, I feel proud and privileged to be sitting in such a gathering and in such conferences which brings together the brightest minds in the power sector. We have a shared commitment for safe, reliable, environment-friendly, and cost-effective power generation which unites us. And this conference provides a platform to exchange knowledge, learn from each other, and chart a course for the future. At the outset, I should mention that safety is the foundation for all excellence. Safety is not just a buzzword. It is the bedrock upon which our operations thrive. Adherence to safety regulations and implementation of the latest safety standards are not mere checkboxes. They are lifelines for our workforce. When we prioritize safety, we not only protect lives, but also fortify the reliability of power generation. A safe environment is the foundation for sustained operational excellence. Next comes quality control and maintenance, which are the backbone of reliability. Our power stations are intricate ecosystems, and their optimal performance relies on robust quality control and maintenance practices. From project construction to operation and throughout the asset's life cycle, we must ensure reliability, operational efficiency, and effective risk mitigation. Modern technologies such as condition-based maintenance, remote monitoring, predictive analysis empower us to optimize maintenance schedules, minimize downtime, and enhance reliability. One of the major aspects is sustainability, and cost-effective O&M is the key to it. Efficient resource utilization is our collective responsibility. As we navigate the dynamic energy landscape, embracing cost-effective O&M practices becomes imperative. From energy-efficient technologies to streamlined workflows, we must innovate to achieve sustainable operations. Let us explore strategies that not only reduce costs, but also enhance our environmental footprint. Collaboration and learning will help us to take our path forward. This conference is more than just sessions and presentations. It is an opportunity to collaborate, share experiences, and learn from each other. Let us engage in meaningful discussions, challenge assumptions, and ignite ideas that will shape the future of power generation. As we deliberate during the rest of the day, let us remember that our work transcends technicalities and spreadsheets. It powers homes, industries, and dreams. Together, we can ensure that the lights stay on, the wheels keep turning, and progress continues. Thank you for your dedication, your expertise, and your unwavering commitment to power sector. I believe this conference will be a catalyst for positive changes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for that holistic overview. May I now request our respected guest of honor, Sri N.S. Mandal, Member Secretary ERPC, to kindly come upon the podium to share his thoughts with us.
Good morning to all. Sir, respected Chairman DVC, CMD, Coal India Limited, the dignitary sitting on the chair and of the dais. Sir, my actually role in Eastern region, you might be knowing that RPC it is an organization very little known to the common people. Everybody knows the role of NTPC, Power Grid, DVC. They are the generating company, sometimes they are distribution company or transmission company. But the RPC, this is a organization under the ministry that coordinates among the power utilities in the region. Since its inception, we have seen that unless there is proper coordination among the generation and transmission or distribution, there will be unbalanced in the resources. DVC as a particular, if I say, actually they have their own system, they are their own generator embedded, and they have their own distribution network. And not in a domestic, but they are supplying power at industry level, 33 kV level. And now they are playing as a ISGS generator also. They are supplying power to other states like NTPC and even to the Bangladesh also. The performance of DVC, particularly if I say, I had the opportunity to work in DVC for a period of 3 years in the year 2003 to 6. Those days, DVC was one of the, you can not say there is a good organization. It was treated as a very mismanaged in terms of performance. Whenever our PLF could achieve 40 to 50%, that day we thought that it is okay, we are achieved very nicely, and we should be thankful. And most of the time we got some, from corporate, that is headquarter, the next target will be your 55% or 60%. And incentive was given, which once we achieved the target of, I think, 60%. Some of my colleagues sitting here also, I think, will support my this information. But some of the power plants in DVC, like Mejia was that time also quite good. Kodarma was not there. Bokaro was very bad. Durgapur was equally bad. Chandrapura was also not. So there was some issues which compelled the government to had a hand-holding with NTPC, and PI program was introduced, I think in the 2004 or 5. And when that NTPC team was deputed in each of the DVC power plants, I am talking about only the thermal power plants, DVC have some other portfolio, hydro also, I am not talking about it. And gradually they introduced some of the good operating principles. What should be the shutdown, planned shutdown, condition monitoring of equipment, preventive maintenance, material availability before taking shutdown, all those things they gave some of the good ideas. And within a year of 2, I have seen that performance gradually started increasing. And today we are really, I very feel proud that DVC is achieving, some of the power plants, they are achieving more than 90% of PLF in a consistent manner. It means that whatever effort we had to put, and I was from CA at that time posted in Durgapur, this Waria plant. So quite I am satisfied in this regard. Regarding our another challenge is that, okay, O&M, everybody is expert, we know what to do, what not to do, how to optimize the plant. Sometimes some instruments are not properly giving the clear indication. So those C&I wing of the power plant should be very up to date, so that nothing wrong signal should go. Because we have seen some of the power plants, I will give you example of Darlipalli. It is a very tragic, I should say. Within the commissioning of only hardly 2 to 3 years, it has been traveling very lot. And it is a very prime, you are now low cost generation, only ECR is only 1.2. Captive coal block is there, only 10 kilometers away. 800 megawatt supercritical. But it is a very surprising, or it is a challenge to us, what O&M people will do once the plant is commissioned, and thereafter we are not getting the proper performance from the unit. So there might have been some defects in the design or manufacturing stages, which has not been addressed during the commissioning or after the commissioning activities. So I also will just request all the plant generator that whenever plant is being installed, from that time you have to monitor the robustness or the design parameter or the what could be the challenges you have to face after commissioning. Not only Darlipalli, North Karanpura also we are facing. After COD also we are not getting the plant. There are a lot of issues. There are not a single. Boiler tube leakage is a common phenomena. After the commissioning of the unit, it takes years after years to stabilize the unit and to remove those boiler tube leakages. So I do not know why it happens only all over India, not only particular organization. I will not say that it is a NTPC or it is a state projects or it is a private projects. Even private projects also we have seen that after commissioning of the unit also. So reliability of the new units should be ensured more, so that our expectation from the units is increased. And regarding supercritical unit, I will suggest that, okay, there are suggestions of the NTPC and others, that supercritical should be treated as a supercritical only. It should be run at least at 70 or 80% till such time it is operating at a supercritical mode. Otherwise, if it is coming down its parameter and is working as a operating as a subcritical, then there is no use of it. We lose the hit rate drastically. And old subcritical units, they are also required in the grid because of our flexible operation, two-shift operation. We can sacrifice with the remaining life of the some power plants, because it is a need of the hour, we have no other choice. We are facing very difficult to manage the grid. Off-grid, suppose off-time, off-peak season or off-peak demand period and peak, that ratio sometimes in CSC it is double. So how they will manage a grid when it becomes more than 1.5% peak and off-peak ratio? But it is in case of DVC, I will say they are much lucky because their load curve is almost flat, because they don't have that domestic load that much. They are concentrated on industrial load. So in that way, they are good. But still, you have to be prepared to manage this with the integration of the solar and other renewables. These thermal power plants, we are facing more challenges, and flexible operation is deteriorating the health of the power plants. But we have to maintain our power plants in a way that reliability is addressed. Regarding forced outage and plant outage, I will give you some my idea that during last 3-4 years, because of COVID period, we could not allow some plant maintenance could not be done in time, and lot of power plants were facing forced outage in the year 22-23. Even today also, I do not know what will happen with the coming summer. We are in a very tight position this year. There is around 20,000 megawatts short capacity during the peak hours, and no power plant will be allowed to put on a plant shutdown during the month of April to June. This is a directive from the ministry, everybody knows it. But it doesn't ensure that our capacity will be available, because forced shutdown, we have no such control on it. And we have seen, except boiler tube leakage, it takes only 3 or 4 days to revive. If it is some other damages like in turbine, then it is a very huge time taking activity. Then our plan will be very badly. We have to face the country this time if to face the peak summer during the month of May and June, because election is also there. So there is another incremental of demand, increase of demand. So somehow we have to manage our systems. And regarding coal, I will thank you very much that our coal stock position has increased this year, no doubt. On an average, earlier we were maintaining roughly 20 to 30%, but this year we could have maintained average of 50% on 60%. In some of the plants it is okay, 80-90%, but on an average it is like that. But still we need more support from the coal area on regard of the quantity and the grade slippage. So grade slippage actually is a factor, major factor, which deteriorates our performance of the thermal power plant. O&M people are very much annoyed with the poor coal quality. Sir, I will just request CIL to look into this matter. Now I will stop myself. Thank you all. I wish this workshop to be or symposium will be very successful. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, it gives me immense pleasure to now invite upon the podium our respected guest of honor, Sri P. M. Prasad, CMD Coal India Limited, to enlighten our minds with his insightful words. Sir, please.
Most respected Chairman DVC, Suresh Kumar Saab, and dignitaries on the dais, both the Mandal Saab, and Director CSC, our earlier colleagues, Raghuram Saab and Ujjwal Bhattacharya Saab, member secretaries from DVC, CVO Saab, EDs, GMs, team DVC members, and all the power sector professionals. Good morning, and I thank the organizers, especially Raghuram Saab. He has invited that this is the first O&M conference. Otherwise, so many seminars of DVC are being conducted. But as far as O&M conference is concerned, this is the first and the beginning. And it will be a good knowledge sharing platform And Sri Ujjwal Bhattacharya Sahib is having one plant experience in Bangladesh also. I think others are having only in India. When I joined NTPC, he was working in Bangladesh project, NTPC and Bangladesh. There is a Maitri project, powerhouse. He was posted there during my time as ED coal mining. One good thing DVC is doing coal mining from Tubaid. As Energy Secretary, we know Suresh Kumar Saab, Pakur mines, the contribution he had in developing WPDCL mines is immense. Whenever we have gone to Jharkhand state government, the Pakur mines and WPDCL production has ramped up during his time as ACS Energy Secretary. In the last 4 years, maybe last to 20, 21, 22, WPDCL coal production. I expect Tubaid mine also will do good production as per rated capacity. Burma mines from DVC we recently got, CCL will be doing, and we will be giving the contracted coal supply for DVC. I am just requesting Chairman DVC, if any opportunity for joint venture in solar or any brownfield expansion, Coal India will also look forward in partnering DVC. And I once again thank all the organizers. At least more than 30 papers are there for interaction, for this condition-based monitoring and preventive maintenance, and regarding operational maintenance. Recently in Raipur also there was a O&M seminar where I was also called by NTPC because of I am ex-NTPC. Recently I had a chance in visiting North Karnapura during our director projects, Mr. Ujjwal Bhattacharya, Tarun Kapoor Saab, advisor to PMO, he has come. I also accompanied just 2 to 3 months back. There the air condensing technology, where there is a lack of water in that North Karnapura field. In supercritical, whenever DVC is planning for sustainable practices, you can also think of such good system. And North Karnapura is doing at its best, efficiency-wise, undoubtedly, NTPC. And I must congratulate the operationals working here in DVC for doing 74-75% PLF, which is 9% above country's average. And I wish in the coming years, the operational and maintenance side teams will through and set a target plus 80%. And some plants which are already doing 90% should do 95 and should break in top 10 in the bracket of country, and wish the organizers a grand success. And I wish Team DVC in the coming years, as this is the only company in 1948 which was built having 76 years of legacy. And at least in this year, last 3-4 years, the performance is increasing year by year, and it is more than the country's average, 9%. I wish it should touch at least 15% and prove as an industry leader. Thank you. Thank you for that.
Thank you, sir. Now, with immense pleasure and great honor, may I invite upon the dais our chief guest, respected Chairman DVC, Sri S. Suresh Kumar IAS, to share his words of encouragement and wisdom with us. Sir, please.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to thank Sri Ujjwal Bhattacharya, who's been here with us, Mr. Ravi Chaudhary, Mr. P.M. Prasad, Mr. Mandal, S. Mandal and NS Mandal also. Both Mandals who are on the dais, and the team DVC and other participants who are here for this exchange of ideas and learning. Thank you very much for being here, and we hope that we improve the quality of deliberations also in the coming years to come. First things first, Mr. Mandal from WPDCL had, talked a lot about me, but then I happened to be his chairman of the interview board when I was selecting him. So obviously he's still trying to repay that. Secondly, Mr. Ravi Chaudhary has talked a lot about what I did for him during the COVID period, but then it was a very small issue for us. We definitely wanted CESC to continue their performance because the demand for power was so much during that COVID period, because everyone was at home and playing, I think, games or using the machines or so on and so forth. So issues like that come once in a while, and I've seen it happen to me also when I was a very young SDO at the time in Murshidabad district, and I had to face all the problems that FRACA FSTPB was giving those days. So starting with contract labor problems and union problems and executive association issues, a whole lot of things I used to handle those days. And I did learn a lot about your power plant engineering during that period, and it was a pretty interesting phase of my life also. Interestingly, I could see two organizations side by side. That's some reason why I want to mention this, is this. One organization was NTPC, a young organization which was rapidly growing, brought in people from various parts of the country, from various organizations, and somehow or other they had a glue. They managed to stick together in spite of their own internal issues and all that, executive versus non-executives and so on and so forth. They still managed to stick around and keep the goal of producing power, number one. Side by side, there was this Farka Barrage project, one of those, again, temples of modern India, which was extremely useful for regulating the Ganga River, which we saw the decay, and the decay was terrible, horrible. Same ruined quarters, staff stopped working, bitter infighting, and a whole lot of law and order problems that they used to do. A very simple thing like even doubling the railway line, which was to be done on the Faraka Barrage, also ran into so many problems. I had to be personally present even during the construction stage. Now, when I contrasted these two organizations, I realized as a PSU how easy for someone to go down the tube. Once you stop learning, once you stop learning or you do not unlearn and learn, you run into serious trouble. So this is an opportunity to keep your mind fresh, open, transparent, willing to receive fresh ideas, contrast them with what you have learned elsewhere, validate them, and improve yourself. Training is not very static. Training is always a process of learning and unlearning and so on and so forth. Our body also, for example, is the same. Most of the body, parts of the body undergo change. They die and they again regenerate in various forms, and somehow we continue living. So in this way, we should understand that we have three major forces which are working in our world now. I mean, Mr. Ghosh has given you a very operational perspective of what is happening. Member Technical, Mr. Bhattacharya, and so on and so forth had given you what is the tactical level at which things are happening. But the most important thing which you should look at also is, which is affecting a sector altogether, sector of thermal power altogether, is three factors basically. One is your decarbonization, which again Mr. Bhattacharya also has mentioned. Decarbonization is, thermal energy is bad, coal-based energies are all bad, evil. So that's going on. Second thing which is happening, which is decentralization. Now, lots of homes want to be decentralized. The argument of conventional power plants at remote areas, 1,000 kilometers away, getting coal from another 1,000 kilometers away, burning coal, then producing power over a transmission line, another 1,000 kilometers to reach homes, is again giving way. Try and understand that. So the decentralization is happening. Then a whole lot of digitalization is happening. Every aspect of engineering, every aspect of implementation, every aspect of operation is being digitalized. Okay. I went to California and I saw Southern California and so on and so forth. Those companies are all like IT companies. You don't see any electrical engineer really working on any stuff. So the transformation has already started. So every aspect of your work is digitized. Our Mr. Chaudhary had mentioned about how they had taken certain initiatives in IT and IoT, IT-OT basically, aspects. Now these are certain things which we really need to look at much more. Yes, I am not saying that mechanical aspects like, how well our heat exchangers are operating, how well our pumps were operating, how well our boilers are operating are not important. They are all like equally important. But yes, how we monitor, how we condition, how we look at the condition, and how we improve the performance is something which is going to become very critical. The third thing, which is what I'm trying to emphasize, is something which we need to imbibe. We've been very traditionally, I would not say antagonistic, but I would say very indifferent to digitization. I mean, we're all natural people in terms of digitization. That's the reason why India is the top on the software revolution. So it's best that we embrace and improve and also, in fact, improve the performance. Now, performance definitely comes by various aspects. One is, most importantly, of course, is teamwork. Where the HOP and the unit heads of different levels and different shifts have managed to bring in teamwork and understanding and mutual backstopping, definitely things have improved a lot. And definitely, I think the future is that we should improve ourselves in some fashion. When you talk about decarbonization, certain things, aspects are now coming up. First thing is, they said NOx is bad, SOx is bad, but our Indian coal gives us hardly any SOx, hardly NOx. I don't know why we insisted on putting all these FGDs, which are very costly pieces of equipment, all over, and we are going to increase the cost of power for the consumer. This is one aspect. The second aspect is that carbon capture is something which is coming shortly. Now, somehow or other, our country has been persuaded that we have to go in for FGDs for our thermal power plants. Now, the next aspect which is coming in is maybe the carbon capture, which is again going to become much more expensive to even produce thermal power. So the threats that we are facing are very, very subtle, very varied, and come from different directions. It's up to our leadership really to understand what things are and definitely put up certain I wouldn't say barriers, but how do you mitigate the impact of these threats is extremely critical. I don't know how many of you know about it. We had one major craze. I know it's a craze. Okay, let's do hydro in Arunachal. Let's do hydro in Himachal. Let's do hydro in Uttarakhand. So something like around 50 to 60,000 crore of bank money was invested in doing all this, of which I don't know how many projects have really come through. Then there was this Krishna Basin natural gas craze. So again, another 50,000 crore was spent in all over Andhra Pradesh in putting up all these gas-based plants, which didn't get even 1 cubic meter of gas. So things like that can happen. And it's extremely critical that we be very watchful and ensure that we don't get into the trap. Running a power plant, thermal power plant, is extremely complex and extremely demanding in terms of resources, money, and the outcomes, well, I'm not very sure how good they are. Presently, we are losing running a thermal power plant. Our generation, I go by money. And I keep saying we are losing money, we need to improve. So our PLF is good, but actually what is going to happen is the more the PLF, the more money we're going to lose. So that is something which is extremely ironical. But yes, for the country, for the next 3 months, April, May, June, when the election fever is on, we definitely need to produce flat out. We will produce flat out. I'm very thankful that the Chairman Coal India has mentioned certain initiatives that he would like to take in collaboration with us. I'm sure that we can do that. We are short of capital, and I don't see any reason why we can't collaborate with someone else to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your great words of motivation. Thank you very much. Now we will have a high tea break, and we will resume the session after 10 to 20 minutes. So everyone is requested to kindly assemble to the hall within 10 to 15 minutes before our next session of technical presentations begins. Thank you so much.
हाँ ये है सर डेस्कटॉप पर इसको दिक्कत नहीं। अच्छा ठीक हुआ है ना यहाँ पर है यहीं पर है सर सारा। कितना है सर?
नंबरिंग कहीं रखा है?
नंबरिंग है सर लेकिन कैसे फॉलो हो रही है हमको आइडिया नहीं सर।
नंबर बोला ना 1 नंबर 2 नंबर 3 नंबर।
जैसे अनीश आएगा ना पहले वो हमको पता है सर।
ना हमको तो वो सीरियल कहाँ है, पहले आएगा तो बोलाना पड़ेगा ना।
हाँ हाँ अरे बहुत बड़ा बना है पिटिया 23 MB का है। क्या बोले 23 MB का बनाया है। हाँ तुरंत डाउनलोड हो जाएगा। वाह हो गया। तुम्हारा फर्स्ट है। ये वाला ना 1 2 3 कंट्रोल C। हाँ सर
यहाँ पे प्रोग्राम शेड्यूल है, तुमको दिया है क्या? इसमें है तो तुम्हारा कौन में आ रहा है, कुछ दिया तुमको प्रोग्राम शेड्यूल?
पहले ही तो है, अभी तो देंगे सर इसके बाद। अच्छा मुझे वो चाहिए एक बार। सबको लेके चलेगा।
हाँ ये तो इसीलिए बोले तुम्हारे पास डाटा तो सजा लेते हैं ना, तुम बोला ना कैसे हुआ हमको समझ में नहीं आ रहा है।
बहुत ह्यूज हेवी है तुम्हारा PPT भाई। सुनिए ना डेस्कटॉप दोनों जगह दे दीजिए, दोनों जगह डेस्कटॉप दे दीजिए।
दे दिया वो सजा उसमें है, उसके बाद किसका है?
अरे ये अभी आप कौन डाउनलोड किए सर? अभी डाउनलोड कहाँ किया? ये वाला किए अपना आप करके ये देखो ये 1 करके ये यही तो इसका फिर चेंज हो गया। मुझे यही तो इसका ये कैसे चेंज हो जाता है? क्या करना है?
1 2 3 4 5 ये तो है, यहाँ पे है आराम से
सेंटर करो
इसका ये बहुत
নিয়ে যান এদিকে।
लैपटॉप पे चलते चेंज हो रहा है क्या?
কোন দিকে? এইদিকে। ঠিক আছে हाँ ठीक है।
दीजिए ना इसको थोड़ा, ये वाला दीजिए ना एक बार लैपटॉप दोनों पे। लैपटॉप
देख लो पेपर इसमें है क्या नहीं। तुम्हारा बड़ा सजा लो, उसके बाद बाकी सब एक बार देख लेंगे 4-5 को उसमें सीरियल है क्या नहीं।
एटलीस्ट टी ब्रेक के लंच ब्रेक के
हम लोग देख लेते हैं, उसके बाद फिर सजाएंगे। 1 2 3 4 5 5 तक ना
6 9 तक सर।
9 तो
1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9
तो देख एक में रख लो बस, एकदम आराम से हो जाएगा। फिर लंच ब्रेक में सजा लो।
छोड़ दे बस।
तुम्हारा तो हो गया
1 हो गया। बाकी खुला ही रहेगा।
खुला रहना दो, बाकी हम
छोटा कर दीजिए, कुछ छोटा कर दिया नहीं तो कुछ और डिस्टर्ब हो जाएगा।
2 नंबर
1 है तुम्हारा मिनिमाइज। हाँ ठीक
सिलेक्ट नहीं है।
अच्छा सर ये वाला P2 दिख रहा है।
2 नंबर है गाइडलाइंस एज पर IGC।
ना 2 नंबर तो सर ये है ना।
इसमें चेंज हो गया, सीक्वेंस चेंज हो गया क्या? इसमें तो गाइडलाइंस एज पर IGC कहाँ चल गया? मतलब शर्मा सर को लोग दिया ना, शर्मा सर भेजा होगा तब।
इस सबका तो PDF है
तो सिंगल एंडेड हो गया ना। हाँ ले लेते हैं ना सर। हाँ बोल देखिए ना सर क्या हुआ?
यही ना स्लोवानिया 3 है।
यही तो IGC ठीक तो है, 2 नंबर तो है।
तो पीडीएफ है सर, ये तो यही देने वाला है। लोग क्या देने वाला है सर?
यही तुमको अभी दे, अभी सोचना नहीं है, अभी ज्यादा
मेरे पास तो सर
जो
यही
है वही करो। ठीक नंबर को करो, कोबरा
3 कोबरा। हाँ ठीक है सर।
আচ্ছা এনটিপিসি তো একটা পাঠিয়েছিল আপনাদের,
आया है सर, एक कोई दिया है
18 নম্বরটা।
यूनिट्स रैंपिंग,
थर्मल यूनिट्स रैंपिंग कोई दिया है।
हाँ सर, एक्सक्यूज मी सर,
सर 4 और 5 नहीं है सर।
4 थर्मल यूनिट्स रैंपिंग थ्रू
एनटीपीसी
এটা
ना
4
4 तो आ गया कि लगा लो, किधर लगाया, किधर है?
एनटीपीसी वाला मिला तुमको?
5 मिला है सर, हम बता रहे हैं 5 कौन सा है।
फ्लीट वाइज एसेट पार्ट और 4 अच्छा 4 हो गया
এটা সাইডওয়েজ হয়ে গেল, এটা তো লম্বা লম্বা আছে।
हम किए हैं सर।
ए सुनो ना, ये एसेट परफॉर्मेंस
पहले 4 कर लेते हैं सर। 4 कौन सा है बोलिए सर?
4 वाला स्टीयर सेंट्रल
यही ना सर। और किसी का है सर क्या इसमें?
नहीं मेरा बाकी तो स्टीयर का 4 करो
तो ये कर लो।
उसके बाद एनटीपीसी एक बार इसको खोल लेना जस्ट टू इंश्योर ना दैट
प्रेस करेंगे सर, एक सेकंड बस कर देते हैं। कौन सा सर गया है सर आपका स्टेक है, इसको P4 लिख देते हैं, यही ना?
P4 हाँ, पेपर 4 प्रेजेंटेशन 4 हाँ हाँ हम लोग का है, एक बार क्रॉस चेक कर ले रहे सर, बता देंगे।
ठीक है सर।
है सर, 5
नंबर
नंबर एक बार 5 खोला जाए। हेलो मोनी सर,
हेलो आ गए आप?
वेरी गुड इनोग्रेशन सर।
ये तो 4 है सर।
नाम तो सुन रखा है,
चेयरमैन साहब के तो 5 था ना सर।
स्टीयर का 5 हुआ ना,
तो इसको रिनेम करते हैं,
स्टीयर को करे ना,
इसको 5 करते हैं सर। 5 4 बाकी हाँ 5
ठीक है नो प्रॉब्लम।
बाहर वालों को पहले करो।
हाँ बाहर वाले पहले,
एक सेकंड
इसको थोड़ा खोल लेना 5 वाला
बस सर, एक सेकंड।
हेलो
सर मेरे पास ये आया है सर, O&M कॉन्फ्रेंस करके जो नाम है वो बता रहे हैं सर। O&M कॉन्फ्रेंस करके O&M कॉन्फ्रेंस शायद ये 4 है सर। अभी वो एनटीपीसी वाले को पता है, वो डाला हुआ है सर।
पेपर 6 देखो,
पेपर 6 है सर। हाँ हाँ सर,
ठीक है। पेपर 7
पहले क्यों नहीं किया वो?
XBH है, पेपर 7 BH है,
हाँ
फ्लेक्सिबल ऑपरेशन।
हाँ 8 भी है, 9 भी है, 10 भी है सर।
8 भी है, 9 भी है,
10 भी है। अब अंदर में सर क्या हो नहीं हम जान पता सर। कौन सा सर आपका क्या है सर? आपका कौन सा है सर? आपका तो 7 नंबर ना सर। आपका कुछ चेंज है क्या सर स्लाइड में? दिया नहीं ये सर, ये तो 7 नंबर तो यही है सर, यही है ना सर? नहीं LNT चाहिए,
इसमें नहीं था ना, ठीक है देख लेते हैं।
इनका कितना नंबर देंगे सर?
एक मिनट, DMD NTPC
तो डाल लेते हैं
डालो ना, पहले डालो
सर। ये पेन ड्राइव ले लीजिए सर किसका?
आपने तो सर तो खुले देख
5 है सर।
देख ले वाला पासवर्ड स्टीयर वाला जस्ट आई वांट टू इंश्योर ना
कौन सा सर?
इसमें पासवर्ड ना তখন একটু পরে কেন বলবি না? না এই তো হয়ে গেছে স্যার।
ठीक है 10 तक
वाला दिया है आपके सारा, अब देख लेते हैं सीक्वेंस में कहाँ पे देखते हैं, देख लेते हैं।
फर्स्ट हाफ नहीं कर लीजिए
सर सजा लेगा मनी विजय चौधरी और नंबर।
अरे आप कुछ सोचने का नहीं है, दे दो, अब अच्छा ही होगा।
अच्छा बुरे का बात नहीं, अब अच्छा ही होगा। दोनों है तो
टाइमर वाला कर पाएंगे क्या?
तो सर प्रेजेंटेशन है आपका 11:45।
चरण जी एक लैपटॉप हम लोग निकालिए ना, हमको भी चाहिए। अब नाक क्या कर लिए वो जय करके जल्दी करके अब खा लिए, अभी फिर से कर लीजिए। नहीं सर वो हो गया। कहाँ पे किए सर बताइए मुझे, क्या नाम था सर बताइए।
प्रेजेंटेशन डीवीसी फाइनल का।
ये है क्या? एक बार देख लीजिए सर। हाँ यही है ना सर?
यही
ठीक है। हम LNT मैं LNT लिख दे रहा हूँ उसके सामने। ठीक है
LNT कर दीजिए।
हाँ एक सेकंड सर मैं कर देता हूँ। मैं कर देता हूँ सर, आप की ले लीजिए। हाँ क्या है सर आपका? क्या कोई ठीक है जी सर। आपका सर एक बार मैंने देख लीजिए। ये है क्या सर? ठीक है ये वाला है सर क्या? एक बार बस देख लीजिए। एक सेकंड वो ओपन हो रहा है तो
अपना नंबर बताइए ना, हम आपको व्हाट्सएप कर देते हैं।
79 एक सेकंड सर आप 79799
नहीं ये सिक्योर वाला नहीं है।
नहीं सर 27686 एक सेकंड देख लेना आपका
व्हाट्सएप करके हम बोल दो।
क्या था
नंबर ट्रांसफॉर्म के नाम से कहीं दिख रहा है।
ये है सर क्या? ट्रांसफॉर्म डीवीसी राज से।
हाँ
राइट। इसको मैं P4 कर दे रहा हूँ सर। ठीक
ठीक है 10 होगा तो आराम से करते रहते।
5 सर बस मेरा बचा है सर। P5 तो अभी दिए नाम लगता है कहीं।
P5 तो अभी हुआ ना, ये स्टिक का।
हाँ हाँ
हो गया सर?
हाँ है हो गया। एक सेकंड सर।
हाँ
देखो सर और भी देखो क्या? ठीक है।
अभी लॉन्च का हमारा 10 प्रेजेंटेशन उसको हम लोग सिलेक्ट करते हैं। आपका लाइन है सर एकदम दिखा
नहीं सर अभी दिखाई देते सर। कितना 20 है ना सर आपका?
उसमें खाली उसमें वीडियो भी है ऑफ है ना।
ठीक है सर जरूर। यही है ना सर आपका? यही ना सर 20 C20 सर यही है सर मेरे पास।
लेकिन पहले देखो ना, हो सकता है सीक्वेंस में 19-20 हो सकता है।
एयर क्वालिटी मेरे पास 19 और 20 भी नहीं, 18 19 भी नहीं।
18-19 नहीं है। 18 में तो सक्सेसफुल
11 है सर, 12 है, 13 है, 14 2 है, 15 है, 16 है, 17 है, 18 19 नहीं है सर मेरे पास।
18 नहीं है। स्ट्रेस कोरोशन ट्रैकिंग আপনি আপনাদের কাছে আছে তো? হ্যাঁ আপনি অমিত को दिया नहीं माने होते पारे एम करते आपका 20 नंबर यही होगा एक्चुअली माय।
ये मेरे पास 20 का नंबर वो दूसरा है।
यहाँ पे मगर जो शेड्यूल है इसमें तो लिखा है।
आप सर आपके पास है? मेरे पास मेरा नंबर पे दीजिए सर 7979
आप व्हाट्सएप कर
ठीक है हमको जरूरत है उसको थोड़ा।
না না আপনারটা আছে ম্যানুয়ালে আছে আমি দেখেছি।
बंद कर लीजिए है ना? तो डीवीसी गीत चला देता है और तब तो डीवीसी का कुछ प्रचार तो होता रहेगा। 79 799 27 686
केवल 18 नंबर तुम्हारे पास नहीं है।
17 नहीं 17 18
स्ट्रेस कोरोशन
क्या
हमें 18 नंबर नहीं है।
18 19 सर।
गैस यूटिलाइजेशन इन पावर प्लांट इनोवेटिव अप्रोच 18-19 नहीं है।
साउंड दीजिए ना इसका। नहीं है ये तो खोल दिया कोई। यस
The notoriety of the river Damodar was such that the people living in proximity were mortally fearful of its destructive powers. It was the flood of 1943 that left great destruction at its wake. The impact was such that the inhabitants expressed their sorrows through song.
দামোদরে বাহানেলো ভাসলো ঘরখানা, হায় হায় ভাসলো ঘরখানা, হরি হে কৃপাময় পথ দেখাও না, হরি হে গেল ভেসে নদী ভরে জল এলো ফসল গেল ভেসে আবার কেমন করে বাঁচবে জীবন কেমন করে বাঁচবে জীবন হিসেব করি বসে আমি হিসেব করি বসে দামোদরে
The devastating flood of 1943 was an important stimulus for the formation of DVC. In the same year, the Government of India appointed a 10-member inquiry committee titled Damodar Flood Inquiry Committee under the chairmanship of Bahadur Uday Chand Mehtab, the Maharaja of Burdwan, and noted physicist Dr. Meghnad Shah as members for suggesting remedial measures. Their magnificent work paved the way for Damodar Valley Corporation as a corporate body and the only solution to a river basin problem. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, a member of cabinet pre-independence, played a pivotal role in the coordinated efforts of the participating governments, the Government of India, Government of West Bengal and Government of Bihar, now Jharkhand. On the lines of Tennessee Valley Authority, Damodar Valley Corporation came into being on 7 July 1948. Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru in 1955 says, "The Damodar Valley project has been one of the major developmental schemes started in New India. It has represented something of the spirit of New India, and the whole of India and perhaps many outside have followed its progress with keen interest." DVC was established soon after independence as an entity to control and manage the Damodar River. It was a unique project at that point of time, with multifarious responsibilities. DVC's command area is spread over 25,000 square kilometers in Jharkhand and West Bengal. Our assets include 4 dams at Tilaiya, Konar, Maithan and Panchet. Tilaiya Dam on Barakar and Konar Dam on Konar had their inception in 1953 and 1955 respectively. The length of Tilaiya is 366 meters. On the other hand, the length of Maithan Dam on Barakar is 4,427 meters. And Panchet on Damodar is 6,777 meters. These had their inception in 1957 and 1959 respectively. These dams help the water resource management of the corporation. DVC has supplied water thrice every year from its surplus water for irrigation purposes. There are automated rain gauges in all the dams that provide a quantitative forecast of precipitation. A total of 6,901 megawatt power, comprising hydel, thermal and solar, is generated by its 10 stations. Today, DVC is on a record-breaking spree, grossing the highest ever thermal and hydel generation. DVC is supplying power not only in its command area, that is Jharkhand and West Bengal, but throughout the country, and has a presence in Kerala and Karnataka in the south and Madhya Pradesh in the center. In the north, DVC supplies power to the states of Delhi, Haryana and Punjab. DVC became the backbone of the country's steel industry in eastern region, electrification of the railways and development of numerous big and small industries in its command area. DVC has a power plant simulation training center at Mejia Thermal Power Station that provides simulator training to its employees. Various training programs for the employees are conducted regularly.
Feed the water from the hot oil to deaerator.
The corporation seeks to deliver quality, reliable and affordable services to all consumer segments with an unwavering commitment. Transition towards green and clean energy by adopting innovative and advanced technologies has also been a goal for Damodar Valley Corporation. DVC has always given prime importance to the health and welfare of not only its employees, but also the people living in the valley area, giving a plethora of services.
2018 সালে ইনিশিয়েটিভ নিয়ে এই অকুপেশনাল হেলথ সেন্টারটা করানো হয়। এতে আমাদের সিভিল ডিপার্টমেন্ট, ইলেকট্রিক্যাল সবারই অবদান আছে।
The Damodar in its upper reaches is known as the Deonad, and it originates near Rajarappa from the lava-capped Khamirpet hill. The notoriety of the river Damodar was such that the people living in proximity were mortally fearful of its destructive powers. It was the flood of 1943 that left great destruction at its wake. The impact was such that the inhabitants expressed their sorrows through song.
দামোদরে বাহানেলো ভাসলো ঘরখানা, হায় হায় ভাসলো ঘরখানা, হরি হে কৃপাময় পথ দেখাও না, হরি হে। নদী ভরে জল এলো, ফসল গেল ভেসে, নদী ভরে জল এলো, ফসল গেল ভেসে, আবার কেমন করে বাঁচবে জীবন, কেমন করে বাঁচবে জীবন, হিসেব করি বসে, আমি হিসেব করি বসে, দামোদরে।
The devastating flood of 1943 was an important stimulus for the formation of DVC. In the same year, the Government of India appointed a 10-member inquiry committee titled Damodar Flood Inquiry Committee under the chairmanship of Bahadur Uday Chand Mehtab, the Maharaja of Burdwan, and noted physicist Dr. Meghnad Shah as members for suggesting remedial measures. Their magnificent work paved the way for Damodar Valley Corporation as a corporate body and the only solution to a river basin problem. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, a member of cabinet pre-independence, played a pivotal role in the coordinated efforts of the participating governments, the Government of India, Government of West Bengal, and Government of Bihar, now Jharkhand. On the lines of Tennessee Valley Authority, Damodar Valley Corporation came into being on 7 July 1948. Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru in 1955 says, "The Damodar Valley project has been one of the major developmental schemes started in New India. It has represented something of the spirit of New India, and the whole of India and perhaps many outside have followed its progress with keen interest." DVC was established soon after independence as an entity to control and manage the Damodar River. It was a unique project at that point of time, with multifarious responsibilities. DVC's command area is spread over 25,000 square kilometers in Jharkhand and West Bengal. Our assets include 4 dams at Tilaiya, Konar, Maithan and Panchet. Tilaiya Dam on Barakar and Konar Dam on Konar had their inception in 1953 and 1955 respectively. The length of Tilaiya is 366 meters. On the other hand, the length of Maithan Dam on Barakar is 4,427 meters. And Panchet on Damodar is 6,777 meters. These had their inception in 1957 and 1959 respectively. These dams help the water resource management of the corporation. DVC has supplied water thrice every year from its surplus water for irrigation purposes. There are automated rain gauges in all the dams that provide a quantitative forecast of precipitation. A total of 6,901 megawatt power, comprising hydel, thermal and solar, is generated by its 10 stations. Today, DVC is on a record-breaking spree, grossing the highest ever thermal and hydel generation. DVC is supplying power not only in its command area, that is Jharkhand and West Bengal, but throughout the country, and has a presence in Kerala and Karnataka in the south and Madhya Pradesh in the center. In the north, DVC supplies power to the states of Delhi, Haryana and Punjab. DVC became the backbone of the country's steel industry in eastern region, electrification of the railways and development of numerous big and small industries in its command area. DVC has a power plant simulation training center at Mejia Thermal Power Station that provides simulator training to its employees. Various training programs for the employees are conducted regularly.
Feed the water from the hot oil to radiator.
The corporation seeks to deliver quality, reliable and affordable services to all consumer segments with an unwavering commitment. Transition towards green and clean energy by adopting innovative and advanced technologies has also been a goal for Damodar Valley Corporation. DVC has always given prime importance to the health and welfare of not only its employees, but also the people living in the valley area, giving a plethora of services.
2018 সালে ইনিশিয়েটিভ নিয়ে এই অকুপেশনাল হেলথ সেন্টারটা করানো হয়। এতে আমাদের সিভিল ডিপার্টমেন্ট, ইলেকট্রিক্যাল সবারই অবদান আছে। 11 ডিসেম্বর 2019 এটার উদ্বোধন হয়। এই অকুপেশনাল হেলথ সেন্টারে আমাদের ডিভিসি এমপ্লয়ি, ডিভিসি কন্ট্রাক্ট লেবার, ডিভিসি মজদুর বা ফরেস্ট লেবার সবারই চিকিৎসা হয়।
DVC constantly adheres to its mission to focus on sustainable growth with optimization of resources and monetization of assets, ensuring safety, quality and greener environment. DVC expressed its deep commitment to socio-economic and infrastructural development through various CSR initiatives. At present, it operates in 629 villages in the districts of Bardhaman, Purulia and Bankura in West Bengal, and Bokaro, Dhanbad, Hazaribagh and Kodarma in Jharkhand, for development, promotion and strengthening of education in its command area. DVC owns 18 schools where more than 16,000 students are presently enrolled.
मैं बड़ा होकर डॉक्टर बनना चाहती हूँ।
I want to be a software engineer.
मुझे नेता बनना है। I want to become IAS.
मैं बड़ा होकर फाइटर पायलट बनना चाहता हूँ।
DVC relentlessly strives its best to cater to the dreams and aspirations of these children. In order to help the rural unemployed and underprivileged youth, DVC organizes various skill development programs. Intensive hands-on training is offered and financial assistance is provided to trained youth for setting up their own businesses.
এখানে এরকম ফ্রিতে সেলাই শেখানো হয়। এখানে 6 মাসের ট্রেনিং আমি করি। ম্যাম আমাদের খুব যত্ন সহকারে সেলাই শেখান। তারপর আমি অন্যের অর্ডার ধরি আমাদের গ্রামে, আমি বাড়িতেই বসে সেলাই করি।
The corporation also facilitates community health service through treatment of villagers at doorstep by 12 well-equipped mobile medical units.
তারপর যে স্বাস্থ্য কেন্দ্র আছে যেটা প্রতি সপ্তাহে মানে মোটামুটি 10 বছর আসছে, প্রতি সপ্তাহে একদিন আসে, তার চিকিৎসা ফ্রি আর ওষুধ ফ্রি। ফার্স্ট স্কুলে বাচ্চাদের চেক আপ করানো, তাদের দিকে স্বাস্থ্য হওয়ার জন্য একটা হরলিক্স আর কিছু সিরাপ দেওয়া হয়েছিল।
Health awareness camps are organized regularly. Till date, 355 camps have been organized.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are now back after this high tea, and I hope everyone has enjoyed their snacks and they are full with energy so that we can proceed further to our next session. It was a great response from all of you. We all got approximately 37 papers, technical papers. All were very great, and I, Rajiv Ranjan Sinha, on the behalf of the Damodar Valley Corporation, really thankful to everyone who has participated in this meet, in this conference, to share their experience and knowledge amongst all the professionals of power sector. But unfortunately, due to the shortage of time, we have just shortlisted some very few presentations, so that, and it was all depending on varieties of papers. So everyone who has not got the opportunity to present their paper here, we are really extremely sorry for you, but we are thankful to you that you have shared your experience and knowledge with us, and it is all accumulated in that paper, that abstract paper. And all you have got a coupon during registration. So I request everyone to keep that coupon till the end of the session. We will make a lucky draw for 10 people, and they will get some special award for that. And only those who will be present in this hall and their code or that coupon will come, they will get some special prize. So I request everyone to be present till the end of this conference. And now for the next session, I would like to invite our session judge, Shri Kajal Banerjee Sahab, AD Engineering, Damodar Valley Corporation, on the dais. And now the second session judge, Mr. Anjali Dubey Sahab, AD Civil. I request you to come on the dais as a session judge. So, I request audience for a great round of applause for both of them. And now I would like to request the first team for the presentation, which is from the Damodar Valley Corporation. But before that, I would like to announce a slight request that you should concentrate to finish your presentation by 10 to 12 minutes. After that, our system is modified like that. After 12 minutes, its voice will automatically go off. So hopefully, you will complete it by 11 minutes or 12 minutes. And now, the first team from the team OSU, Sri Anish Kumar, Manager, Sri Preeti Joy Chaudhary, Senior Manager Electrical, and Sri Arnav Mandal, Senior Manager CNI from Team Damodar Valley Corporation for the presentation.
Good morning, everybody. I, Anish Kumar, Manager Mechanical, along with Sri Preeti Joy Chaudhary, sir, Senior Manager Electrical, Sri Arnav Mandal, sir, Senior Manager C&I. On behalf of Damodar Valley Corporation, wholeheartedly welcome all the esteemed dignitaries gathered here today for the O&M Conference 2024. As a proud member of the DVC team, it is our privilege to present to you a comprehensive overview of DVC, its pivotal functions, future endeavors, and the key initiatives we have taken in the realm of operation and maintenance activities. Throughout this presentation, we will delve into the core functions of DVC, shedding light on our role in the power generation across the region. Further, we will outline our strategic forecasting of our future, highlighting future generation, future expansion, and our ambitious plans for capacity extension and modernization to meet the evolving need of our stakeholders. So for our first slide, DVC vision and mission. Our vision is to be an integrated, diversified, and sustainable power major, ensuring socio-economical development of the people and creating value for the stakeholders. Our mission, our organization is dedicated to providing exceptional services to all its stakeholders for accessible, dependable, and profitable power and the diverse need of our customers. We are committed to environmental stewardship and conserving resources. We will speak about how we have taken steps for emission controls and cleaner environment in our next slides. We have actively pursuing clean energy solutions, and in the pursuing achieving of our goals, we uphold a culture of integrity, trust, and ethical values. So talking about DVC key functions, we are in thermal and hydroelectric generation, transmission and distribution. We are in flood control in the Damodar River. We are in the irrigation, water supply and drainage system. We are in afforestation and control of soil erosion. Socio-economic development in the Damodar Valley area of operation. Important milestones. So here are some important milestones in the journey of our organization. As already spoken by our ED operations sir, that how we have given many firsts to our country. First dam, first pulverized fuel unit, first reheat unit of India. So progressing about that, in the last 2 years, I want to show that we have produced the highest ever generation of around 43,085 million units of electricity and has done biomass cryo-firing at DSTPS. We have also commissioned FGD system in MTPS Unit 7 system, which is going to be the first unit in the eastern region area to have both FGD system and DNOx system installed in their plant. DVC today. We have got around 7 thermal power station and has a capacity of around 6,540 megawatt. We have got 3 hydel pump power stations, Mathan, Panchayat and Tilaiya, which has a total installed capacity of 147.2 megawatt. DVC has installed 3.923 megawatt power of rooftop and floating solar at Damodar Valley Thermal Corporation. And in this month of March, we are going to commission 10 megawatt of ground-mounted solar at KTPS. DVC has joint venture with Mathan Power Limited and BPCL for around 1,400 megawatt. DVC has a comprehensive transmission and distribution network spanning approximately around 8,622 kilometers, and we have got around 51 substations with us. To mitigate floods, 4 dams, namely Tilaiya, Konar, Panchayat, and Mathan, were constructed. We maintain a 2,500 kilometer canal network that supplies water to 162 entities. Furthermore, DVC possesses a captive coal power block of 6 MTPA at Tibet coal mines, and the coal mining has started from there, and now it enhanced our fuel security. So through this slide, I want to show the current system in the DVC, what we are right now. Thermal power generation, ground-mounted solar, floating solar, biomass co-firing, and the future opportunities the organization wants to explore. As part of our effort, electrical vehicle infrastructure, pump hydro storage, battery energy storage system, tourism, and green hydrogen are the systems which we are looking in the future time. As part of our efforts to promote the use of electrical vehicles, we have already installed 10 EV stations in all our DVC Valley area. So this is the DVC energy roadmap for 2030. Right now we are at 6,540 megawatt of thermal generation. In the next 10 years, we wanted to grow up to about 15.8 gigawatt of power, installing ground-mounted solar, pump storage plant, floating solar, and we want to reach 15.8 gigawatt up to in financial year 2032. 3,720 megawatt of thermal capacity addition, RTPS, 2 into 660 megawatt plant, DTPS 800 megawatt plant, and KTPS 2 into 800 megawatt plant are being planned to come by financial year 29-30. We are going to increase our generation capacity, including 5,533 megawatt of renewable energy sources. That will be around 35% of the total capacity of DVC. So through this slide, I want to show how DVC has, in the last 5-6 years, has completely changed the scenario of power generation in DVC within itself. At the financial year 17-18, we had a PLF of around 56.04%, which was 5% less than the national PLF. We were lagging behind. But as the time went, we have taken many O&M practices, and we have taken many key initiatives to increase the overall generation. And you can see after financial year 19-20, we have become at par at national PLF of 60% in 19-20, and after that, in the last 2 years, we have achieved around 74.22% of PLF, and this year it is 76.9% PLF, and we have generated around 42,970 megawatt of electricity. This year, might be today, we will be crossing our highest generation ever by DVC, today itself only. So this is the improvement in plant availability factor of DVC plants. 5 years before, we had a PF plant availability factor of around 80%. Our reliability were being questioned. But after taking O&M activities, steps, everything, this year we have reached at around 89.57% PAF percentage, availability percentage. Basically, we have taken concrete steps on some legacy problems in the plants of Mejia and RTPS, which we have turned around the PAF from these two stations basically. Our all 500 megawatt plants were doing exceptionally well, but 210 megawatt old units, we have to take some drastic steps and some concentrated O&M steps to change its PAF percentage and its productivity. We will be talking about this in our next slides. This is also, we have underwent around 4.5% planned outages. I want to say that we have went under around overhauling of 10 units, which comprised of around planned outages of 4.5%. Through which we have done short overhauling of 10 days for FGD duct hookup. We have done boiler overhauling, capital overhauling, and has tried to increase and maintain our reliability. So these are some key initiatives which we have taken by DVC in O&M section in the last few years. Flexible operation. So DVC is constantly practicing flexible operation in its coal-fired thermal power plant. Our 500 megawatt and 600 megawatt plants successfully reached to around 55% of technical minimum load. We have also done successful flexible trial at DSTPS and KTPS. We have achieved around 160 megawatt load at 32% of MCR at DSTPS and 50% MCR at KTPS, 250 megawatt. However, flexible operation at this time demanded for 3 more things: 40% technical minimum load, ramp rates at different load patterns, and continuous fluctuations. So we need sustainability to do it in a regular way. For that, we have already installed advanced process control system for flexible operation in Media unit number 8 to reach 40% rated capacity, and the tuning of auto loops are going out there. In the next 3 or 4 months, we will be able to do flexible operation up to 40% at MTPS unit 8. And this is as per the CA phasing plan. DVC also told us to do pilot study for flexibilization in ball and tube mill. And for that, we have chosen CTPS unit 7 plant, and we will be doing flexibilization there up to 55% of the rated capacity. And we will try to identify the new minimum stable load, because in the ball and tube mill, we have to see whether we can run on one ball and tube mill, which will again, as such, said that reliability will be the main question. If one ball and tube mill trips, the unit may go out. So about biomass co-firing and initiative. DVC has successfully co-fired biomass at DSTPS in February 2023. Co-firing has started in March at NTPS, RTPS, and other units. PTPS, KTPS, and DSTPS will start their biomass co-firing by the mid of April. So from operation and maintenance point of view, I want to say that we have taken steps for biomass co-firing. We have issued different OGNs, and we have changed the coal mill operating way. We have done modulation control of hot air damper and cold air damper from mill inlet temperature and everything. So moving to the next slide, in emission control measures, we have installed FGD in our system. MTPS units. We have set an example for others. Okay, sir. Okay. Yeah. Sir, I want to show some few more slides that emission control measures we have taken in DNOx system. We are doing ESP augmentations in the old units. For reliability enhancement, we have done at aligning scheme at CTPS. We have changed. Okay. So thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thanks.
It was a great presentation, but I request everyone to be stick with the time. So I request all the team members to be here for the memento handover. So I request our session judge, sir, to facilitate them with the memento. I again request everyone, every participant who is going to present their paper, to stick with the timing so that we have some limited time over here. It was a great presentation, so a great round of applause for the team DVC. Thank you, sir. And now the next from Messrs. Solvina, Sri Saurav Tripathi, guidelines as per IEGC 2023. I request again everyone to be stick with the time.
A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm delighted to present the paper in DVC O&M Conference on IGC 2023 and mandatory periodic test. My name is Saurav Tripathi. I'm from Solvina, working as a sales head. So this is how we started. This is our PFR journey, primary frequency response journey. So everyone knows about the blackout that happens in that was occurred in 2012, and right after the blackout, a task force was made under member thermal And Solvina has been called to find the mitigation so that such blackouts could be stopped in the future. So we have been awarded 5 generating units across India to test for primary frequency response and island operation. 2 thermal units from NTPC Dadri, 1 gas unit from IPGCL Bhawana, and 2 hydro units from NHPC Tehri and TSDC Tehri and NHPC Chamera. So based on, we have tested these 5 units for island operation and primary frequency response, and we have submitted our findings to POSOCO, now it is Grid India, and CERC. And based on our findings, there was an amendment in IGC 2017, IGC clause 5.2G. And that amendment says that the units which are connected to STUs and CTUs shall conduct primary frequency response tests every 2 years. So this all started with the expression of interest. POSOCO took the lead, and in 2018, Grid India came with the expression of interest. It was global expression of interest. And after that, in August 2019, the Grid India came up with the tender, and in 2020, we have been allotted 200 generating units to test for PFR. And it was very tough time, very crucial time, because COVID was there at that time. So, but still we have managed, and we started our PFR journey with September, testing the first NTPC plant, VSTPS, and till date we have tested more than 260 units across India for PFR and submitted our report to CERC and Grid India. So if I locate the power plant which we have tested in India, you can see we have covered almost all the India. So this is the agenda for today's PPT. Shortly, I will give the background of PFR, then relevant extracts from old and new IGC, KPIs, expected response, the unit which we have tested in DVC, observations during our testing, model validation, mandatory periodic test mentioned in IGC 2023, relevant extract for islanding, and Solvina methodology for island testing. It is one of the unique methodology, and globally we have tested more than 150 power plants with this methodology without a single tripping for islanding. So this is the project background. Out of 200 units, we have completed 193 units, 7 units were left due to some scheduling issues. In DVC also, out of 17 allotted units, we have tested 14 units, 3 units. Unfortunately, we were not able to test. So PFR overview, yeah. So in the old IGC, thermal units 200 megawatt and above, gas unit 50 megawatt and above, hydro units 25 megawatt and above are mandated to contribute in primary frequency response to stabilize the national grid. And these units needs to be tested for PFR as well. There was RGMO implemented for below 50 Hertz frequency and FGMO implemented for above 50 Hertz frequency. RGMO is restricted governing mode of operation, FGMO is free governing mode of operation. And there was a feasibility to implement the ripple filter in the entire range, and the band of ripple filter was plus minus 0.03 Hertz. The plant was free to implement the droop between 3 to 6%. And for any fall in grid frequency, the plant should be capable of giving 105% of response for thermal, gas, and 110% for hydro. Now, there was some exceptions for the PFR contribution. Wind, solar, and nuclear power were exempted from the PFR. Units which are exempted from RGMO can operate in FGMO with manual intervention, and the units which were not able to sustain in the increased load level can ramp back its megawatt at the rate of 1% per minute. And no worldwide operations were permitted. Now, talking about the new IGC, there is a slight change for thermal. Instead of 200 megawatt, now 100 megawatt and above are mandated to contribute in PFR and also to test for primary frequency response. Gas 50, hydro 25. Now they have included WS wind and solar for PFR. So any WS network above 10 megawatt
and connected to 33 kV and above shall contribute in PFR and also do the PFR test. RGMO has been obsoleted. Now FGMO is implemented for the complete frequency range for below and above 50 Hz. Inherent dead band can be plus minus 0.03 Hz, should not exceed more than that. The droop settings which thermal and gas can implement is 3 to 6%. And for hydro, they have given a bit more relaxation, 0 to 10%. And now for instantaneous PFR should come within 45 seconds for the frequency below and above 50 Hz. So if the frequency goes below 50 Hz, the generator should rise their megawatt by 105% of operating level and 110% of operating level for thermal. And if there is a rise in grid frequency, then generator should reduce the megawatt by 5% of operating level for thermal and gas and 10% for hydro. The governor shall set with the respect of reference frequency of 50 Hz and response outside the dead band shall be with respect to total change in grid frequency. Full PFR shall come within 45 seconds and shall sustain for at least 5 minutes. Sustaining for 5 minutes, that means there should not be any holding time. The machine has endurance to sustain the megawatt for at least 5 minutes. In this grid code also there are exemptions from PFR. Hydro units having pond days less than 3 hours or the hydro units which are running on the run-of river. Nuclear power plants are exempted from PFR. In new IGC, no ram back function should be implemented and no wildward operation is permitted. So I can compare both the IGCs. The first important thing, no dead band or time limit shall be deliberately introduced which hampers the primary frequency response. And new IGC also, no time delay shall be deliberately introduced. Periodic checkups for the old IGC was every 2 years, but for new IGC it is for 5 years. Because, it is literally impossible to test all the generating units in 2 years, and scheduling and getting approvals from RLDCs, SLDCs, is quite a tough task. The ripple filter, which was allowed in old IGC, plus minus 0.03 Hz, group setting 3 to 6%, but for new IGC, inherent dead band should be with respect to 50 Hz, and the group settings 3 to 6% and 0 to 10% for hydro. No response towards improvement in the RGMO. That means if the grid frequency was improving towards 50 Hz, there shall not be any response. That means you need to sustain the megawatt and then you can ramp back at the rate of 1% per minute. We have seen this phenomena in DVC units which we have tested. But in new, only free governor mode of operation is implemented. So, the three important things in new IGC: FGMO in operation, the reference frequency should be 50 Hz, and response time, the complete PFR response shall come within 45 seconds. I know I'm running out of time. Please give me just 2 minutes so that at least I can complete the PFR slides. So, the KPIs are speed of response, magnitude, and stability of response. I can use here my pointer here. Yeah. So, when there is fall in grid frequency, the complete response shall come within 45 seconds. The quantum of megawatt shall come as per the implemented group between 3 to 6%. And when the frequency is low, the response should be hold for 5 minutes, at least for 5 minutes. And then when the frequency is normalized, the response, you can take off the response. So, these are the KPIs for PFR. I can compare the expected response in old and new. You can see in old, as soon as the grid frequency falls, there shall be response, and it should sustain for 5 minutes, then it can ramp back at the rate of 1% per minute. Even if the grid frequency normalizer come to 50 Hz, then also you had to hold the response and then you can ramp back. And for above 50 Hz, it was FGMO. So rise in grid frequency, you can withdraw the megawatt, and then when the grid frequency normalizes, you can come back to the original load level. For the new IGC, FGMO is implemented. So as soon as the frequency falls, you need to give the response, and then you need to sustain it as long as the frequency is at the lower side, and then you can withdraw the megawatt if the grid frequency normalized to 50 Hz. So, and the same response is for below and above 50 Hz. So, in November, Grid India has finalized a document for periodic testing of power system elements connected to STUs and CTUs. Almost every step is similar what we have done, but they have introduced a new thing that is a cyclic waveform needs to be given. So you need to regulate the grid frequency from 50 to 50.08, then back to 50, 49.92, then back to 50. And we need to check whether the ripple filter is implemented with reference to 50 Hz or not. So I have many more slides to do, but I'm running short of time. So I will complete my presentation here. I have a lot of things to explain in islanding, which is one of our USP. If anyone wants, we can sit separately, or you can just call me, and I'm here to deliver it. Thank you very much. Thanks for hearing.
Thank you, sir, for your great presentation. Now I would like to request our session judge to felicitate him with a memento. And a great round of applause are expected from you. And now for the next presentation, Cobra for boiler tube inspection from Messrs. Evident India. I request Sri Ajay Bhatt to be here. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ajay Bhatt. I am representing here Evident India. So, Evident, for everyone, maybe someone known what is Evident, what is its doings, what it does. But who does not know what Evident does? Evident is a manufacturing company who makes products, who helps the industry to, you can say, maintain their work for sustainable period of time. Okay, for here you can see my this presentation is just focused on one particular section of our product, which is Cobra. It's a name for a scanner. It's work on a phased array ultrasonic testing. It is one of our product line. We have variety of product lines that that works from that life science microscopes, industrial microscopes to XRF, and we have video scope for boroscopy, and now for in the field of NDT, and in particular section, if I talk about ultrasonic testings, we have a particular scanner here for boiler tube inspection. It's called Cobra. So for that, I will further proceed with my agenda. So here I am comparing it with our conventional technique that we were using previously, that is radiography. Hopefully everyone has, I would say not everyone should do, but if everyone has an X-ray in their life, so they can correlate with it, like what the radiography was and now what the ultrasound, it's in medical field, you can say ultrasound. Maybe someone have performed it, someone does it like ultrasound. So it's a basic similar to that. So we perform ultrasound in the metal for those person who don't relate to it. It's a general term for it. So in first, I compare here our advanced technique in ultrasound with respect to the radiography technique. So here, you can say radiography is a very conventional techniques and has lot of its, you can say, disadvantage in terms of detection of that defects in the boiler tube. So what it happens here, if you can see the slide here first you can see the upper image here. It's a Cobra scanner. That person is inspecting with the Cobra scanner and having a machine of phased array. Next, the below image is for the conventional radiography. For conventional radiography, you need to have a lot more space here. But for the Cobra scanner, you can manage it with a very confined space. So it's an advanced technique, and also it's a very compact in size, so it can be used for various tasks and various you can say shape and structures. So every technique has its own strength and weaknesses. So here it's one good advantage of the Cobra over the conventional radiography. Also, the conventional radiography has its own some benefits, but it's had very big disadvantages. Like I will show in the next slide. Like in terms of detection of the defects, the ultrasound is way superior when it comes to detect laminar or 2D defects. So in terms of detecting defects, radiography lacks when it comes of when we say like lack of fusion when we weld two joints, when we weld a joint and we found there a lack of fusion kind of defects. So radiography lacks where the lack of fusion kind of defects has to be detected. So it's a very big disadvantage for the radiography over ultrasound. Like ultrasound is a very good technique with its big advantage, like it's a very good capable in detecting the lack of fusion and sidewall fusion defects in a weld joints. So here it's a categorization like what kind of defects our radiography technique can detect or what our ultrasound techniques can detect. So basically we cannot size depth in the radiography. We can detect the defect but cannot size its defect depth. So in ultrasound, ultrasound facilitates us to measure its depth. So it's a very advantageous in terms of when we are locating a particular depth for a particular location. Also, some of our codes doesn't allow us in terms of the height measurement. Some of our codes allow us to manage with the defect in our product, because no product is here that has flawless, we can say the flawless product never exists. But the products have some flaws, and up to the point we need to accept them. So some code, or we can say some codes allows us to accept these, but are not possible in case of radiography here. Because of that, it cannot detect the depth. So the biggest disadvantage of the radiography, it's a very hazardous to the human. Because of the safety reasons, so it only performs when the night time, when the labor is not working there and the plant is shut. So for the working plant, radiography technique is very hazardous. So it can be replaced easily with the ultrasound for a running power plant, or we can say a running plant where you can say during the service it can inspect with a good speeds and can provide a very good detection of the defects. So here you can say the disadvantage of radiography, like we need to disrupt the work area for extra movements of parts, or also that the record maintenance is very difficult in the radiography, as we need to take care of the physical evidence of that films here. So here is also some disadvantage, like it cannot detect that lack of sidewall fusion here. So which is a big advantage for the ultrasound technique. So if I compare with the data and the interpretation how we do, so here is our machine. We can say it's a advanced phased array ultrasonic testing machine. It's an advanced machine for ultrasound to perform NDT over a product which having defects or something like that. So here you can see it's a visualization how it looks in our system for a particular product. Now how we what are the application of the Cobra scanner on boiler tube inspection? So for heat exchanger tube inspection, so we have a Cobra scanner. It's a bracelet kind of a scanner. It can equip with our older machine MX2, and now it comes with the latest X3. So the disadvantage over here for in terms of that record maintenance, I have already mentioned it, like the RT has its physical form of evidence, so we need to take care of them. So if our data is in digital form, as you can see, everything is going to digitalize once in a while. So the phased array is a fully digital system where we need have no evidence, no physical evidence that we need to take care of. Regardless, despite of that, RT has its own disadvantage when it comes to that evidence we need to take care of for longer period of times, for 5 or 6 years. So here we can say it's a technical specs of how it does, how we do perform phased array ultrasonic testing on the product line. So here it also shows some pictures. So our latest product lineup here are, this is our ultrasonic, if I basically focus on our ultrasonic product lineup, it's an Epoch 650, our basic product lineup. Now for those people who want to see our products, those are with us here. So please be free to contact us if they want to see us. Thank you very much in the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ajay. And now I would like to request our session judge to felicitate him with a memento. And now I would like to request Team NTPC, Mr. Alok Kumar Sinha, Mr. Avinash Kumar Anand, Mr. Subhas Das, Mr. Raj Seth, to give a presentation on thermal units ramping through automation and scheduling of mills in flexible operation regime transform.
Four.
So good afternoon, dignitaries present in the hall, my dear friends and colleagues. I am Raj Seth from NTPC, and I am working in the Project Engineering C&I department. And I am happy to share my case study, and I thank DVC for giving me an opportunity along with my team members. So they are not present, so on behalf of them I will be presenting. So the case study is about transform, which stands for thermal unit ramping through automation and scheduling of mills in the flexible operation regime. So as we all know that we are working in a flexible operation regime in which we have to make our units ready to operate at a lower load. By lower load means below the existing technical minimum of 55%. We have to go down and be ready to run our units at 40% load. Apart from that, the second perspective of flexible operation is the ramping capability of the unit. So CRC has also mandated that the minimum ramping capability in the units should be 1%. If we are not able to maintain this ramping capability in the unit, certainly there will be an impact on our ROE. But in the recent notification that is going to be in effect from April 2024, they have made this option lucrative also by saying that if you increase your ramping capability by 0.5%, say you ramp at a rate of 1.5%, you are going to get an additional ROE of 0.125%. So in a way, we can see it as an opportunity to make our units flexible and maximize our bottom line. So while all these things were getting formulated on the regulation side, NTPC was paralleling doing a lot of exercise to assess as to how much flexible their units are. So in various ramping tests, we have observed that the biggest challenge that we are facing in achieving the ramps is we have to take the mills in service. So we have to take one by one mills in service as we increase the load and stabilize that mill and then take the next mill in service. So this is taking a lot of time, and it is taking a lot of time because this was entirely an operator-driven activity. The complete things were, all the operation was done manually by the operator. And expert operator, we cannot expect to be present in the control room 24/7. So the response again varies from person to person also. So under this scenario, I'm happy that Bhattacharya sir is present over here. Under his leadership also, we have taken this initiative of developing Transform, and with 3 objectives in mind. The first one is automatic selection of mill for a startup and shutdown, then automatic startup and shutdown of the mill during load ramping operation, and then automatic loading of the feeders also at an optimum rate. So with this objective in mind, we have developed the complete project in 2 phases. In the first phase was the knowledge capture and the documentation phase, wherein we had a detailed discussion with the O&M experts, engineering experts, and the OEMs also, and to identify that where all the gaps can be filled up, because OEMs have given certain guideline to operate the mill. They have also given some sequence, but that sequence was not complete and was not in use. So we have worked upon that to fill up the gaps with these experts. And then we have developed a control philosophy, and based on that control philosophy, we have developed the complete logic. Once this logic was ready, we were ready for the implementation. We have identified one 500 megawatt unit for implementation and implemented the complete logic in the existing DCS. And then we have tested this logic first in the 2 mills, whether we are achieving the results as desired, then worked upon or fine-tuned the implemented logics, and then replicated it in complete 1 unit, and then done the load ramping operation, wherein we have observed that we are able to take the mills in service timely, and also we are able to achieve the ramp rates also. However, the caution over here is the maintenance aspect, that the field instruments and the field devices should be in perfect maintained condition so that we get the feedbacks timely. If we do not get the feedbacks timely, this logic is again going to have some lacuna. So I'm just touching upon some of the design aspects that we have taken into consideration. Since mills is a critical equipment and it has to be operated with utmost safety, so we have built up the intelligence that operator has developed over a period of time. The best practices of the operators were also captured and incorporated in the complete logic. So to start with, we know that the number of mills to be taken into service depends upon the coal quality. So the first thing that we did is we tried to estimate the running coal quality. So this was done by time averaging the specific coal of the unit, and then based upon the specific coal, we decided that to achieve a particular load, how many mills are to be taken in service. So we always try to optimize the number of mills with the help of this logic. Then the third point is when to start the mill. So the timing was decided depending upon the mill response and the unit response as such, because we are firing the coal into the boiler. Sometimes when we take the top mills in service, the temperature excursion chances increase. So considering all these aspects, we have decided upon the time individually for the mills. Then fourth point is, we have also given an option to the operator that they can prioritize the mill, that which mill should come first and which mill should come second. However, if they don't want to prioritize, the logic will work automatically and decide upon which mill is to be taken in service. Only operator has to give release to the mill. And then the complete loading of the mill, like opening of the hot air dampers, feeders, all these things will be done automatically, and the complete mill will come in service without operator intervention. I was talking about some intelligence that has been built up. So in this, we have, I will touch upon some of the points, such as while taking mill in service, ignition permissive is one of the precondition. So ignition permissive is normally available from the adjacent mill, and if it is not available, we have to take oil guns in service. So while taking oil guns, operator normally sees the furnace draft. Okay, so if furnace is in a disturbed condition, it is not advisable to take oil gun in service. So that intelligence is built up in the sequence that whenever a gun is given a command, it will first check whether the furnace is stable or not. Then again, while loading, the second example can be taken as this PA header pressure. So normally when we open the hot air dampers, the PA header pressure drops. So we have built up some directional blocking that if suppose I'm opening hot air damper and PA header pressure is going below a certain limit, we will stop the further opening of the hot air damper. In the same way we have done with the feeders. While loading the feeders, we are looking at the mill outlet temperatures, we are looking at the superheater and the reheater temperatures and the metal temperature. So in this way, operator best practices is also incorporated in this complete logic. This is the actual mimic that is implemented in our 500 megawatt unit, wherein the complete thing can be done from this single mimic. Operator can release the mills, they can give the next block load set point, and then depending upon the set point, the complete mill scheduler will decide that what is to be done, which mill is to be taken in service, at what rate the mill is to be loaded. All these things will be done from here. So for implementing, we have used the existing DCS. We have not taken any additional hardware because sufficient spare was available with us. Controller loading was also quite okay to take up the additional load of the logics. So we have implemented the complete logic partially in SG DCS and partially in the balance of plant DCS. And then we have done the signal exchange through hardwire, and the non-critical signals were exchanged over OPC. And then we have tested, implemented and tested the complete logic. So this is the basic implementation scheme. So just to summarize, here are some of the benefits that we have gained from this. The first one is certainly it is going to support the flexible operation of the unit. The second is we can run optimum number of units, optimum number of mills, and thus we can optimize the APC of the unit also, because sometimes it happens that at a particular load maybe 5 mills may be required to be taken in service, but for the additional safety operator might be running the unit with the 6 mills also. So it will just run the optimum number of mills always. Then it is can be easily replicated into the other 500 megawatts unit. The fourth advantage is it minimizes the operator intervention. So the operator response is now not going to affect the this basically sequence. Okay. So even if the expert operator is not available, the logic will completely take care of the working of the mill and will perform as per the requirement. And fifth, we are happy to share that this is entirely in-house development, and we at NTPC are very happy if we get an opportunity to work alongside DVC and the other industry peers and share our experience with them in detail. We have also got a copyright on this in-house developed transform, and we will be happy if we get more insight from your side also and share our experience to develop and implement it in your units also. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. So now I would like to request our session judge to felicitate him with a memento. Sharing of knowledge is not limited at this place only. After the presentation, you can contact with him or anyone who is presenting his case and you are really interested in knowing that case. You can contact him and make a network with him. Now I would like to request the next team, fleet-wide asset performance monitoring using thermodynamics first principle and AI ML digital twins from Messrs. Team Messrs. STIC, Shri Debashish Patra.
So very good afternoon to all, respected CMD, respected member technical, Mr. Bhattacharya, all the board members of DVC, respected participants from different power stations as well as from the headquarters of DVC and other utilities. It's a great honor for me to be here today, and thanks Mr. Ghosh for inviting me for this particular O&M conference. It's really a proud privilege for us to be present here today. And the topic today, I'm Debashish Patra, I'm Executive Director from STIAG Energy Services, India. And today's topic is fleet-wide asset performance monitoring. And I'm really motivated from the morning inauguration session from the CMD Saab that the digitalization is the future, and that's the ongoing things which is happening globally. And in India also, it's moving faster than we even think. So this is really a very, very relevant topic today. And I'll be glad to go through quickly, as I know that there is a time limitation here. STIAG, I think many of you know, but I just very quickly say it's a German IPP like you. And it's about 5.7 billion revenue, something like 5,500 people. We have some in-house power plants, about 5.4 gigawatt, and we do also third-party operation maintenance. So we are part of the STIAG Energy Services, and we say that we are a little bit unique. And why we are unique? Because of our triad, which consists of German engineering, we consist of operation maintenance, because we come from the owner side, so we have the know-how of the power plant as an owner, so we can take care of the others' power plants also similar way. So that's why we have a reputations being, taking care of others' power plants as well. That's also one of our core business in the service company. And the third, which is today's topic, is basically digitalization. So we have more than 2,000 systems we have supplied globally. STIAG in India, STIAG is in Germany. It's more than 85 years old company, started in 1937. In India, the service company of STIAG had started in 2001, so we are 23 years, and we have more or less providing all the services which our parents are providing. In India, we have all, as I said, O&M, engineering, and the digital solutions. We are all three areas. We have spread it across the country, and we have very privileged, proud customers like NTPC, BHEL, I mean DVC, of course, is one of our prime customer as well, including CSC. In our digital world, we have in India, we have more than 150 online performance monitoring and diagnostic systems, which we have supplied, and thanks to NTPC for being our prime customer in that aspect, but we also supplied to DVC, CSC. You remember Mr. Chaudhary was mentioning in the day, I think we are still very much happy and proud that they are associated with us in this. We have about 1,800 personnel full-time, and mostly engineers, and with several subcontractor personnel as well. So we feel that we are an experienced developer with engineering, consulting, and the digital experience. So we understand today's world's need, which I think we have experienced in Germany several years ago. And these are the four aspects we are focusing on our digital solutions: how to maximize availability and reliability, which Mr. Ghosh was mentioning, that one of the key challenges probably is how to sustainably use it. So that's what our digital experience provides. Of course, improve plant load factor, and congratulations DVC that you are improving your plant load factor year by year, and I think that's quite good. But as was told that it has to further improve, probably our digital solutions might help there. Your maintenance costs should reduce, and unplanned outages. That is one of the four things which we focus in our digital solutions. I don't want to talk about digital portfolios. Why STIAG? Because in your asset health monitoring or asset performance centralized monitoring, STIAG's experience as a owner, as a digital solution provider, and engineering experience should help to be hand-holding you, so that we are not a software company, we are not an engineering company, we are not a O&M company, we hold all three of them. That should give you confidence to set up your requirements in proper engineering terms, develop with our advanced cutting-edge technologies, and implement and support for the longer period of time. So these are our digital customers globally. You can see it's a lot of customers. In Germany, of course, in many other areas, Southeast Asia, we are spreading quite well, Middle East as well, and India, as we said, they are very proud. We are very proud customers like NTPC for sure, then CSC, CSPGCL, most of the state utilities, and even DVC in some of our areas we have provided. This is some of the selected global references for centralized monitoring. You can see RWE is one of the biggest utility in Germany. So they have equipped with our fleet monitoring solutions with several units, as you see. Our digital references, as I said, 150 units, different fleets, 210, 500, 600, 660, 800. So all fleets and all OEMs, including BHL, L&T, Doosan, Toshiba, Siemens, everybody is captured in our experiences there. So these are some of the segregation. I don't go very details, but it's really spreaded. And in DVC also, we have some offline monitoring thermodynamic tools, which we had provided under Indo-German program, which was approved by Central Electricity Authority as the only thermodynamic tool to be provided to the state utility and the PSUs, which was done some years ago. The overall solutions objective, which we looked at as a fleet-wide monitoring, we feel that it should be integrated web-enabled online monitoring system. We should monitor and benchmark your performances of different units at central place and continuously optimize the cost of generation and reduce the maintenance cost. That's what the overall objective is. And this is segregated into fleet-wide performance monitoring, predictive analytics, which we talked about today, whether you talk about early warnings or anomaly detections or advanced pattern recognitions. Predictive maintenance, we'll cover that. Root cause analysis. Then very important is monitoring of lifetime and impact due to flexible operations, because that's also one of the topic we discussed during the day, that flexible operations is going to happen and it's already happening. How you monitor the lifetime of your equipments, how much it is impacting. That's also part of our solutions we would like to propose here. And of course then dashboard of the entire things in a proper way. So these are different user perspective we can create so that all across your company, everybody is a user, including the top management. So what you need is you will get from the systems with the proper, for example, the top management only is probably interested about the commercial number. So the user spread of users are really quite big way there. So this is our plan, that we set up the data interface acquisition in the power plant station. We propose a CMS center at your headquarters where we provide the Epsilon-based performance monitoring optimization system. Epsilon is a tool of first principle thermodynamic modeling, which is approved by Central Electricity Authority and already with CSC, with DVC as well for 6 numbers. Then we implement the asset management predictive analytics, which is early warning systems or advanced pattern recognitions. We connect from different sites to headquarters, infrastructure, dashboard, and then we provide comprehensive training and further support. So these are modules or functionalities of CMS we are proposing. And we already have all our STIAGs in-house products developed in Germany and spreaded globally. As I mentioned, more than 2,000 systems are installed globally. So data management system, which is a central part of it, where the data from DCS or through OPC and other links comes. Then we provide a digital twin, which is a first principle-based thermodynamic using tool. Digital twin are developed, and then we do the performance monitoring, which basically not only calculates the actual performance, but also calculates the best achievable, as Mr. Ravi Chaudhary was mentioning. So that every time you get an online gap analysis of your performance, it flags with alerts what is the losses you are having and what is the reason of that loss come through fault diagnostics. Then you comes to optimization, which is a direct benefit where you put soot blowing optimization, how to optimize your soot blowing, how to go for set point optimization, as Mr. Chaudhary was also mentioning, CSC got benefit out of that, and then meritorious rating. Then you go to the monitoring of lifetime due to flexible operation, and this is the most important solution or functionalities you need today. Because what's the impact of the life happening, you have to do it, but then if you know how much I'm losing for each of the startup or shutdown or ramping up, ramping down, it will help to optimize your startup shutdown, it will help to optimize your ramping up. And that could be a benchmarking also can be done across your units if it is centrally monitored. Then of course, what if analysis you can do, for example, for different scenarios. If I change the particular parameters, even coal or CW, cooling water pump on and off, those scenarios can be created. So this is kind of centralized monitoring I talked about. I'll take 2 more minutes maybe if it is allowed. This is the architecture of CMS I mentioned about. This is the digital tune using first principle model. This is soot blowing where it is directly giving you benefit. And then comes the predictive analytics where you can see that there is a database digital twins here, and that compares the actual with the references, and then it gives you the final outcome when the real alarms comes basically. So if you look at these are the steps for that. So that you have the sensor data, you have learning process through artificial intelligence neural network, then it's compare actually the references, and then it gives do the significance test so that it removes out the false alarms and give the final outcome. So these are dashboard. I'll not go very quickly so that you can go really create the customized dashboard as you wish. But important thing is the benefit. I think that should be interesting for the management, that from our experiences in different fleets of yours, it could be payback period could be less than 1.5 years if you install such a system, right? These are some of the case studies. Our customers who definitely got benefit. NTPC is one of our proud customer. Then of course CSC. So there are different case studies we have, which published by our customers, and the savings are really automatically generated. Thank you very much for your attention. Any questions, I'm free to available during the day. Thank you so much.
It was a great presentation from Mr. Patra of the company's TIAG. And now I request our session judge to felicitate him with the memento. I think now everyone is feeling hungry, and sumptuous lunch is waiting outside. So I think we should take a break for at least 45 minutes, and we will regather at this venue at 2:15. Thank you, and be at time. Actually, sir, we have reached the time for the lunch. So we are taking the break so that we will continue from here only. So if you have an emergency, sir, you can.
It is a question of completing the session, the continuity maintenance. It is not the hungry.
Okay, so. Okay. Okay, so we should proceed with the session. And now I would like to request Mr. Sandeep Sarkar from Forbes Marshall.
ये वाला ना अपडेट अच्छा अपडेट वाला
Good afternoon all. Myself Sandeep Sarkar and my teammates Mr. Anindya Pal and Amrit Panchal, we are going to present our industry challenges, how to mitigate the asset uptime and plant availability. What is the projected installed capacity of 2029 and 30? Today's power generation in India is around 415.4 gigawatt, and projected for 29 and 30 is 777. And we can see the two graphs here of present and our future 29 and 30. The coal and lignite power plants, that is thermal power plants, are going to be there, but RES, the renewable energy sources, are going to also increase the capacities. And our demand projections, as per 20th EPS report, is 334.8 gigawatt, and our electrical energy requirement is 2,279 BU. This is the projected demand projections. So what does this mean is, due to the increase in demand and install capacities, we are going to face a lot of challenges in the plants. Like we have divided it into 4 challenges, that is operational challenges, utility challenges, new equipment which are going to be added, and the human resource challenges. From the operation challenges point of view, what we are going to face is the fluctuating and peak load demands, need of quick startups, and cyclic loads. And to mitigate that, our force marshal is actually, we are in the field of service and solutions at plant level, equipment level, as well as the device levels. So we have the solutions as given over there. I am not going into that due to paucity of time. So one instrument which will help during startup and stoppage, fast startup and stoppage, is our degas conductivity after cation exchange. Why this has been, this is a new analysis, or you can say the measurement, which will help the plants, especially the thermal plants, for quick startup and stop, and also the cyclic operations where you have this type of instruments which has to be installed. Now, why we are stressing on this is because even NTPC is also mandated to have these analyzers for their plants. So I will just say that degas cation conductivity gives accurate measurements of corrosive ions like chlorides and sulfates. This online degas cation conductivity value will be very useful to monitor the water quality, especially during startup and normal running of the units. Degas cation conductivity is capable of early detection of water quality and purity, more accurate and more reliable than the existing ACC, that is after cation column in SWAS, which you are already having in your plants, which makes this measurement a very useful investment. I'm not going into the details of the cation conductivity because of the paucity of time. We can meet after this meeting or during these sessions. We can discuss on these points. Why this? And now I am handing over to my colleague, Mr. Aninder Pal, who will take you to how digital connectivity can help O&M and chemistry.
Thank you, Sandeep. As we know, the installed base capacity will increase for the last coming 5 to 6 years. So by conventional operation and maintenance aspect, we cannot maintain the asset and also the plant efficiency. So here digital plays a vital role. Now in today's scenario, different analyzers or SWAS system integrated are installed in different part of the plants, and the data are coming to chemistry for analysis. And it is very difficult for the chemistry to analyze and correlate the data. So here digital plays a vital role in the analyzer level, in the equipment level, and also in the plant level, so that the visibility of the analyzers and the validation of the data or the analyzers and online service at the real-time basis can be provided for better uptime of the equipment, better uptime of the asset, better uptime of the plant. And we can integrate not only we can integrate all the analyzers in single platform, so that we can correlate the data in a single platform and generate the dashboard. So all the plant related data can be visualized for all the stakeholders, including chemistry. So by digital platform, we can deliver our services in the device level, in the equipment level, and in the plant level for better operational efficiency. Here, this is the architectural view of the analyzers, how it can be connected with each other, so that chemist can take the real-time dashboard for the different analyzers data. At the same time, instrument team can also analyze the data and maintain the uptime in digital platform. Now, before handing over this to our colleague Amrit Panchal, I just want to add one point. We already implemented digital platform for the emission monitoring systems in DVC MTPS for all 8 units before taking the services, the uptime of the asset of emissions was below 80%. Now, after running 1 year successfully, the uptime of the assets in the emission field is above 95%, and we already implemented same services for RTPS also, and it is started for the last year. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Forbes Marshall is very much known to Indian power plants. We have our principals in Kawa, Japan, so our turbine supervisory systems and vibration monitoring system is already installed and being used by you people. So as our system is installed on supercritical machines like turbines, turbo-driven pumps, motor-driven pumps, feed pumps and all. So those are very critical machines, but what about the other balance of plant machineries like pump, fans, CEPs, ACP, ACWs, other things? So we have come up with wireless vibration monitoring system, which reduces wiring and other maintenance costs. So it is a MEMS-based triaxial vibration sensor. It can be installed anywhere, no wiring is required, and it gives the vibration spectrum, means fast Fourier spectrum, means each pulse gives the information about the mechanical, electrical fault of the machine. And it will communicate to the gateway, which is data is going to cloud directly, and that data goes to our server where vibration analysis software is installed. It gives the complete information about the machine faults, automatic reports and alerts, SMS, and it also generates the reports and notifications. And we do have services like digital services, as Anindya has mentioned. So, thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. And now I'd like to request our session judge to felicitate them with the memento. A great loud round of applause from, thank you. And now I request Mr. Popolak Mukherjee, ex-BHEL, to share his experience and presentation on flexible operation of thermal power plant.
Good afternoon, everybody. Respected Chairman, sir, Bhattacharya, sir, Raghuram, sir, every senior colleagues and my friends. जरूरत नहीं है, वैसे ही पीछे सुनाई देगा. I don't record it. Okay. So, all my senior colleagues and my dear friends, ज़्यादा बात करने का समय नहीं है. 9 मिनट में कोशिश करूँगा 8 मिनट में ख़त्म करने के लिए, और 1 मिनट में कम से कम थोड़ा सा भी सही. ये रिमोट ये चेंज कैसे करना है, प्लीज़ जल्दी. नो टाइम ऑलरेडी. मैंने ये अपना टॉपिक को 5 हिस्से में मैंने इसको तोड़ा है. Why is flexible operation? बहुत ज़्यादा बात करना नहीं है, सबको पता है क्या करना है. What is meant by flexible operation? Target, challenges and mitigate. How to mitigate it? That's the main thing what I will cover for 2-3 slides. These are the sources where from this flexible operation buzzword came. COP21 to COP26, Honorable Prime Minister, even at COP26, he has given this goal, these 5 Panchamrit goals. We are going very fine as per the guidance of Government of India. Out of the target of 500 gigawatt, we have already achieved 188 actual. And this 44% RE is almost going to happen. So these are very good. We are going. Now Honorable Prime Minister has given one more concept of lifestyle for environment. So to save the environment, flexibility is important. That's only one line I can tell you. Saying what are the ways to achieve it? There are many ways. Challenges with renewable sources, unpredictable. There are ways means increase in the non-fossil fuel. That is only one way. Second is decrease the fossil fuel with the rate of non-fossil fuel. So there is a difference between these two has to be maintained. And the third is the flexible operation is also one of the way. It is not the only way. It is also one of the way how to maintain this gap between the fossil versus non-fossil. But the problem with the renewable energy sources is that it is an unpredictable source, uncontrollable source, time-dependent source. It is the season-dependent source. That is one thing. Does not meet the lead demand curve of the balance. मतलब ग्रिड को जो जरूरत है वो अपने ख्याल बुन में चलता है उसके हिसाब से इसका कोई मतलब ही नहीं है. So that is also a part of the problem. And the third is the cost and scheduling of hydro and nuclear is a problem. It is definitely a higher cost. So that is the reason why we are talking about the flexible operation. Now the 3 goals set by CEA is as per the first goal, 55% load. Everybody thinks that I have achieved 55% load. Dear friends, please go and check back what is the ramp rate you have achieved during that. CEA's requirement is 3% and 2%. None of the plants in India can achieve, I repeat from this forum, without doing something, some trials like DVC is doing, some DVC is doing, some other companies doing. So without doing anything, achieving 3%, जस्ट बैठे बैठे ऐसे आराम से हो जाएगा ऐसा हो नहीं सकता. तो इसलिए कुछ तो करना पड़ेगा. तो ये फर्स्ट गोल इज द मैंडेटरी फॉर ऑल यूनिट्स. डेट ओवर हो गया फिर भी ओनली 12 + 4 + 6 अराउंड 30 यूनिट्स हैज टेकन अ सॉलिड एक्शन फॉर दिस अचीविंग दिस गोल. दैट इज द फर्स्ट वन. इसके वजह से फर्स्ट रेट आएगा, चेंज ऑफ लोड फास्टर आएगा. ये सबको पता है. फर्स्ट गेजेट आया था 30 जनवरी 2023 में. सेकेंड गेजेट आ गया है रिगार्डिंग 40% TML टेक्निकल मिनिमम लोड का आ गया है इसका. और इसके लिए 1% फेज आउट प्लान भी आया हुआ है. ये फेज आउट ऐसे नहीं बना है. आई वॉज ऑल्सो पार्ट ऑफ द सजेस्टिव कमिटी where 5 major points were taken, whether the units are RE incentive based, whether it is a peated location, whether it is a ball and tube mill. It has a technical difficulty with the ball and tube mills, with the CFBC boiler and the date of commissioning. These are the 5 points where we have considered during considering the phase out plan. So phase out plan is going to happen, already gadget has happened. And third is the 2-shift operation. We are in touch with our esteemed customer that what are the effects we are going to face for the 2-shift operation. क्योंकि पुराने यूनिट जो 35 साल से ऊपर का जो यूनिट है उसमें 2 शिफ्ट ऑपरेशन करने से इकोनॉमिकली क्या वायबल होगा ये स्टडी करना बहुत जरूरी है. अभी तक सिर्फ 1 कस्टमर ऑफ BHEL ट्राई टू स्टडी दिस बट दैट इज नॉट स्टडी. ऑब्जर्वेशन स्टडी में फर्क होता है. ऑब्जर्वेशन किया है, अभी स्टडी करना है. एंड वी आर अप्रोचिंग वेरियस कस्टमर्स इंक्लूडिंग NTPC फॉर गिविंग अस 1 मशीन फॉर कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव स्टडी बाय OEM and CEA together, because CEA is a vital role. They are the pivoting agency. Without them, it is not possible to achieve anything. सबको डंडा चाहिए, अपने आप को ही नहीं हिलता है सर. तो इसीलिए CEA जैसे एजेंसी को होना बहुत जरूरी है. Next comes that the how we can, what challenges we are going to face. See the Indian condition. आज भी 73% of the subcritical machines are there. And out of that 73% machines, 70% of the machines have consumed their 50%, more than 50% of their life. Our design life is normally 2 lakh of hours. Normally. मैं बहुत ज़्यादा टेक्निकल बात यहाँ करूँगा नहीं क्योंकि उससे कुछ महल वो हो जाएगा. तो 70% मशीन में अगर हम देखते हैं, देखिए सीरियली यूनिट नंबर 1 38 साल पुराना है, कितना बढ़िया चल रहा है. इज इट डिपेंडेंट ऑन ओनली OEM? No, it's depending upon how you operate the machine for this period. What is your maintenance practices of this machine during these 38 years? बच्चों जैसे संभालना पड़ता है. मतलब 80 साल का युवा या 80 साल का बूढ़ा डिसाइड करना आपके हाथ में है, इसीलिए उसी हिसाब से वर्णन करना है. This the main challenge is the quality of coal. GCV is not only responsible for this flexible operation. Fixed carbon versus your VM value is a very important factor. VM is a controllable factor. If your FC versus VM is not greater or equal to within a range, you will not be able to flexible operation, whatever modification, whoever the says is. Even any says that you cannot achieve it. So that's a very important factor. Second is the control of expression of pressure. देखिए, जैसा मेरा एज 60 साल का, मैं BHEL से रिटायर कर चुका हूँ. I have retired as एग्जीक्यूटिव डायरेक्टर. आफ्टर दैट अभी भी कुछ काम कर रहा हूं, लेकिन मुझे अगर रोज सुबह से शाम तक 10 मंजिल को चढ़ने के लिए बोला जाए, मेरा हार्ट रेट थोड़ा सा बिगड़ जाएगा. सो हार्ट रेट बिगड़ जाने के लिए उसको कंट्रोल करने के लिए हाउ फास्टर आई विल गो, कितना जल्दी मैं जाऊंगा, उसके हिसाब डिपेंड करेगा. तो द एक्सप्रेशन ऑफ टेम्परेचर इज द मेन कल्प्रिट, उसको करना है. थर्ड इज द कंडीशन ऑफ आज का डेट में आपने कैसे 35 साल ऑपरेट किया, जितना बात मैं कर रहा हूं वो बहुत जरूरी है. आज का डेट का कंडीशन है. ऑपरेशन फिलोसॉफी, बेंसन पॉइंट्स. सम ऑपरेटर, सम OEMs are trying to sell their concept saying that you operate the machine frequently around the Benson points. I personally feel you should not. It is my own opinion, maybe it depends upon OEM to OEM. You should not, क्योंकि वही है. नेक्स्ट, कॉम्प्रोमाइज इन द लॉस ऑफ एफिशिएंसी. पार्ट लोड में एफिशिएंसी लॉस होगा, किसी का हिम्मत नहीं है इसको कम कर सकते हैं. एक्चुअल डिजाइन वैल्यू से बेटर कर सकते हैं. दैट इज 40% में सपोज मेरा एफिशिएंसी आता है 57%, उसको मैं थोड़ा इंप्रूव कर सकता हूं. लेकिन अगर वो बोलेगा उसको 100% का लोड के इक्विवेलेंट पे ले आओ, कभी नहीं हो सकता. सो देयर विल बी लॉस ऑफ एफिशिएंसी, ये सोचना है. देयर आर 3 कॉस्ट फॉर दिस फ्लेक्सिबल ऑपरेशन: कॉस्ट ऑफ इंस्टॉलेशन मॉडिफिकेशन, डीम जनरेशन लॉस एंड कॉस्ट ऑफ इंक्रीज्ड मेंटेनेंस. ये तो होना ही है. हमारा अगर एज हो रहा है तो इसको ज्यादा मॉनिटरिंग करना बहुत जरूरी है. हाउ टू मिटिगेट द चैलेंज, मिटिगेट करने के लिए ये OEM टू OEM वैरी करता है. ऑल द सॉल्यूशंस बाय द OEMs given are not same and not unique also. So some of the things practice which I followed, some of the practices which my other OEMs could have followed. How long the machine has operated, mitigation plan is based on that only. मेरा ओपिनियन तो यही है, कंट्रोल द रूट कॉज. कॉस्ट इफेक्टिवनेस को देखना बहुत जरूरी है. अल्टीमेटली ये कॉस्ट जाके लोड होगा टैरिफ के ऊपर में, तो इसीलिए जो मोस्ट कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव वे है उसके साथ में चलना है. रूट कॉज इज द कंट्रोल ऑफ पैरामीटर्स, कंट्रोल करना है. कंटिन्यूअस हेल्थ मॉनिटरिंग विद माय अर्लियर कॉलीग्स आल्सो हैव टोल्ड, इट इज वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. अवॉइड अननेसेसरी ट्रिकिंग, इसलिए फ्लेम्स एंड अदर थिंग्स करना बहुत बहुत जरूरी है. Due to availability of coal, power plant will go on existing. Industrial growth, government service setting another 60 gigawatt. Replacement of old machines is a policy, and these things. So in present scenario, flexible operation in controlled condition, inverted comma, in controlled condition flexible operation, not that कुछ भी कर लो, टेम्परेचर कहीं भी 50 डिग्री का वेरिएशन हो रहा है, उसका मशीन का हालत खराब हो जाएगा. 25 साल जो चलने वाला है वो भी 5 साल में मर जाएगा. थैंक यू वेरी मच.
Thank you, sir. It was a great presentation from your side. Now I request our session judge to felicitate him with the memento. Now the next I request Team NTPC for the next presentation, Mr. Dheeraj Jain, Vivek Kumar Upadhyay, and Aditya Kumar Gupta.
Namaskar everyone. Topic of our presentation is comprehensive analysis of feasibility for joint efficiency tests of hot vulcanized conveyor belts in power plants. Myself Dheeraj Jain and my colleague Vivek and Aditya Kumar Gupta has contributed to this presentation, and Vivek and myself will be presenting it. The flow of our presentation will be like introduction, importance of conveyor belt joint efficiency, conveyor belt joint types, role of manufacturers and their practices, Indian and international standards, establishing testing procedures, challenge and future directions, and conclusion. This is a brief about our organization NTPC. We are all 75 plus gigawatt company and operating around 93 plants across India. Now, as we all are power professional here, we all know that conveyor belts are required to transport coal from coal stockyard to boiler for firing purpose and in turn to generate electricity. In the whole conveyor belt system, the weakest point is the joint of conveyor belt. The strength of the joint depends on the type of joint, the jointing method, and the quality of joint. Now, why this joint efficiency is required? An efficient joint will prevent downtime. Means unscheduled downtime, and it will increase the safety as in case of any inefficient joint, if the belt snapping happens, then it may lead to spillage, and it may lead to accident also. And the third one is the maintenance cost and the energy efficiency and the environmental impact. The jointing of conveyor belt is a very critical operation. It requires precision, adherence to standard, and adherence to the manufacturer practices. Now, what is the role of manufacturer and their practices in a conveyor belt joint? The first is the safety and the personal protection. The guidelines which are being given by the manufacturer, they take care of the safety of the persons who are making the joint. Optimal performance. All the manufacturer invest a lot of time for identifying what is the ideal jointing method for a particular specific type of belt, so to get the best performance out of their conveyor belt. The third is conveyor belt longevity, and then another one is material compatibility. The manufacturer, conveyor belt manufacturer knows best about the properties of the material which is being used for manufacturing a conveyor belt and the jointing kit. So a proper jointing material won't cause any degradation of the conveyor belt, and that is a compatibility of material for the jointing kit and the main material. Load bearing capacity. All the belt manufacturer specifies what is the curing time and what is the applicable pressure for forming a joint. It will maintain the bearing capacity of conveyor belt at the joint also. Then the manufacturer practice take care of environmental conditions, and it leads to means manufacturers have a good expertise about the total manufacturing process, so they can give better expertise about the jointing and all. Conveyor belt joint types. In general, there are three types of conveyor belt joint. The first one is mechanical conveyor belt joint. The second is vulcanized conveyor belt joint, so-called hot joints. And the third is cold bonding conveyor belt joints. Our study is basically focused on the vulcanized conveyor belt joints. So as we can see here, this is the kind of steps which are being made to perform a conveyor belt joint. And the step length depends on the rating of the conveyor belt. Now, if you can see that the conveyor belt joints are like this, the lap joints. Now, as of now, there is no established process to get the joint efficiency for conveyor belts. No established known standard is there. Practically, in current market scenario, there are 4 options which are prevailing to establish it. The option 1, which is like wherein where just visual inspection and hardness testing is there, Option 2, wherein the tensile strength of the whole conveyor belt joint is being done. Option 3, wherein small pieces from the conveyor belt joints are taken and then the tensile strength is being calculated. And option 4 is checking the adhesion. Option 1, in this only visual inspection is carried out of the joint, conveyor belt joint, and then hardness is checked. This is being provided by IS 14206. Now, further my colleague Vivek will take over.
Sir, good afternoon, respected seniors and dignitaries. Why this study is there? Because there is no known standard for testing of the joint of the conveyor belt. Suppose the conveyor belt is having a strength of 100 Newton per meter square, but we do have getting the problems of snapping. Why? Because we are getting only 50%, less than 50% in few cases, the joint efficiency or strength at the conveyor belt joints. This is the problem. And there is no known standard in India, BIS or ISO, any known standard is not there for testing the strength of that material. So we do have, we have sort of time, so we'll be having just we'll be briefing the how we have tried to inculcate this problem. We have taken the samples, you can see from the joints, we have tested in various environments. Case 1, we can see only the test result, we can see all the samples failed. We have taken the samples as per the polish standard, which was slightly near to this. Case 2, this is also with some lab reports. 1 pass, 1 fail. We can see the samples from the middle is pass, the edge is fail. We can see the middle is pass, edge is pass. Actually, we just try to say that few manufacturers are telling we will check the tensile strength. So we try to check the tensile strength. After that, few manufacturers or few OEMs are telling, no, you just do one thing, you just take a small samples at the edges, at the lines where the jointing is happening, and after that you can check. And you can see we have done a study for this also, and that is showing 55 to 65%. And few of the OEMs are telling, no, because the joints are happening like this, and this is not the tensile strength, because carcass has been broken. So we can have only the adhesion test that can replicate the efficiency, or the efficiency means strength of the conveyor belt. But the problem is we don't have any proven procedure to check it. So that's why we have taken it with the CEA also and to the Bureau of Indian Standard also for mitigating this problem. And we are in discussion with them. But what is the problem with what is the solution to the O&M? Because O&M is having this problem of the belt snapping regularly. We have done a lot of study and we have gained some experience. We can discuss it after the presentation also. So we can see few of the things which needs to be taken care very seriously. This slide is the most important slide. Workmanship during, actually what is the jointing? Jointing is a phenomena of 3 concepts. One person who is doing the jointing, workmanship we can say. The other is the machine, vulcanizing machine we are using. The temperature and pressure maintenance is very much required. And the third one, and the most important, the kit, the adhesion, the adhesive property which are going to be given by the, we can say adhesive property for the lapping between the joints. So that is the OEM kit must be there. So whether edging as a belt of 3-4 साल पहले का supply है, because we do have the belt of 18 months to 2 years only. 2 OEMs के बेल्ट आ गए, ये भी एक प्रॉब्लम है. 2 अलग अलग OEMs के बेल्ट आ गए, फिर किसका किट यूज करेंगे? फिर हो गया एक पुराना बेल्ट हो गया एंड वी हैव वन न्यू बेल्ट, वन ओल्ड बेल्ट. तो उस कंडीशन में प्रॉपर ग्राइंडिंग इज टू बी डन. ओल्ड बेल्ट विद न्यू बेल्ट, बेल्ट ऑफ डिफरेंट OEMs, बॉन्डर प्लाई कंपाउंड में भी इंफीरियर, सैंपल लोकेशन लाइक मिडिल एंड एज इज ऑल्सो अ फैक्टर फॉर सैंपल सिलेक्शन. और सबसे जो ज्यादा प्रॉब्लम आता है, जो हमारी वल्कनाइजिंग मशीन है, उसमें प्रॉब्लम आता है कि प्लेटेंस टेम्परेचर और प्रेशर प्रॉपर्ली नहीं दे पाते हैं. सो अभी सर ये आगे और स्टडीज में है, हम वी कैन डिस्कस इट लेटर ऑन ऑल्सो. Respecting the time, we'll just conclude it here. And thank you DVC for giving us this platform for having the presentation. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you for the insights of the conveying belt system. And now I request our session judge for the felicitation. I request Mr. Angshu Mukherjee for the next automatic fault analysis system.
Good afternoon all. My name is Balasaheb Thete. I am from GE's Grid Automation Division, and today we are going to talk about the automatic fault analysis system, and we call it as a device management. Like in today's world, it is being called as RAS, Remote Access System, plus AFAS, that is Automatic Fault Analysis System. In our product language, we are calling it as a device management. So what's happening is, from last few decades, the number of devices, the number of substations are increasing, and which is also, because of that, there is number of devices are also increasing, which has added the efficiency in the system, reliability in the system, but it has also added some challenges to the customers or to the utilities. What are that challenges? They are like increasing number of electronic devices, and which is increasing almost 42% Y basis, and that has increased the challenge of asset monitoring. Then the next challenge is increasing regulations and cyber risks, because we are moving into the digitalization in the substations, and because of the digitalization is increasing, the risk of cybersecurity risks are also increasing. The next challenge is human errors or human mistakes in the settings or in the device management configurations. So that is another challenge. Then maintaining or the logistics required to travel the different substations and to manage the devices, that is another challenge. So these all challenges are to be handled, and the AFAS system, automatic fault analysis system, or the device management system is helping for that. So how it is helping? This system is a centralized system, software-based system, is helping to monitor or to maintain the asset information which is installed at different substations. Then the cyber security, which is another risk because of the digitalization, and this system helps to role-based access control. Then the password rotation, so that the passwords are changed after every specific durations or particular durations, so that the system remains secured to the manpower, which is to the utility manpower who is handling that. Then the setting configurations, the system has intelligence to compare the settings, so that the human errors are reduced. Then the next is reduction of the logistics. Like in the past age, or a few years back, it was required to travel to individual substations or the individual locations to do the configuration settings, to the firmware management, or that all things are not required now because of this AFAS system, automatic fault analysis system. And it also helps to get the auto archive of the disturbance fault records at the central location. Earlier it was required that the person need to go to the site or go to the individual relay
archive the disturbance fault record in the individual relay and do the fault analysis and send it for the fault analysis to the central team. This system helps to reduce all that efforts. So the fault analysis or the fault recorded files can be automatically archived at central location, and then they can be used for the fault analysis, automatically fault analysis at the central location. So these are the problems which I have already explained. So which are the problems? One is high OPEX for mapping to earn the maintain the devices. So the benefit of the FS is to reduce all to manage the assets. Then the secure and simplified access to the inventory and fault data, and human errors, reduction of the, which I have already explained in the previous slide. So the upper part of this slide shows the application overview. What are the applications which are available in this solution, and the bottom part it shows the solution overview, or what are the components of this solution which are available in the system. So like, which we will see in the next subsequent coming slides in the system architecture. Okay, so what are the benefits or what are the features of this system is? This system is vendor neutral. Vendor neutral means it's not necessary that the devices can be from different OEMs or from the different vendors. Okay, so it is not necessary that this system will work on one particular vendor device. So it's a vendor neutral. Then the remote management of non-operational data. Non-operational data is like the event records, the fault analysis, the settings, the firmware management of the device. This is all operational related, non-operational related data. So this non-operational data can be monitored from remote. Manages inventory. So because the number of devices are increasing, so inventory management is a crucial part of requirement today, and this system helps to manage the inventory. Then easier integration, because it is vendor neutral, or it can handle the devices from different vendors. So it helps, because of that it is easy to integrate. Remote secure access because of the cyber security, and the fault analysis is done at the central location. So this is a high level system architecture. So you can see at the bottom level there are substation, at the individual substation level there are devices installed in the substation. They are connected to one L1 or L0 adapter, and from that adapter they are connected to the communication network of the utility, and from that it goes to the central location, where the central location there will be servers or the centralized system which will handle all the requirements or the applications of this system. What are that applications which I have already told you? So settings of the relays, the firmware management of the relay, asset monitoring of the relays, and the password rotation or the cyber security. This is like for higher network or bigger networks or the bigger number of substations. So we call it as the enterprise solution, where the devices from the 100 number of substations can be integrated together to a central location, and data can be sent to the enterprise level or enterprise control center. And even to the cloud also.
Sir, actually, I want to add one thing. Actually, in DVC, you have many substation and generating stations, and each station having, say, different makeup relays. So this is actually a requirement from your central location also, that okay, you give some solution so that, say, multi-protocol, vendor delays should communicate from your, because you are now, what is happening now, you are having CRITIL and CRITIM. So their team is running to the substation. So it is wastage of time. So if you are having a centralized solution, then you can, from your Python itself, you can control all the substations, all the setting, DR, event logger, everything you can download. And any vendor, like say you are having mostly Hitachi, GE, Siemens, Schneider relays, so it can communicate with all the vendors. So it's a unique solution, and I think it's a need of the hour, I should say.
Just last 1 minute. So these are some screenshots of the system. So from where we can see the relay serial number, the firmware number, when it was updated last time, all that information can be available. So that helps for the inventory management. Then we can download the settings from settings, as well as the firmware management can be done from the central location. We can auto archive the disturbance fault records automatically at the central location, and even the event records. And on the right hand side, you can see the ComTed file can be viewed at the local level, and the analysis can be done automatically. And then these are the different licenses available: asset inventory, settings and configuration management, firmware management, fault management, and the cyber security. This is like this is last slide where we can help for the upgradation of the system, firmware management, because in Windows today Windows 10 is going, then after 2 years Windows next version of the Windows, similar things happens in the relays also. So this system is capable for future upgradations, future enhancements. All that features are available in the system, so we can support our customers for any further enhancements which are going in the at individual substations or the entire network of the utilities. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And now I request our session judge to felicitate them with the memento. Sir. And now for the last presentation of this session, I request Sri Abhijit Nandi, AGM Engineering, OSW BPDCL, to come on the stage.
Namaskar, Shubha Oberanno, respected Chairman, sir, other guest of honor, all dignitaries, and the family members of Damodar Ghati Nigam. Actually, I would like to thank my heartiest, from my bottom of the heart, to DVC organizers on behalf of WBDCL, giving us a chance to be here with you in this beautiful conference. Now coming to the point, as we are getting hungrier minute by minute, let us start the presentation. No? This is not. This is wrong one.
सर का कौन सा है?
10.
क्या है सर प्रेजेंटेशन आपका?
Yeah, of O&M practices, thinking ahead.
O&M practices, MPL. Number 10.
No, this is not that.
Conference. आपका सर को दिया था क्या?
Yeah. WhatsApp. इसको बंद कराएंगे। Actually, WPDCL is a state GENCO having capacity 4265 megawatt in the thermal category. spreading all over the Bengal, in Sagardigi, in Santaldi, in Bakreshwar, Kolaghat and Bandel. These 5 actually having it split ranging from 6 to 60 years. Recently we have celebrated 60 years of the Bandel thermal power plant, and that unit is now still operating. We also have 25.58 megawatt peak power of solar installed in rooftop, ground mounted, and also in the floating category. I think that is the first installed floating solar power plant in Sagardegi in the western region. We also have a plan to install in the pipeline ground mounted 20 megawatt peak power solar capacity, 37.5 megawatt peak power floating, and at Bakreshwar Dam to 40 megawatt mega power. Our coal mines, 5 coal mines are still in operation. One is still to come, and more than 75% of coal being supplied from these black holes. Safety, we follow the safety culture, and safety training, induction training, pep talk, TVT and safe environment monitoring throughout. Also location permits scrutinized strictly. Safety circles are there. Plant safety committee are there. Central safety committee are there to review safety situations. Overhaulings are monitored through safety cross-functional teams. That cross-functional team formed across the plants. If any safety violation noticed by this team, then stoppage of jobs and penalization of the vendor done. Plants awarded for best safety practices following the KPI. In the environment sector, continuous emission monitoring, ambient air quality monitoring, online effluent quality monitoring, and the implementation of ZLD scheme is now being done in our plants. Recently, we have installed ZLD in STPS. DNOx already we have done or installed in VKTPP 4 and SGTPP 3. Order already placed for BKTPP, STPS, SGTPP other units. Dry solvent injection project undergoing in KTPS. Wet FGD getting installed at SGTPP. Other under tendering process. Now, one word from Henry Ford: anyone who stops learning is old, whether at 20 or 80. We have 6 to 60 aging of plants in our fleet, but we are learning every day and trying to apply as much as possible. Our best O&M practices followed in every areas: boiler auxiliaries, turbine auxiliaries, operation area, chemical area, CNI areas, electrical areas, AHP and CHP areas. WBDSL has different guidelines and SOP for different aspects with continual review and upgradation. Different cross-functional teams in the area of boiler, turbine, electrical, CNI, fuel, setup of different meets like your OPR meet, BTL meet, turbine meet, electrical meet, CNI meet, APC SSC meet, CHP meet, and monthly review meetings that we call O&M meet. Respective guidelines are revised and reviewed through these meets. Boiler O&M practices, a strong cross-functional team is there who supervise all overhaulings right from the beginning. We have introduced sky camber and replacing some of the tube materials with upgraded version, 100% radiography, like that boiler metal temperature excursion monitoring, mill grinding element standardization, wet debris analysis, CCP temperature monitoring, mill preventive maintenance according to fineness and unburnt, oxygen mapping throughout the flue gas path. These are some pictures. This is the corrosion mapping going on in BTPS. Polyarray ultrasonic testing is also being done here. We use sky climber, picture is here. All this to ease of maintenance work of boiler and reduce downtime. Turbine auxiliary area, we follow force cooling to reduce downtime. Regular analysis of turbine oils, high pressure and chemical cleaning of condenser eddy current test, fluorescent test, helium leak test being done, high energy drains being monitored from UCR, high pressure drain lines demetering, radiography regularly done, VFP cartridge replacement done through specific energy consumption measurement. In chemical area, we monitor core chemical parameters like pH, specific conductivity, after-contact conductivity, degas conductivity, DO, chloride. Trip committee is there. They analyze the failures and trips regularly, root cause ascertained. And centralized monitoring system through PI server recently being done. All the units we can monitor from our corporate office. Use of energy management system is there in units. And rolling plans are there, and accordingly fuel is being planned. In CNI and electrical areas, resistance mapping of fail-safe solenoids and protection to avoid any failure. RTD thermocouples of important category replaced by headless one. Auto drains are installed in strategic location, and dew point meters are also there. Regularly earth resistance being measured, thermography of switchyard, yard and gear and drives, DC earth fault locators for rectification of earth fault, replacement of protection cables, important protection cables regularly, protection audit in all the plants. We have NABL accreditation of CNI and electrical, some of the testing labs. This is some of the pictures. Here there is one hybrid type switch gear recently installed in 132 kV bus system in Kolaghat. Both EIS and GIS insulated equipments are there. PI server, which is named as Anuvikhan, installed. It is helping us to analyze failure, unit startup, hit rate, and parameter deviations. In the ascending plant area, we installed camera in the bottomest of hopper area for remote monitoring. Ash utilization being facilitated by developing railway infrastructure, bagging units, jetty facility, brick manufacturing unit. This is a picture of Lord Buddha from our ash park, which constructed in all plants to promote ash utilization. In the CHP area, we use bobcat type material handler to reduce damage. CCTV monitoring in all the conveyor paths. We have challenges that Fuluk Mukherjee sir just concluded, that flexible operation. We already installed 2 of their APC in Sagardigi and Sataldi to be tested. We capable of delivering 55%, and we are trying to get 40%. Some of the case study here, one ID fan of KTPS, that impeller vane extended to get the full capacity. Actually earlier it was not delivering full load. After that we are able to get full load from these ID fans. This is unique one. We have run one of our LPT in Sagardigi, removing one stage of LP turbine, which I suppose unique in India, not only in India, in the world also, that removal and running LP turbine with full load, because we that time have not any spare available with us. Recently we have replaced that one with DEC MEC, that is the O&M LP turbine. We also reduce gear ratio in the BFP, void gear ratio, to improve auxiliary power, and that saving is to the tune of 356 kilowatt. We have done it in Sagardigi. CP stage blanking, the last but one stage fitted with bush and running with low power. And after following all these, we in the year 22-23 stood first among all the power plants in India. Our Bakreshwar power plant scored 92.38. Second place STPS, and fifth Sagardigi. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I request our session judge to felicitate him with the memento. It was the second last presentation. And now for the last presentation, I request Ankit Anand, Project Lead CNI MPL, for the Project Drishti.
नंबर ये था साउंड आएगा ना साउंड आएगा
Good afternoon, all the dignitaries, respected officers, and other presenters over here. So allow to introduce myself. This is Ankit Anand from MPL, C&I department, and I am here to present Project Drishti, enhancing site safety by integration of AI, VA, and public annunciation system with closed circuit television video management system, that is CCTV. So this is the detail of our plant. So I am here from MPL Methane Power Limited, which is a joint venture of Tata Power and DVC. It is based in this 1050 megawatt unit is based at Nirsa, Dhanbad in Jharkhand. So this is first 525 megawatt thermal power plant with subcritical technology, and also this is India's first public-private partnership project. So before I proceed further, I would like to acknowledge my mentors, Mr. Sudhakar Tandon, Mr. Surod Dey, Mr. Prince Kumar Singh, and my colleague, Mr. Bijit Dev, for their unwavering support and collaborative spirit that has fueled this project to fruition. So we work in a thermal power plant, and it is associated with many unsafe acts and conditions which results into accidents and incidents. So as Henry Stengel suggests, accidents happen, 88% of accidents happen due to human decision to carry out unsafe act. So these unsafe act later leads to near misses, major or minor injuries, and ultimately fatality. So here are some unsafe acts that we see in our plants and we go through. And these unsafe acts are the reason that are going to cause unsafe condition like fire, smoke, and person collapse. And the amount of damage that we are going to face depends on the time to observe these conditions and take action on these. So this is a glimpse of our project that we have implemented in MPL. So this is the, I would say, dashboard of that particular software that we have implemented in there. And we have chose 8 different type of analytics in our system. These are fire and smoke alerts, unauthorized entry, no helmet violation, person inside confined space. That is exactly the number count of person which are inside any confined space. Then no harness violation and person collapse alert, as well as no jacket violation. So these are the key steps that we have taken to complete this project. So it involves real-time monitoring. We have installed many IP-based cameras on web platform for continuous monitoring and recording of those vital areas. We also store these data for further analysis, and it gets deleted on its own on FIFO based. Continuing with it, we have merged it with video analytics system, which captures a type of violation and collects the data in form of pictures and videos, which can be easily seen in the system for further investigation and take immediate action. And also the alert summary page that I saw in previous slide that gives us insights and analysis based on different type of filters that can be used to take drives based on the number of unsafe acts or the type of unsafe acts in particular area or all areas. Continuing with this, if any violation is captured by the system, even the operator is not looking into the system generates an audible and pop-up alert in case of violation, which immediately captures the attention of operator to take action. Continuing with, so till this system, we only had the we only had the technology to capture any unsafe act and condition. But later, to solve that very thing, we were going through the old method. What was that? We created task force and we sent them through the particular area to take action against the person who is doing the unsafe act or the condition has to be mitigated. So to mitigate it at real time, we integrated public annunciation system with this very system. So the annunciation system plays a vital job in this particular project. So we have installed a speaker in different vital areas where major overhauling and shutdown activities take place. So this IP-based speaker system has auto annunciation mode as well as manual annunciation mode. So in auto annunciation mode, we have configured almost 520 numbers of messages in it, which includes do's and don'ts, to block stocks, and everything in 3 different languages. As Bengali is local language over there, we have configured it in it, and also in Hindi and English. Manual and with a single click, it is possible to do manual annunciation in a particular area, all of the areas where speakers are installed. So through this integrated system, we are trying to build safety as a habit, as recalling the procedure and safe approaches at shop floor continuously builds a habit of safe work approach by the worker and the engineers. And manual annunciation by operator in case of any violation not only corrects it for once, but this continuous intervention builds habit, resulting behavioral improvement at shop floor. I want to mention a line of Mr. Vrinji in Vrind Satsai, that karat karat abhyas ke jadmati hot sujan, rasri avat jat te silpar parat nisan. As soft running ropes makes its marks on hard stone tablet, this continuous interruption, correction, and practice will surely build safety not only as habit but as a way of life. So here is a simple architecture of the system. The same network, since all the thing that we are using is IP based, so the same network is utilized for configuration and integration of all the systems. We have used different operating system of Windows and Linux, as well as many programming languages, Python, PostgreSQL, JavaScript, and others. So here's a animation to show how it works. So I will just continue that animation now.
काम शुरू करने से पहले वर्क परमिट प्राप्त करें और सहमत परमिट शर्तों का पालन करें।
आपने रिफ्लेक्टिव जैकेट और हेलमेट नहीं पहना है। कृपया व्यक्तिगत सुरक्षा उपकरणों के बिना कार्यक्षेत्र में प्रवेश न करें।
चिमनी एरिया में उपस्थित कामगार भाई से अनुरोध है जो बिना हेलमेट के हैं, कृपया एमपीएल सेफ्टी डिपार्टमेंट को रिपोर्ट करें। चिमनी एरिया में उपस्थित कामगार।
Okay, so I think this animation was self-explanatory how it totally works. So this is the dashboard of the system. So in here we can select multiple cameras for live view, and in case of any violation in any configured camera, this kind of pop-up alert comes up. We have option of going to live view through the camera sign in it. And also we have the type of analytics that has been captured along with area and the time. Since there may be many unsafe acts or condition at same time, so there's a list is on the right side of the dashboard so that no case goes unseen. Continuing with that, we have installed 4 cameras in boiler doors so that we could have the count how many persons are inside that confined space. This system saves a image of a particular violation that has been captured along with a video view of 5 seconds back and 5 seconds after the violation capturing time, so that it is very easy to analyze the violation or the condition that has occurred in it. These are some examples of those alerts that has been captured by the system. So I will just pass these and okay, see, so this was captured in the meal areas where a person just opens his helmet and the system captured it. Further, he was counseled and everything. So these are some endorsements that we have received for this project in our organization and also out of our organization. Further, this we have planned to set up this project in all the generating stations of Tata Power, and we are working on that very thing. Thank you very much. Thank you.
It was a great presentation. Thank you. And I would request our session judge to felicitate him with the memento. And now I request Executive Director Operation, DVC, Sri Sanjay Ghosab, to felicitate our session judges with the mementos. A loud round of applause for our session judges. Thank you, sir. And now we will take a short lunch break of 30 minutes. After 30 minutes, we will exactly meet in this hall for the next session of presentation. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I request everyone whose friends are outside, roaming here and there, should call them, and so that we can start our program, we can start the next session. Most important, it should be noted that the duration of these presentation will be of 8 minutes only. The first alarm will go at 7 minutes. After that, after 1 minute again, there will be a second alarm. So you all are requested to please complete it by 7 minutes so that you may get 1 minute to wrap the things. I request everyone who is outside of this hall to come inside so that we can start our next session. It's a great opportunity to share our experience and knowledge to each other so that all professionals of power sector can get benefited with these conferences. Sir, Abhijit Das. I request one volunteer to go outside and announce that the next session is going to start. Please, Mr. Gaurav Das Gupta, if you can help in this regard. We have limited sort of time. And one more thing I would like to add. While registration, you had got one coupon. And at the end of the session, at the end of this conference, a lucky draw will be held. If you will be present at this hall, then only you will get the prize, the secret prize. So everyone is requested to be here till the end of this conference. And now, I would like to request now let's welcome the session judges, Mr. Abhijit Das, Chief General Manager, QCI, sir. And Sanjay Kumar Ghosh Sahab, ED Operation DVC. A great loud applause from audience. I hope L&T and MHA team is ready for their presentation. So after the lunch break, I request them to present their experience and share some knowledge with us. Team L&T and MHA.
क्रॉस चेक कर लिया सर, यही वाला है ना सर? ठीक है, ओके, बड़ा कर दो। पॉइंटर আছে, ओके, ठीक है। माइक दे दो,
माइक। Good afternoon, respected senior dignitaries of DVC and all other utilities and ladies and gentlemen. I am Chandrasekhar from L&T MHI Boilers, and with me my colleague Pratish Lanka is here. We will be
presenting our case study on flexibilization which we undertaken recently. Just a brief view of our organization. We are a joint venture between L&T and MHA, which is a partnership which was established in 2007. And this is a view of the factory at Hazira in Surat, where we manufacture the pressure parts and the pulverizers. Just to give an overview of the projects which were executed so far, we execute projects both as a boiler island only or as an EPC. EPC we do it through L&T Power, and boiler we take projects on our own. And the blue ones are the ones which we have taken as a boiler only packages. And for your, I am happy to share that the last one, the THTC Kurja, where we are supplying the boiler and BHEL is supplying the turbine. Yesterday we have been able to achieve the BLU. So I think I am happy to share that news with you. Thank you. And we have so far executed or commissioned 10 gigawatts of plants in India, and under 5 gigawatts are in various stages of commissioning. And internationally also we have supplied more than 50 orders to MHI as well as other players like Andritz, including to Japan, where all our pulverizers are exported and pressure parts also. And not only to PF fired but also CABC and also recovery boilers we have been supplying. We have experience in combustion modification projects as Lot 2 for NTPC, where we had taken up this 6 projects totaling about 3.1 gigawatts of 13 units. We have completed in 12 of the 13 units, so just one in Rourkela we have supplied the components which are yet to be installed. And this is the modification which we carried out. There, the ducting, we take a tap off and supply to the AA duct, or sofa, what we call it as AA duct, and also the sofa panel is also installed. And these are some of the photographs of the installation. Many of these projects were executed during COVID time, and that is also, it was a tough task for us. So these are some of the pre-modification and post-modification photographs for, which gives an idea of the modifications what we have done. The proof of pudding is in the eating, and that's what this shows, where the baseline test, the results are, we have compared the baseline test with the PG test results of the various projects, or the 12 of the 13 projects. The NOx levels, as per MOF guidelines, are 450 mg per nm cube, but as per contract, we are supposed to achieve 400 mg per nm cube, which we have achieved even at part loads. Now, what are the key challenges for thermal power in India? So one is the significant changes in the generation resource, which has been talked of in the morning also, where the prioritization is for the renewable sources of energy, and that results in the requirement of flexibilization. So CA rules have also mandated the flexibilization to be carried out, where higher ramp rate is required and 40% minimum load is required. This has also brought in a fierce competition. The more flexible the plant is, the more opportunities you get. And we have our technology partners with MHI, who are our joint venture partners, as well as ADEX. We have tied up with ADEX last year, who have a patented technology with self-tuning adaptive expert control technology. And they are working with EPRI, and they have commissioned almost 16 gigawatts in Europe and US. So mainly their focus is on steam temperature optimization, drum level optimization, and combustion optimization. Now recently in the month of January or February, we have undertaken a flexible operation test along with CEA and DVC. We are happy, we are really thankful to DVC for having given us this opportunity to carry out this flexible operation test. This was for Unit 2. And this was carried out in between 30th February to 2nd March. And it was carried out over these 4 days. I'll now ask my colleague Pratish to take over from here, who will go into the final details of this baseline test.
Yeah, these are the following tests is conducted during the flexibilization operation test at DVC. At the time, thank what Sarji said, that thank you to your team to support, and CA also present and L&T also present during the test. First, you can see that the first was 500 megawatt, all the parameters are within range, and if you see the temperature difference is not much difference, it is plus 5-6 degree and minus 5-6 degree, there is no much difference. But when you are done the ramp down test, when 1% ramp down test and with the megawatt bandwidth of 150 megawatt, that is took around 32 minutes. But when the time we are taken ramp off again, that pressure has increased and there is a safety valve float also happened. Then the test has been stopped, and again we have ramp up it slowly. And again, we have done the ramp-up test with the 75 megawatt band, and the ramp down has done and ramp-up was done. If you see the rated condition, the set condition is 1%, and we closely achieved by 7.7% and 1%. It is close to that. Again, in 31st Jan, when you have done the test, it is a 2% ramp rate we have given with a 50 megawatt ramp bandwidth. That also achieved, and you will see the achievement is 1.6 to 1.5% actually. Then in the first phase, when this day 3, because there is a 4 days test we have conducted, then we have done it the same 2% megawatt ramp down. We achieved around 1.7%. Again, other condition also, if from 250 megawatt to around 260 megawatt, we have done 1% ramp down. Again, we have ramp off. Again, similar conditions has happened, what has happened in earlier also. There is a pressure rise in that. Similar condition also in 1st February we have seen. Similar, whenever there is a huge ramp off, we are doing 1% or 2% with more bandwidth, there is a pressure rises more. Again, part load operation we have done, low load operation we have done. We cannot able to get more stable operations. If you see that we have given the demand was 260 megawatt as a lower, but we could not able to achieve it. Again, when we are going to lower down again further, there is a flame failure condition has been observed at the plant. These are the parameters, what has achieved during the ramp up. Earlier one was only to show the conditions, but if you see during ramp up and ramp down, the temperature difference in the superator conditions was huge. There is, you can see 25 degree plus and 15 degree minus. Reheater temperature also same, 25 degree minus and 10 degree plus. There is a drastic change in the reheater side temperature and the superator side temperature. And in pressure side, if you see what you have observed, that the pressure, the set condition in the design condition and the set condition on the site was little different. For that purpose, and again, on the top you can see that there is a, once we are going to drop down, there is a sudden change in the fuel cut. Means boiler demand has reduced, and the same things it has reversed in the other way. When there is a ramp up, there is boiler demand is increasing. Those two may be the reason for what there is a sudden change in the pressure as happening. And that is also clearly visible here. If you will see the set condition is the pressure set, and operating condition is there is a very gap, large gap is there. That may be the reason when we are ramping up the plant at a time there is a increase in the pressure. If you will see the drum level, there is a TDBFP manual operations at a time the drum level has gone to 150 mm of water column. The set condition also changing. We don't know really reason what is that, why the set condition is changing to 150. But all other conditions, the set conditions are close to within 100. If you will see the windworks DP, windworks DP is also reduced, because since there is a fuel cut, sudden fuel cut, the windworks DP also reducing. And when there is a ramp of the fuel, windworks DP also increasing. NOx level is well within the range. Same conditions also, similar conditions also happening in the part load when you have done to other 70 to 75 conditions. This is a low load operation. During low load operations, we could not able to achieve the load at low load. We could able to achieve the 260 megawatt, around 52 or 53% percentage load we can achieve it. But there is no stable load operation is never happened. Other parameters, if you see the temperature, mainstream temperature are okay within that range because it is plus or minus 6 degree or 7 degree. Reheater temperature is below the temperature because the rated condition is 540, but it is around 228 or 230. Sorry, 528 to 530, like that. What major difference is coming here, if you, the windbox DP was actually, as per the set condition, is around 60, but we are always in the lower side, which is also not good for that. Again, in the part load also, your NOx is within the range. This is the conditions what is seen during the part load operations, not part load, it's low load conditions. There is a flame failure has happened. There is a scanner was not scanning, and that's why again we have to ramp up the plant.
Yes, so the way ahead, we need to further investigate, and we'll submit a complete report where we'll suggest improvement, the way forward, where the C&I loop tuning needs to be done for the major parameters like drum level control, superatory heater, temperature control, fuel control, and furnace draft. And also the CMC EHTC tuning and implementation of mill scheduler, which is also talked about in the morning session. And burner modifications were required for achieving the 40% load, so which we have not been able to achieve so far. And also one important thing is the flame scanner tuning needs to be done for different frequency band profiles during the flexible operation. Thank you very much. Yes, yes, sir.
To this L&T MHI team, actually you are having this Mitsubishi collaboration, na?
Yes, yes.
So I am asking for this control measure what you have shown. Do you require any modification of classifier or mill or even excluding this burner management system?
No, classifier as such we do not suggest immediately.
So this flame failure condition you are showing, suppose
Yes.
how to address it?
The
operating
flame
condition
scanner
tuning?
needs to be tuned actually for different frequencies. That is something we need to see. Because the flame scanner, it is normally for all the frequencies it has to be set. And that we need to tune the flame scanner.
Generally, in our case, we are setting the flame scanner the 8 bands. But what it has been observed that in this condition, it is only one band it is scanning. And if the flame change the conditions, it is not scanning that condition.
So it may be the flame is okay, but the indication is giving us failure.
As per this CA guideline, we have to ramp down much less. It may be 35% of TMCR. Yes. So if you do not think for modification of this classifier or mill fineness system, how your burner management system, only modification of burner will take up, that is a matter of big question.
So actually in one of the combustion modification projects in Bongegaon, we have achieved up to 45%. In fact, we wanted to try in the others also, but the stations did not allow us to try it out.
Sir, in TVC Tanda, we are also having the fixed separators. It is not rotary separator. There also we have demonstrated 40%.
BHL boiler also?
Yes, sir.
BHL boiler also you are doing modification?
Combustion modification is for BHL boilers.
You are doing?
Yes,
all
sir.
combustion modification in BHL boiler, 13 units.
Thank you, sir. Now I request our session judges to felicitate.
One thing. Any question from anybody?
Any question from the audience? So,
So ADEX is a it's a Spanish company. Yes. Yes.
We have done the joint study at
Yes.
Managuri with ADEX.
Yes.
I know that. Tell me that what is the present role of the ADEX with LNT?
We have signed a partnership with them, and we want to execute one of the projects with them and see because they have claimed that they have a lot of experience in US and Europe.
We have not fully succeeded our Managuri study. We have failed there somewhere.
So,
I was working with BHL and I was a partner for that. They failed. So that's why I want to know what is the role of ADEX in the big name like MHI.
Yeah, we want, see, one of the areas where, because we are still not implemented anywhere, so we will have to work with them and see, and then only, because they have claimed that they are working with EPRI also, and they claim that they have got good results in US and in subcritical units. Yes. You are not touching any part of the hardware. Hardware will take care of it. We are not touching with any part of the hardware. Yes. Philosophy of working of ADEX, how can it be successful for achieving this without changing the hardware? The hardware we are capable of doing. See, hardware we are capable of doing it because we have our own technology. So that anyway we will address it. On the hardware part we will address it. Plus in addition to that, in the software we want to at least try it out in one of the projects. I will discuss it. Thank you.
I request our session judges to felicitate them with the memento. A loud round of applause from the audience. Thank you, sir. And now for the next session, for the next presentation, I request Mr. Raghav Agrawal from NTPC for his knowledge sharing and presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. As we have all gathered here, presentation is not coming. Okay. As we have all gathered here to enhance our knowledge about the best O&M practices, so I'm going to give presentation on the topic auto purging of ASLD system through distributed control system. In this presentation, we will cover what is ASLD system, what is the ASLD purging system, what was the key issue with the system, how we came up with the solution of the problem, how we implemented it, and what we got from this initiative. The conventional method of judging boiler tube leakage by monitoring boiler makeup water or depending on the human air is not sensitive enough for large boilers. By the time we are able to recognize the boiler tube leakage, sufficient damage has already been done in the boiler tube. So ASLD, which stands for Acoustic Steam Leak Detection System, it is an online monitoring system for the boiler tubes, and it tells about the boiler tube leakage as soon as it occurs. In a typical 500 megawatt boiler, set of 24 sensors are installed in the boiler area to detect boiler tube leakages. The key of this system is the use of the acoustic sensor, which senses the sound signal acoustic, and that acoustic signal undergoes digital signal processing, and the intensity of different frequency bands are calculated using fast Fourier transform, and they are compared with the background noise data which is already available with the system, and if there is sufficient increase in the intensity of noise, then boiler tube detection is alarmed. Now, this is how it looks like. The blue dots are the ASLD sensors, and the green lines which are shown are the instrument air lines which are used for purging of this system. Now, this is the graph of the ASLD sensors. Now, there are different zones. All the sensors must be in the green zone, and when the intensity of the sound waves increase, they go into the yellow zone, and if any sensor votes in the red zone, which is around here, then it will alarm the operator after 10 seconds that a boiler tube leakage has occurred. Now, why we need the purging system? The waveguide of the ASLD sensor, the performance of the sensor gets affected due to the accumulation of dust. So, automatic purging of the waveguide is carried out so that the sensor reliability is maintained. The default setting on the system in which we did the case study was 15 minutes, and purging cycle was carried out for 10 seconds every cycle in 4 groups of 6 sensors. Now, this is the waveguide with the sensor mounted on it. The ASLD, the solenoid valve which is shown, is the purging solenoid which gets energized to clean the waveguide, and the head amplifier senses the acoustic signal which is transformed to the ASLD panel in the control room. Now, what was the key issue with the system? The key issue was the poor reliability of the ASLD system and inability of the system to detect boiler tube leakages even with all these arrangements. Large consumption of instrument air because purging was carried out every 15 minutes, after every 15 minutes for 10 seconds, and a number of repeated commands were issued, like 2,304 commands are issued in a 500 megawatt boiler per day. So, after brainstorming and coming up with the various solutions, we found out that we decided to increase the purging time from the standard 10 seconds to 30 seconds. But the main roadblock was the ASLD system which we were using did not have that flexibility. So we decided to connect our ASLD system with the distributed control system already available with us. So for that, we needed to do many modifications. First of all, we developed a new mimic which was backed by the timer logic, and after hit and trial, we found out that even if we do the auto purging cycle after 6 hours, then ASLD system shows good reliability. And moreover, we were able to provide manual command because the ASLD system was now operating from the DCS. And next is the timer value was available in the DCS to monitor how much time is left for the next cycle. And when the 6 hours are complete, earlier, the commands were issued to the different solenoid groups continuously. So we changed the logic to give the command after waiting after 100 seconds so that the instrument header pressure, which gets dipped after one cycle of the purging, it will get a sufficient time to build the pressure again so that for the next cycle, the performance is improved. This is the mimic which we developed. You can see there are 4 groups of solenoids, and in the center, the blue color ASLD purge return is the option for the pop-up, and the time remaining for the auto purging solenoid is also shown. This is the pop-up which is used by the operator. For manual purging command, it can be taken into commissioning mode and give the manual commands, or it can put in auto, and the commands can be given after 6 hours automatically. This is the timer logic which we developed. Now, for doing it, what we needed to do was only 4 digital output channels were used. The digital output channel was used to energize the group relay directly inside the third-party ASLD system, and it bypasses the inherent timer logic. As you can see, we studied the ASLD system, and we found that TB1 were energizing R1, R2, R3, and R4 auto purging solenoids, and we bypassed the inherent timer logic from the ASLD panel and connected the DCS digital output signals to this. Now, what we got from this initiative? The large consumption of instrument air was reduced greatly, and the system availability also improved. Earlier, after 15 minutes we were giving command, now after 6 hours we are giving command for 30 seconds, so our system availability improved by 87.5%, and moreover there were reduction in the number of commands by 95.83%, so lesser the number of commands, lesser are the chances of failure. But the main output, the main improvement which we got was the improvement in the reliability of the system. After implementing the solution for 2 years, 11 out of 11 boiler tube leakages we were able to detect successfully, and with the implementation in DCS, now we were able to get the trends and other histories also, which was not available earlier. Moreover, for this change, the cost was minimum because already the digital output channels were available, and only the cables from the DCS and ASLD were used to energize this. So thank you so much, DVC.
A small question, Mr. Agarwal.
Yes,
it's a nice presentation. What is understood that this acoustic signal, it is being converted to fast Fourier transform,
yes,
and then it is compared with the background noise.
Yes, sir.
And you are having this auto purging system, it is purging for improvement of efficiency. So now you have integrated it with the DCS for optimization of this purging frequency. Now the question is how you know that frequency is optimum. Suppose there is a tube leakage in boiler, it can be one scenario, and there is soot blowing inside boiler. So how your system will be able to isolate these 2 type of signal?
Yes, sir. As I will go to that. Sir, whenever the soot blowing is carried out, it will be carried out through the DCS only. So you can see here in this mimic, there are 2 signals. tube leakage not detected and soot blower not running. So as soon as the soot blower will start running, it is connected directly to the logic which will bypass the ASLD alarm, which will come up for the boiler tube leakage. The boiler tube leakage will be detected only when the soot blower is not running and the purging cycle is not in operation. Yes, sir. Yes.
Question is not related with this ASLD, but it's just BTL. Actually, it's detecting the BTL. How many BTL you are having for NTPC plants for units? Suppose in 1 year,
yes,
how many BTLs actually you are experiencing for one unit on an average?
Sir, on an average, we can say in a 500 megawatt boiler,
Yes.
on an average, we can say 2 BTLs. But it depends a lot on the whether the plant shutdown we were able to get on time or not. Sometimes in exceptional cases, if we are not able to get, we get higher BTLs also. But on an average, we can say 2 BTLs a unit.
And another important question, because ASLD is giving some special inputs. If any noise is there, in that case, immediately we can identify it and we can down the unit. That's the thing. What is your restoration time, average restoration time after BTL?
Sir, it depends upon the leakage type basically, because the ASLD system assists in that only, so that the secondary damage is minimized. As soon as the leakage occurs, then the ASLD will detect the signal and it will alarm the operator to shut down the unit. Otherwise, it will be more secondary damage, so it depends upon the damage, sir. How much damage is caused?
What is your average time?
Average time is, sir, around 24 to 30 hours, sir.
24 to 30 hours?
Yes, sir.
And before this modification of ASLD, how much was your average time of restoration? Whether you have done any comparative study?
Sir, we have done comparative study on how many BTLs we were able to detect through ASLD. Earlier it was around, before implementing, we implemented around December 2021. So earlier there were 4 cases out of 15. We were not able to detect the boiler tube leakages, but after implementing, 11 out of 11 we were able to detect, sir. We maintained the data.
So now reliability is more than 90%?
Yes, sir. Up till now, in 2 years, it was 100%, sir. Thank you, sir.
Is there any other question from anybody? I expect some question from DVC, because we are also facing number of tube leakages. क्या भाई बॉयलर ग्रुप बताइए भाई.
Yes, sir. Yes.
We are in a similar situation, and in our boilers we are also having that similar failure rates.
Sir, do you have the ASLD system installed?
Yes.
Okay. So, which make, sir?
It's a Bear Sonic.
Bear Sonic.
Yes.
Okay, BHL Sonic.
Yes.
Okay. So you can also explore this solution, like increasing the purging time, so that the waveguide I will show. This waveguide, usually the dust accumulation in this waveguide, okay, the presentation is not there. The dust accumulation in waveguide obstructs the sound waves to reaching the audio sensor. So you can take this solution and you can increase the purging or do the regular PM. I also have a preventive maintenance, you can say, template, which you can even follow, so that the ASLD performance will be improved. Yes, sir. No, actually, sir, it is very difficult to determine whether it has choked or not.
Then why you needed
Sir,
this system?
Yes, sir. That's what I was saying, reliability, sir. when the tube leakage occurred, suppose we have the ASLD system installed, but ASLD means the tube leakage is reported by the operator that unit is having a tube leakage because during the regular inspection round, but ASLD is not able to detect it. So the purpose of the ASLD
means your ASLD mouth was choking. Otherwise,
yes, sir. Yes, sir. We tried multiple solutions, but in the end, we came to know that this was the main culprit.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
May I request the esteemed session judges to felicitate Sri Raghav Agarwal, Manager, PECNI, Secunderabad NTPC. Thank you, sir. Moving on to our next technical paper, may I call upon the dais Sri B.C. Rai, GM and Head QANI, Sri R.K. Jain, AGM, Sri U. Srinivasa Rao, DGM, Sri Aditya Kumar Gupta, DGM, NTPC, for their presentation on successful addressal of stress corrosion cracking by PAUT in austenitic stainless steel.
Respected dignitaries, session chairs on dais, good afternoon to all of you. First of all, I would like to thank DVC for giving the opportunity for the presentation that is on stress corrosion cracking, identification of the austenitic steel 304 and 347 grade tubes defects by pot. This presentation was basically with our head Q&I, Mr. B.C. Roy, Mr. R.K. Jain, U.S. Roy, and myself, Aditya Gupta. So this will be the outline of our presentation. Since, as discussed in the morning addressal by higher management, that the coal will be the next operating for the next 2 or 3 decades due to the power demands. The escalation of demand for the efficient power generation has intensified the reliance on the supercritical thermal power plant. So the ultra super critical boiler with the operating steam temperature parameters of more than 275 bar and 600 degrees centigrade temperature has become the natural choice. These power plant of ultra supercritical definitely requires the material requires the creep strength as well as the corrosion and oxidation strength. So the stainless steel 347H and 304H definitely becomes a preferred choice for the designers. But using these SS tubes, there are challenges like stress corrosion cracking. So our presentation basically based on the detection of these cracks in the this stress environment of the austenitic steel in power plant. So this is the typical material selection of the boiler tubes with respect to the temperature range, how with increase in the temperature the material is being selected on the design aspect. And here just I would like to add this 304H and 347H, that copper and niobium titanium are used just to improve the strength and creep strength, and niobium and titanium to reduce the sensitization. We'll discuss later. So this is one of the case study in one of the power plant station at penthouse in the superheater and reheater. During the hydro test in the seal band area, we observed the very fine minor seepage kind of things. So this poses a challenge why this has occurred. Definitely in the boiler tube leakage there are cracks envisaged during the hydro, but this was very fine and tight in nature that only the minor seepage was just occurring. So this was the layout. If you will see in this, it was just above the furnace, near the vicinity of crown plate, adjacent to the blade. So it was, the detection was not possible with the X-ray because it was a very fine in nature, and due to the non-magnetic nature, the MPI was also not suitable for this. So definitely we moved for the pot, and why we have moved for the pot, because this is complying the code SME section 1 also. The seepage were checked due to the very fine, like 2 to 3 mm below the weld and heat affected zone. Accordingly, the samples also were sent over one of the in-house R&D lab, Netra, and the reason were found that these cracks were due to the chloride content of this. This chloride content resulted in the stress corrosion cracking. We'll see next. So this is basically the pot we have used because of the multi-crystal effect, and because this focusing, steering and rastering, by the combination of this, we have incorporated the pot with the customization. Like there was the very minute gap between the adjacent tubes. It was less than the 10 mm. So we have used the high frequency probe, especially in the time mode, because it was a dendritic kind of the branch-like crack structure. So the crack was detected, but how and why it was. So accordingly, these sample we have sent to our R&D lab, Netra, and we can see that even adjacent to the weld, there were very fine cracks. You are just in this vicinity. That, and when with the it was examined with the optical microscopic, we can see in reheater and superheater there were transgranular as well as intergranular crack observed. The depth was 50 to 900 microns. So these cracks we were not able to detect with the radiography, as well as due to the non-magnetic nature, with the MPI also. So with this ADAX analysis, we see that there was a chloride content of this weight percentage 2.16. So this kind of cracking was occurred due to the chloride contamination. So it was envisaged that because of this chloride, there was the main root cause was of this failure was the stress corrosion cracking. And definitely we know when there is a sensitized material with the applied stress and there is any environment, then stress corrosion cracking occurs. And here it was due to the chloride contamination. And why at the penthouse in the seal band area? Because if we will find this analysis, we can see that in the fillet weld, the stresses are more with respect to the in the area of butt weld joints. So this was the main reason we have came to the conclusion that there were fine cracks at the vicinity of weld in the heat affected zone in the fillet nature of weld due to the chloride. So we have established, and accordingly we have moved for the repair. Since this kind of experience we have observed in boiler of the supercritical first time, so it was just taken, like see here in the penthouse in the furnace, we have replaced the tubes right from here to here. So it was a massive task, right from using the very basic tools to the solution annealing with the modification of the this heat treatment chart. Because of the range of the temperature 400 to 800 degrees centigrade, there is the occurrence of the stress corrosion cracking. Accordingly, these has been replaced, and due to the here are some of the slides due to the challenges we are facing during the maintenance. So due to the reducing replacing of one of the tube, the secondary tube we are going to damage. So we have done some of the in-house practices. Welder were not able to complete the joint, so we have simulated the condition in the actual environment with the same parameters. Some of the defects like crater porosity, opening and closing windows, so we have done the sloping in hot pass near the root window. So these were the actions taken after the identification of the stress corrosion cracking, like using full purging, simulating the welding condition, monitoring of the welding performance. And this is the end solution which we have acknowledged that proper storage is one of the main requirement of the SS tube. In our case, it was transported overseas, so we thought that maybe due to the transportation through ship, the chloride contamination due to this seawater might have occurred. So in the conclusion part, to avoid the corrosion cracking, first we need to remove this environmental part with respect to SS tube and stresses corrosion. So ultimately, the prevention is better than cure. This is the one of the main motto in handling the austenitic stainless tube in supercritical technology. Thank you. Sir, it's one of the NTPC station, yeah.
One thing I would like to ask you, chloride contamination was the reason. So what was the preventive action you have taken for?
So right from the storage, material handling, we have incorporated those changes in our future coming project specification. Like it has to be stored in closed contamination, means closed environment, as well as the solution cleaning to be carried out of the SS tube, and before and after, right from the dispatch from the factory and up to the site, one sample of each tubes to be sent for the analysis whether the chloride contamination is there or not.
Manufacturing problem.
Sir, it may be due to the transportation also, preservation, storage and preservation issue also. Because if we'll give the sample, like our sweat is there, and it is exposed for a prolonged time with the SS tube, and if we'll give this for analysis, on the outer surface we'll definitely find the chloride contamination. Maybe it may not reach up to the root level, but this environment affects the this stainless steel.
So this was basically due to storage problem.
Storage
after erection, have you encountered this type of problem?
Yeah, this case was.
No, what I am telling might be due to storage. Why I am asking this? Basically, for this ultra supercritical boiler, you have gone for all volatile treatment. So
right.
there is less possibility of this chloride contamination if you think about boiler chemistry. So
Yes.
the basic problem may be due to either during transportation or during manufacturing, some ingress has gone and that has got carried over to your boiler tubes during erection.
Yes, sir, you are very much right, sir. Storage and preservation is one of the main concern for this chloride attack.
And my next question is, it looks a little bit complex, but I was not able to understand. When you are going through this PAUT scanner,
right, sir.
So it has got some depth of penetration, and you are telling that it is the band can be simulated within 10 mm. So how you know that what is the depth of penetration? Because when the SSC crack, it propagates to the internal layer.
Right.
So what is the depth of layer up to which you know that this is my extent of damage and I have to replace and go for it?
Sir, in pot actually there was thickness was very less, as well as the location was very, means it was a confined kind of location. So we have used the high density probe around 10 megahertz, sir. So even a small articulation was showing the proper depth and defect, and we have correlated it with the earlier defective tubes in the simulated conditions.
Does it show in a 3D model?
Not, it is in 2D model, sir.
It is in 2D model.
But approximate like 50 to 900 microns we have detected.
Okay.
After how much time it has occurred? After how much running of unit?
No, it was just an initiation of the hydro test.
Just?
During hydro test only,
No,
before commissioning.
I am before commissioning.
Right, sir.
Okay. Then you carried how much test for all tubes?
Yes, sir, for all tubes. Because even a single defect, if it is there, then one BTL cost 2 to 3 crores per unit per instance, and it will reflect in our balance sheet. So definitely, if we'll get the time, definitely we have to go through all the tubes, inspection with all the tubes.
Then due to, you are telling that this was due to a storage. So stress corrosion cracking, how would relate with that?
Yes, sir.
In one hydro, how can it happen?
Sir, for storage and preservation, like some of the tubes were kept in open conditions, like rainy water also sometimes is there. So we need to avoid those storage and preservation and prevail the standardization storage preservation procedure. And we have dealt with the main contractors also and updated their storage as well as this preservation procedure also.
Okay.
Okay. Is there any question or a number of papers or more? I think.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
May I request our session judges to felicitate our esteemed speaker for his insightful presentation. Thank you, sir. Next, we move on to an in-house presentation to be presented by Sri Shiv Bachchan Pal and team from DVC Major Thermal Power Station. Their presentation is on FGD system. May I request the speakers onto the podium, please.
FGD तो ऑलरेडी न्यू कर दिया तो ये नहीं कर दिया इसको काट ये नहीं एक न्यू करके होगा एन की 12 एन
Respected Chairman Sir, Member Technical Sir, EDs and other dignitaries present over here. I thanks to the organizer to giving me an opportunity for presentation on FGD. I am very happy to announce here that first FGD of Unit 7 of 500 megawatt MTPS was commissioned and declared COD on 26 January 24. We are getting tariff benefit of 27 paise per unit. This FGD system has reduced SO2 level from 800 mg normalized meter cube to 50 mg normalized meter cube. SO2 removal efficiency is around 95%. Now I am Unit 8, a reliability test run started today, and 72 hours full load operation will be started from 00 hours on 26 March. And hopefully we will commission Unit 7 by this month. Now I am handing over the podium to Sri Rajiv Ranjan for further presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Today, I am going to discuss on the topic FGD. The agenda which I am going to discuss are what is FGD, what is the basics of FGD, why it is required, what is the MOEF and CC norms, and the types of FGD and technology, and the FGD system which is installed at MTPS, and finally the conclusion. First, as you know, India is a fast developing nation and electricity plays important role in any nation's development. In India, we produce electricity through thermal, hydro, gas and other non-conventional sources, of which thermal power plants are the major contributor for producing. As of now, thermal power plant contribution is about 50% of total power generation in India. In the thermal power plant, we use coal and oil as a basic fuel, and when this coal and oil
burns, it releases sulfur to the atmosphere. Since thermal power plants are the major contributor in the production of electricity, so the emission of SOx through thermal plant is more. These SOx have property to readily combine with moisture in the atmosphere, and it precipitate in the form of acid rain. And acid rain has many damaging property, like it damages the crops, infrastructures, have negative impact on the health of human being. Also, it pollutes the water cycle. So, to produce clean energy and without harming our environment, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climatic Change, by their notification, forced the SO2 producer to reduce its emission of SOx component. As the data shows, the SOx component for the power plant above, which is generating 500 megawatt, the SOx level is 200 mg for the power plant which are installed up to 2016. For after that, the power plant which are installed after 2017, its level is, it has to exhaust maximum 100 milligrams normal meter cube of SOx component. Now, how do we achieve this level which is set by the ministry? So for this, DVC installed the FGD system. FGD stands for the fuel gas desulfurization system. It is a process of removing sulfur from the flue gas of thermal power plant before it releases into the atmosphere. There are 3 types of FGD system: wet system, seawater system and dry system. At MTPS, we use the wet limestone system. In the FGD system, mainly 3 processes occurs. This is the basic absorber system, in which the main reaction of the SOx component reaction occurs. In the inlet, we provide the water, flue gas is going to the absorber, and oxygen is provided through the oxidation blower, and limestone is fed to the absorber. When this limestone react with sulfur component, it forms gypsum, and the clean air is releases out to the atmosphere. This system actually, FGD system mainly divided into 3 main sections: lime preparation section, SO2 scrubbing section, and gypsum dewatering section. In the lime slurry preparation system, we receive the raw lime through the truck, and in the wet ball mill, we prepare the slurry, and this slurry is stored in the lime storage slurry system for later on feeding to the absorber. Next, the absorber system. It is also called the heart of the FGD. SOx scrubbing and all chemical reactions take place in the absorber system. It is basically the installed absorber at MTPS is basically a square section of 22 meter into 22 meter and height 16.7 meter approx. The flue gas, as the picture shows, the red part, the flue gas from the ID fan is coming through the duct and going down to the asperger tubes. And in the second picture, the asperger tubes, the jet bubbling reactions occurs. The SOx component react with the limestone, and the gypsum is produced, and the clean air is going out of the going out through the mist eliminator via the wet chimney. This is the main reaction which is taking place inside the absorber. Through the asperger tube, SOx component mixed with the water, it forms H2SO3. When it reacts with oxygen, it forms H2SO4. And when H2SO4 reacts with lime, which is present in the absorber, it forms gypsum. And the CO2 is emitted to the atmosphere. And last system is gypsum production system. The gypsum which is produced inside the absorber is pumped through the gypsum bleed pump and taken to the primary hydrocyclone tank. This slurry enters the primary hydrocyclone, is discharged to the vacuum belt feeder, and from there the excess moisture is taken out and the gypsum cake is formed. In this picture, the left picture is showing the formation of gypsum cake, and this cake is stored in the second picture. It is showing the storage where we store the gypsum cake for further disposal. These are the few buildings. First is main BRU system, bulk receiving unit, where we receive the limestone trucks and unload it. Second is the silo system, where we store the raw lime. Third is wet ball mill, and fourth is traveling tipper system. Gypsum has many uses. It is used in the cement factories. We can make the board, and it is also used in the agriculture as a soil amendment. Already sir told, we have the COD of Unit 7 on 26 January 2024, and initial operation of FGD Unit 8 has already started. Major benefit of FGD system is its higher removal efficiency of sulfur dioxide. It is more than 94.25%. Its operation cost is low. Gypsum production is high, and also it very much reduces the environmental impact like acid rain. And the disadvantage is that its capital cost is high. It requires a large space. The the byproduct we generate requires the disposal. Also the CO2 which is releases, additionally we are increasing the greenhouse effect on the environment. Also the cost of electricity is more and creating burden to the common person. So at last, although we comply with the environmental norms and controlling the SOx emission, but at the cost of increase of CO2 emission as well as increase in auxiliary consumption, which needs to be addressed in the nature feature. Thank you, sir.
You have explained the FGD system nicely, but one thing I would like to ask you, whether to keep it functional, what are the O&M practices we have to follow, whether we have interacted with the OEM on that issue?
OEM will do 3 years.
No, whatever may be, but what O&M practices we have to follow, whether we have gone through all these things with the OEM?
Yes, we have gone.
Because at this time it is very much required to know what are the O&M practices we have to follow. Because after 3 years, they will release their responsibility, and responsibility will come with you. So within this period, we have to know what are the practices we have to follow, how we can reduce the auxiliary power consumption. All these things you have to know.
Yes, okay.
Otherwise, I think as a new thing, it's good. But now we have to know all these things.
Okay, sir.
I think, is there any question from anybody?
कमिश्निंग हमारा 26 जनवरी को हुआ।
जीरो डेट कब था स्टार्ट ऑफ द प्रोजेक्ट?
19 में था।
कोरोना की वजह से
डिले हुआ ड्यू टू कोरोना इट डिले।
We placed the order in the year 2019. In between, actually, Corona period was there. For that reason, actually, they could not expedite the work. But somehow, actually, they did the work. But that much of pace was not there. As far as material is concerned, there actually we faced some problem. And sand also was one of the bigger issues at that time. So many issues came.
Due to Corona and material imported from China.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
As gypsum moisture tuning is going on, we are able to achieve moisture around 10%, or it is further tuning is going on. It must be less than 10.
Okay, the moisture is one parameter, another is the chloride. And have you checked the chloride?
Chloride is around 100.
Yeah,
100 ppm.
100 is the limit. How much you are getting?
We are getting around 95.
95.
Yes.
And what water are you using for the processing of lime, slurry and others and washing purpose? Which water are you using? Whether you are using the CW water or fresh water or some other water or service water?
CW water, CW water.
CW, that is from CW, part of the CW blow down water using as a washing of the gypsum final product. Is it so?
Pardon?
Yes. Part of the CW blow down water, that means you are from the CW cold basin or hot basin, you are using that water for washing of the gypsum product. Is it so? So what is the chloride in the CW water? Have you checked it? We have actually in NTPC, we have changed the source of water from CW cold basin, CW water to filter water, because CW water having more chloride. So we are unable to maintain the chloride content in the final product, and the cement manufacturer who are supposed to use the gypsum, they are not using it since it is having chloride more than that. So we change the water source, that means from solution to washing of the product from CW water to CW cold basin water to filter water. Filter means that is the fresh water.
We are already selling the gypsum.
You should get it, check the chloride
No.
content.
We are already selling the gypsum, and cement factories are satisfied with our gypsum.
That means you are meeting the parameter of that 10% moisture.
We are meeting the requirement, required parameters.
Okay, then okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I now request our esteemed session judges to felicitate our speakers with tokens of gratitude and appreciation. Moving on to our next presentation. For the next presentation, I would like to call upon the dais Sri Abhay Kumar Srivastav, Senior General Manager Mechanical, and Karthik Ghosh, Manager Mechanical from Team DVC. Their presentation is on the topic Green and Clean DVC. Welcome to the dais.
Respected Chairman Sir, Member Technical Sir, ED Operation Sir, दास सर और बाहर से आए हमारे बहुत से delegates. Today we are going to present on green DVC and clean DVC. स्वच्छ, सुंदर और हरित DVC की कल्पना जो हमने कभी सपने में देखी थी, आज साकार हो रही है. व्यू मोड में डालो. नेक्स्ट 8 व्यू मोड में our area of coverage are one, solid waste management, stack emission control, effluent pollutant control, green belt plantation, biomass co-firing. ठीक है चुको ना वो ठीक है जस्ट साग ना. So DVC is mainly having thermal power plants, and our average daily ash production is around 35,000 metric ton per day. And presently, our evacuation rate is more than 100%, that is almost 38,000, 39,000, 40,000 per day we are evacuating. And our highest daily ash evacuation rate is 57,000 a day. So our great challenge is more than 100%, or even we have to reach 200% to achieve our target of removal of legacy ash. So DVC trends of ash evacuation in year 1920, it was 78%, and it is gradually increasing, and last year, means this year up to February 24, it is approximate 109%. So DVC is major, these consumers are the cement industry, and DVC is contributing in nation building of road network, NHI requirement we are fulfilling. So our NHI requirement, dry flash requirement is increasing year together. So now it has increased from 6.53 lakh metric ton to 77.33 lakh metric ton. So our expenditure on dry fly ash evacuation is also increasing day by day, and now it is touching to about 427 crore per year, and revenue from selling, this is for the transportation cost of the pond ash, and revenue we are earning by selling through auction of dry fly ash is 34.29 crore. Now regarding fugitive dust control, my colleague Mr. Karthik Ghosh will speak.
Good afternoon, sirs. To control the fugitive dust, DVC taken different action like water sprinkling system at dust-prone area, DE and DFDS system in CHP area, and also covered after filling of mines and loading area, soil filling is done to control the fugitive dust. Here is some pictures. Soil is cleaning, and during ash loading in the silo, also there is some green belt. DVC also take necessary action to control the dust control, and green belt and plantation also done. We have done 130 hectare in empty space, in RT space 491 hectare, and DST space it was done on 70 hectare, and KTPS it was done on 108 hectare. There is some view of green belt around our TPSs. Here is emission control. It's more concern about the stack emission control. We emit like SO2, CO2, SPM, and NOx and Hg. The effect is air pollution, global warming, acid rain, and lungs disease, etc. To control this type of emission, we already taken action. FGD is installing in our plants. Also, DNOx system is installed. ESP already we have done, and augmentation of ESP also in progress in for MTPS old unit 1 to 3. Here is the status of.
So we have already installed commissioned FGD in 6 number of units of DVC, and we have already put in service 2 number of FGD, and gas in plan in 2024 in KTPS and DSTPS unit 2 in May 24, April respectively. Total expenditure on FGD project incurred is about 4,200 14 crore. And our next pipeline is FGD pipeline is CTPS unit, that will be around 797 crore. So before installation of FGD, sulfur dioxide was in range of 500 to 1000 mg per Newton meter cube, but now it is 20 to 50 mg per meter cube, and after installation SOx SPM is also reduced to 10 mg per Newton meter cube. So these are some pictures of the FGD at DVC thermal power plants. And after this FGD, we have byproducts, gypsum that is used mainly used in cement. So through auction, we have sold quantity for KTPS, MTPS, and DSTPS, RTPS. About that quantity detail is given in the right side. So already these auctions have been conducted successfully, and we have already sold these gypsum. So very high demand is there for gypsum. And we have installed DeNOx burner in 10 units out of 14 units, and the remaining 4 units we will be doing in 2024-25. The cost is 130 crores. So here also we have achieved the desired parameter norms of the MOEFC, and if we have to maintain NOx less than 450, and we are maintaining 415, 400, 395 and 400. So other effluent pollution control measures are installation of ETP, guard pond, installation of STP, installation of AWRS, installation of CSSP, installation of EQMS. So these are the standards parameters required for the effluents. So time is short, so I am moving fast. And these are some pictures of ETP. This is ash slurry, coal slurry settling pond. STP parameters, that desirable parameters. And these are the status of our STP plants. Some plants have already in service and some in pipeline. We are taking steps in very high speed level. We will complete all projects within this year. So biomass co-firing has been already discussed in previous. So we have trial run in DSTPS, and our already procurement action has been taken. And regarding solar power plant, we have at present capacity of 13.923 megawatt, and our pipeline projects are about 356 megawatt is under installation, and another 1789 megawatt floating solar, 1620 megawatt rooftop solar, and there is pump storage. This is I am telling about RE projects. So pump storage 1500 at Lugu Pahad, and Panchet Hill 1000 megawatt, about 5909 megawatt future expansion plan is there. We have replaced about 1,99,299 LED and saved reduced carbon CO2 emission in tune of 39,357 metric ton per year. These are the awards DVC have achieved. Thank you, sir. We have a small video clips for our pollution control measures at MTPS. If you can please run, so people will have real pictures. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. And now I request our session judges to felicitate them with the memento.
One issue. Is there any question from any power utility? Because nowadays we are facing lots of problems with the ash utilization. I think WBPDCL is also facing lots of issues for this ash utilization. Whether any we can interact. Is there any question from your side? Okay. From NTPC? Is there any? Okay.
Sir, I request you to felicitate him with the memento. A great presentation to show that Damodar Valley Corporation is really very serious regarding environment. It's a healthiness. It's our duty of everyone who is either the part of Damodar Valley Corporation or who are guests here to attend this conference. We are committed to take care of this Mother Earth. And now, for the further, I would like to request Sri Sanjay Kumar Sinha, GM, O&M, and team from Koderma Thermal Power Station, and their topic is Flexible Operation Impact on Turbine, a case study.
स्लाइड मोड में स्लाइड मोड दो क्यों आ रहा है एक साथ सिंगल फर्स्ट सबसे पहला इसका ऐसे करना ऐसे ना Good afternoon to judges, seniors, colleagues, dear friends, and lovely audience. In the year 2015, the famous Paris Agreement, a legal binding treaty signed by the heads of a state of 196 countries, that includes our Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi. The treaty says to limit the temperature increase by maximum 1.5 degree over pre-industrial level. In line of the Paris Agreement, India has made nationally determined contribution to limit burning of fossil fuel and greenhouse gases emission, a commitment to contain global warming and climate change. Our NDC is having 5 nectar, Panchamrit. By 2030, India will have 500 gigawatt of non-fossil energy, reduction in carbon emission by 1 billion, meet 50% of its energy requirement by renewable, and become a net zero country by 2070. Last year, CA has published this National Electricity Plan report. Here in this pie chart, we can see right now we are at total capacity of 423 gigawatt. Out of them, 50% is share of coal fuel. By 27, we will have a capacity of 610 gigawatt, and by next 5 years, that is the end of 32, it will be 900 gigawatt. So there is a gradual decrease in coal share from 50 to 29% and increase of renewable energy sources. So by the end of 32, we will easily achieve our NDC target of 500 gigawatt renewable energy sources. This is a graph showing typical day of load and generation connected to the grid. I got it from CA Flexible report for the year 21 to 22. Here we can see in the red line the maximum load, the peak load that was required at that particular day was around 180 gigawatt. And it was the yellow color, it is showing the renewable energy source which is varying from 23 gigawatt in non-solar hour to around 108 gigawatt in the afternoon. So the solar, it is having the nature of variability depending upon the weather, season, and also it is concentrated only for the limited times. So it creates an insecurity to the grid. As such, to make the grid secure, we need to flexible our thermal unit. And when you flexible your thermal unit, it creates a cyclic stress, and those cyclic stress may tends to create breakdown of the equipment. So we are having a case study of turbine breakdown due to the flexible operation, and Sri Amit will present it.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm going to present you 2 numbers of case studies. Both the case studies are from DVC KTPS. DVC KTPS is a 2 into 500 megawatt BHL make turbine, BHL make plant. In this plant, we have a turbine of 3-cylinder reheat condenser with a throttle governing type turbine. In the first case, on 20th December 2023, when the unit was running with 450 megawatt load, at around 10:30 am, all of a sudden there was an increase in TG shaft and bearing vibration. All other parameters were normal. But this increase in vibration was very sudden. After the unit tripped after some 20 minutes, and TG got stalled. After stalling, we attempted to find out the reasons. And on the very next day, we found that one of the hanger of the MS left line had snapped. To check for the effect of the hanger snapping on other clearances of the turbine and other systems, some certain dismantling activities were carried out to be very sure of its impact. First, TG bearings were checked. LPT last stage blades were checked. All the clearances, all the blades were normal. Both the MS and HRS strainers were checked. HPIP roll check, bump check, and other parameters were checked. So other than hanger snapping, no other deviation was found. All the TG components were boxed up, and hanger was restored to its original condition, and unit was synchronized. Post unit synchronization, all parameters maintained normal. In the second case, this was noticed during the overhauling of the turbine just a month before the first case. And in this case, we found deep black colored deposit, corrosion and pitting on the LP last stage blades and rotor, which was very hard to remove. It was so hard that it took around 3 days to remove all the clamping pieces of the last 2 stage blades. So overhauling was getting delayed because we were not able to remove through normal means. Now, both the cases, we have noticed that the most important factor which has contributed to this, both cases is the cyclic stress. Among other factors, cyclic stress is the most prominent one, which we've found that it has impacted the most. Because in a recent month, due to flexibilization, the SG used to change on an average 30 times. This caused a frequent change in load and large variation over and undershoots of steam temperature, pressure, superheated spray flow, MS flow, condenser vacuum, etc. From this, so hanger snapping, LP rotor, and scale deposit, corrosion and pitting on blade surface are unique case, and recent increase in cyclic load operation due to flexibilization could be a major contributing factor to both the to this type of impact on the systems. Now I would call sir to finish this.
Apart from our cases, sir, there are several other challenges intervened due to flexi operation. When you are operating at technical minimum, there may be a chances of moisture formation, steam flow, turbulence, windage heating, droplet erosion of freestanding blade, aerodynamic instability. It may cause fluttering related vibration. Higher differential expansion may cause metallic rubbing, increased ovality, parting plane gap. Last year in NTPC Talsa, they have faced crack in LPT rotor due to this SCC stress corrosion cracks. In KTPS Unit 2, in the month of January-February, in the presence of CA, LNT and MHI, we have done flexible operation. During the test, we went up to 252 megawatt, that is 50% of our capacity with a ramp rate of 2%, but there are a few exceptions. There was wide fluctuation in MS and HRS temperature, boiler metal excursion, there was deviation in sliding pressure. That's why sometimes we have to shift from CMC mode to turbine follow mode, high drum level swings, poor combustion. So these were the issues we had faced during the test. So next, what is the mitigation and modification strategy? In the graph, we can see with the existing PID controller, there is a wide fluctuation. When megawatt is changed, the steam parameters are having very much fluctuation. But with this APC controller, automatic process controller, the deviation is controlled. So there is a need of replacement of conventional PID control with the advanced APC controller or artificial intelligence module, which are proactive process control, restricting the fluctuation in the process parameter within the acceptable range, and thus increases the component life. What we learned from our case study, the hanger snapping, we should go for the integrity test of the hangers. We should check the strength of the grout material by hammer rebound or ultrasonic velocity test. In every overhauling, we should go for MPI, NFT, pot of LPT turbines, suit pinning and detuning of last stage blade, and we need to overhauling optimization. There are two types of cost involved in flexible operation. One is capital expenditure, another is operational expenditure. In capital, for automation, we have to install various retrofitting of intelligent process controller which can make the plant viable for flexible operation, like advanced process controller, condition monitoring system, turbine VMS, modification, BFP recirculation valves. Next, the way forward. We need support from the regulator. Cost of modification and retrofit should be a part of capital investment and shall be recovered through the tariff. There should be incentive for flexible operation, and in near future with integration of high RE, right now we are having around 27% of RE. In future it is going to a share of 54%. At that time we are talking about right now a technical minimum of 55% and 40%. There we have to go up to 20%, and that will be a real threat for our survival. So what is the solution? We need to get the flexible power from other source, and we need to invest in pump storage, battery storage, and two-shift operation, as well as demand side has to rationalize their utilization during solar hour. In this way, we can reduce the flexible load on our thermal unit, and it will be a viable business for us. Thank you, everyone. I thanks to our mentor, Sri Sanjay Kumar Sinha sir, our guide, Sri Madhukar Srivastava sir, myself, author Alok Kumar, and co-author, Sri Amit Kumar. Thank you, audience.
Presentation, KTPST, but I have a small question.
Yes, sir.
It is an improvement measure.
Yes,
regarding
sir.
deposit, you are telling. So what is the deposit analysis? Why I am asking, actually, during flexible operation, what happens? We call it spalling. What is spalling? Spalling is basically in water wall, you know very well, there is a protective magnetite layer.
Yeah, yes, sir.
So whenever there is a ramp up and ramp down,
yes,
magnetite layer gets loose, and then this carry over to the boiler drum. And from boiler drum, it is carried over to the turbine, and then your first protection device is your turbine strainer. So
yes,
my first question was, what was the health of your turbine strainer and how it has passed on? And we should look after that strainer also during overhauling, because there is a susceptibility of damage. And scale analysis report, that is must. What was the report, whatever chemists were telling, what was the scale nature of scale, from where it came out?
Yes, sir, yes.
Because from turbine, as per EPRI case study report,
yes, sir, yes, sir.
Not yet we have found out that turbine blade got damaged. That means Oruma is there, he can share a lot. He is having a lot of experience. Yes. Very few cases, but maximum damages are coming because of these carryovers.
Yes, sir, yes.
So just take it as an improvement measure.
Yes, sir.
And it's a very good presentation.
Yes. Thank you, sir.
Definitely, what Ovijit has told, here actually BHL experts are available. That's why this is a question to BHL expert. Question means just only one advice from them. What is to be done by DVC, what they have shown, to where we have to take action. Please.
Again and again, सावधानी से करना है. ऐसा नहीं है जो भी बोलेगा वो हम कर लेंगे. So that solutions are there. We can provide you the solutions, but the thing is that economically it is not viable. The problem is there.
Yes.
Yeah. Hello, there is one query from here, this corner. So in the current trend, what is the status? Are we able to restrict the atmospheric temperature within the set target of 1.5 with all these actions?
Oh yeah, I think a lot way we have to go as India is having an ambitious target to become a carbon neutral country by 2070. So already slides has been shown by the previous presenter related to this FGD, means we are thinking about reducing the emissions. That is also a step, reducing your greenhouse gases. When you are reducing the greenhouse gases, basically you are reducing the temperature. Lots of plantations are also going on everywhere. So people are, I think, aware, everybody, even in my body, what I said, sir, that everybody take a vow that I will have some sapling and I will do plantation. So awareness is, I think, awareness and education are the best thing to go, how to limit this global warming, because it is really a disaster if the temperature will go beyond 1.5 degree. As an average pre-industrial level, we are having the Earth's average temperature was around 14 degree. If it will go below, above 1.5 degree, then there will rises in sea level, migrations of people hungry and disaster so many things will happen. So awareness and educations to the people, and I think every industry and every individual participations is required to mitigate this global warming and climate action, for this climate action. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. To limit the emissions, right, sir? Because already
not about emission. In situ rotor machining devices, we can the rotor may get develop crack over the shaft.
Yes, sir. Yes,
so to eliminate those cracks, another rotor repairing in situ rotor repairing mechanism we have to develop to maintain the overhauling within the scheduled time.
Right, sir.
So these things are coming. This sort of damages we can expect.
Yes, sir. One-to-one replacement will be required. Yes, sir.
Replacement. One thing is replacement. Other thing is in situ repairing mechanism.
Yeah,
every time we cannot afford to send rotor or diaphragm to OEM.
Right.
I think BHL is here. For that reason, actually, they will be giving more number of advices on this issue. I think number of inspections actually we have to increase because flexibilization is giving more stress on boiler tubes
and more
as well as turbine.
Yes, sir.
Once the major Chandrapura this implementation happens, we will issue a fresh guidelines for O&M activity. That is also part of the contract. So that fresh guidelines will help you to restrict this kind of observation.
Yes.
But one thing actually I would like to share with the audience. Now at this moment actually we are facing lots of restriction because of high demand. Because of that reason actually we could not shut down the unit in time. Especially for the case of 500 megawatt units, we could not shut down the unit every after 2 years. It is being stretched, and there actually we are facing problem.
Yes, sir. Yes. Yes.
Hello. In last year actually we have seen April, May, June, no outage was given by the ministry. In the month of September also, that means we are receiving only 8 months in 1 year. And within that actually this much of unit we have to overhaul. That means at least 7 to 8 units we have to overhaul. There actually we are facing problem. So two things actually we have to concentrate. That is one, forced outage you have to reduce. And planned outage, whatever you have to do, that is within the time frame actually you have to complete the overhauling. So there OEM's support is required.
See, he is talking, all these things, they are old plants which has already consumed his most of the life. But on the new machines, IC 135 has been modified. And this IC 135 is guiding the number of start, stop, and how you will run the machine in view of the flexible operation. This will be applicable for all the new contracts and all the new machines. So that you don't worry for the new machines, but it is a challenge for the older machines how we handle the situation. Because I was talking that 70 out of 73%, 70% of the 73% machines are subcritical machines and 70% have lived more than 50% of their life. So that is a cause of concern. So इसलिए सावधानी से करना है, सावधानी से करना है, और health condition monitoring is very, very important for this purpose.
Condition monitoring is most important.
Health monitoring is very important.
And another advice actually I will be giving to all the power plants, especially DVC people over here mostly. WPDCL is also there, NTPC is also there. We have to keep interaction with the OEMs. Whatever guidelines actually they are giving, accordingly actually we have to follow it, and we have to see what are the problems actually we are facing. We have to share them so that actually they can also update.
So one information I would like to share, after implementation of the flexible operation in Sagar Dighi, we have installed one continuous monitoring package, how much life you are getting consumed for the turbine per cyclic operation. This is first time we have implemented, BHEL has implemented this thing at Sagar Dighi. You can send somebody and see. It is an online monitoring by the monitor that how much actual life you are consuming per day basis. So that is a very important parameter which you need to also monitor for all on the plants, whether you are doing the flexible operation or not doing the flexible operation, but monitoring the health. Once the age is there, monitoring the health is extremely important. Similar package we are going to, I have talked to Rajiv Shah that we are going to implement in, I have talked to you also that on boiler part, boiler component also. Let us see how successfully it happens, but it will be done.
And now I request our session judges for the felicitation to the participants. A loud round of applause is expected from the audience. Sir, I request you to say something about on this occasion, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's really a pleasure for me to come to this O&M conference. And last time also I have come during your quality conference also. So let me first introduce myself. Myself, Orumai Mukherjee. Most of the DVC people and PDC people may be knowing me also. I am now heading my BHLP Eastern region, and I have been associated with the overhauling job for so many years in different projects at DVC and PDCLs also. And what our Pulab Mukherjee sir was explaining on the flexible operation and other impact on my turbines, especially on subcritical turbines. And after the introduction of supercritical and ultra supercritical units in India, we are as a BHEL are taking care of this fluctuation. And to an extent, we in collaboration in GE as well as Siemens, we are trying to see the impact on turbine blades also. And on our own, our R&D along with PACR now introducing a special software which is being now monitored at Sagar Dighi, and now we are going to implement in Tenugad also. So I request, it can be a case study for every project also, every customer also, to see the changing load patterns, what will be the impact on the turbine vibration blades. But what I suggest, actually, someone was telling about the machining and other things. It's really difficult to do a turbine blades for a capacity of 500 and above. The spiral, this LP routes cannot be done at site level. It has to go to our manufacturing unit, so it requires a CNC machine. So for CNC machine, it will be a costly affair for the customer to install at the site level. What I suggest actually to reduce the maintenance and forced maintenance time schedule, we need to have spares available at your plant so that at least this unforeseen shutdown can be taken care of in a very short period. Right now, from when we started our career, the overhauling schedule was around 100 days. Now we have come back to, and 10 days even also, some of the project in Western region, I found Reliance is doing at 10 days, 15 days also. So it is possible. Then with the innovative idea, things are now coming, because what you are correctly pointing out, the load demand is so high in India, it is really difficult, not only for the customer like PDCL or DVCs. CSC and other people are unable to give you a shutdown. And as a result of which you will find that most of the time the machines are running beyond his recommended time period. resulting some unforeseen things you are getting during the overhauling time. So that's why we are as a BHL OEM also suggesting customer also to go for some storage of spares, which will be really essential, which is recurring in nature, so that during this unforeseen shutdown period, you can take care of these things. And as a BHL manufacturer, you always believe customer is the end user of product. They know our product better than we. And based on your experience and your feedback, we are always trying to do some improvement on our product also. So hopefully, based on your feedback in future also, BHL will be giving some kind of a recommendation on our products, or any modification is required of the earlier products. But in present scenario, whatever we are doing as of now in the upcoming supercritical and ultra supercritical, there also the temperature is going beyond 600 degrees also. So there actually we discussed about the temperature escalation, other things will be a much bigger than this what we are now talking about. So these are also a challenge for BHL, how to mitigate all those things unless we find a energy storage system in India at a convenient price. This conversation will continue. Someone was asking about 1.5 degree temperature. It is not the case for 1.5 degree temperature, it is the case of our survival. The economy is going so fast, and seeing the Ukraine versus Russia war and the impact on the European countries, our government has taken a call, and it is the right direction. Unless we are self-reliant on my energy, we cannot do anything on that. So to support this thing, government has now once again introduced power plants, and we are now going ahead with the additional capacity of 80 gigawatt, which is really a challenge as of now, because a lot of products have to be delivered in upcoming 4 years' times. So what I am finding in DVC, these ambitious projects of the additional capacity by 2031 and other things. So it is not only in the power sector, this coal sector, in the hydro sector also there are a lot of challenges are coming up. Recently I was in Bhutan, we are doing it, around 1400, this 6 into 170 megawatt hydro project in Funatangsu. There actually, he was also there as a project director. We struggled a lot, but now we are finding there are a lot of opportunities in Bhutan also, in hydro projects, and a lot of orders are coming also into BHL. The biggest challenge as of now is that how to cater all those things in very short time period. Because Government of India is now committed, this 80 gigawatt has to be, at any cost, is to be installed by 32. So that actually by that time someone is telling that renewable energy will catch it up. But the pace actually we are now getting the renewable energy is really fast. But the storage capacity, unless it is found, there will be a big challenge in coming days. So people are working overtime on that also. BHEL is also a part of that. Our EDN is working on that. Hopefully some solution, because there are some presentation in our internal upgradation system where actually BHEL is working on storage system along with other international players. Hopefully we also will come out some solution on that. And someone was talking about green and another thing also. BHEL is also striding on the green energy, and we are tying up with other international bidders also to go for hydrogen generation through electrolysis process. So but it is very nascent stage. Hopefully in coming days, we also will be in a position to give you some good news on that area also. So on this note, actually, I'm really glad that I could see so many people coming to once again on platform and discussing on the operational issues and maintenance issues. And being basically a turbine maintenance engineer, so I do have a special craving for this maintenance point of view. So when someone was giving a turbine issues, I was also interested to see, listen all those things. Anyhow, my best wishes for this program, and hopefully people will enrich from this.
So one small question,
yes,
before leaving.
Yes.
Actually, there is huge demand power that is and lot of in pipeline. So everyone knows now what will be the impact of cycling. So with respect to your design modification, these upgrades required, particularly a lot of technology innovation has come. CFD modeling, CFBT, whatever might be, where are the stressful areas. So this next generation machine which we are getting, will it be a little bit more resilient to this cyclic operation or not?
Obviously, actually, whatever the supercritical and other things, we are taking care of this thing also. We are in touch with Siemens also, because you know also Siemens is a collaborator for that. And not only in this area, gas turbine also, we had a collaboration in GE also. So they are both, in both the cases, we do have a discussion going on. And already the existing unit which is coming up as a supercritical and ultra supercritical, mostly, I mean, as I understand from my design department, they are taking care of this changes in temperature and other things also. And although the automation system is so advanced in that the fluctuation of temperature can be minimized, because it is only the temperature fluctuation that incurs a lot of stress in the tubes and other areas also. So that automation system now will take care of also all these issues that you are telling. Thank you.
A small token of Thank you, sir, for sparing.
Thank you very much, Urumai Mukherjee sahab and Pulal Mukherjee sahab of BHL. Only one request to BHL. We are facing lots of problems with the Chinese machine. So my request is to BHL to do some reverse engineering, because now this turbine is in dismantled condition. I will request BHL to do reverse engineering so that we can also depend on the indigenous vendor. Otherwise, actually, where we are facing problem, if any minimum problem comes in the turbine, in that case, actually, we have to interact with the China. And it's sometimes becoming very difficult to bring those Chinese experts. So my request is to BHL to go into the detail and to do the reverse engineering. At this moment, our turbine is open. And in the next year also, when actually we'll open the entire turbine, my request will be to BHL to do this reverse engineering. I think within 2 to 3 attempts, we can manufacture the spheres in India. And that is our, I think, the guidelines of the ministry also. We have to reduce the import. Every time actually we are giving to the ministry, this Chinese spares, actually we have to depend on the China. But they are telling that you have to depend on the indigenous spares. And we are, in boiler part, actually we are now getting some manufacturers from Indian side. But in turbine side, actually we are not having. So my request is to BHL to do this. Kindly.
I have something to say on this issue also, because this is not the issue with you also. So there are certain suppliers, especially we are now catering to the customer. So as a BHL, a commitment to the nation, we are now taking up with the non-BHL machine also. But please also understand, as of now, we do have a lot of jobs in our hand. Our engineering team also is full, and our machining capacity is almost to the top, I mean to the brim. So in that scenario, definitely I cannot say no, but I mean case-to-case basis, we are looking into it, and some of the cases we have given solution to the customer also. But like blades and other things, it is really requirement a lot of investment also. So that actually a economic analysis is required from our end also. Definitely we will look into it. And I will convey your, this ODs and requirement to my top management also, and to the concerned manufacturing unit, say like Haridwar and Bhopal. Definitely I will convey your concern. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And now, I request Mr. Sri Soumedhi Baral from MPL on the topic O&M best practices implemented in Maithan Power Limited.
Number, na? है ना.
A very good afternoon to all of you, the delegates and all the members present. I'm Shomodip Boral, Group Head Operations, Mythenpa Limited, and today I will be taking you through the O&M best practices implemented in Mythenpa Limited. So to start off with, let's take a small glimpse of what Tata Power is all about. It's one of the India's largest integrated power company with a distribution consumer of 12.5 million plus, with a clean energy portfolio of 38%, its presence in power sector over 100 plus years, a generation capacity of 14,339 megawatt, and India's first solar rooftop EPC company with 9 years in the first rank in a row. So talking of MPL, is the first 1,050 thermal power plant in the heart of the coal capital of India, Dhanbad, being the first public-private partnership between Tata Power and DVC. The primary resources are coal from CCL, BCCL, and ECL, the water from Maithan Dam. The power evacuation is by 400 kV lines, 2 to Maithan substation and 2 to Rachiva Dhanbad substation. It's got a long-term PPA with TPDDL, West Bengal State Electricity Board, Kerala, and DVC. So the Unit 1 has its commercial operation declaration on the 1st of September 2011, and Unit 2 on 24th of July 2012. So we have seen the Indian power scenario right now, where there is an RE integration to its fullest. So this would require the coal-based station to bring down the load to its minimum technical 2. So this has been the load versus time plot of MPL when it used to operate at 2015, which is used to be a base load plant. For 2019, there was a shifting. It used to ramp up and down. So these are the apprehensions for the year 2025, where we need to go for a 2-shift operation. And this in the year 2023, there may be a reserve shutdown, which we hope is averted. So we went for flexibilization study. And we went for the 40% trial run of Unit 2 under the IGF forum. So we went for the cold damper test, the 40% minimum technical limit test, and also the load gram tests. So it was the second in India to demonstrate 40% MTL operation after NTPC Dadri. And it has been the first in the sector to demonstrate 35.9% MTL operation on a sustainable basis. So going forward for flexibilization, we found that there were certain bottlenecks in terms of equipment reliability, operational excellence, regulatory, and also ancillary services. So the main focus for today would be the impact on hit rate and APC as a part of this operational excellence. So we found that the flexibilization has a hit on our hit rate and APC. So we went as an immediate step for brainstorming, and through brainstorming, we adopted the DMAC principle of Six Sigma, which says define, measure, analyze, improve, and control, where we identify the important KPIs, where our areas of prime interest were dry flue gas losses, condenser vacuum, superheater spray, and reheater spray. Finally, we had set our baseline targets. And these were the best practices which were adapted in terms of the all 4 terms. In terms of dry flue gas losses, we went for a tire-wise shoot blowing schedule, which I will be explaining in some detail in the next slides. We introduced sonic soot blowers for APH. We went for reduction in excess O2 in steps, reduction in PA flow bias in mills, and 4-mill operations during MTL. In terms of condenser vacuum, we went for blade angle optimization of CT fans, attending air ingress points and high energy drain valves, CT cells fields cleaning, and condenser cleaning. In terms of superheater spray, we went for superheater spray changeover from HP to outlet, modification in the sliding pressure curve. And also in terms of reheater spray, we went for the metal temperature bias logic, which we'll be discussing in the subsequent slides. So in this graph, we can see that in terms of the loss figures, from the year 2020 to 2023, there has been considerable reduction in the kcal per kilowatt hour. In terms of vacuum, where from 15 we end up to 8 kilocalorie loss. In terms of dry flue gas loss, it has been more or less stable at around 10 and 11. In superheater spray from 8 to 2, and for reheater spray it was 2 kcal. So moving on to the digitalization part and also implementing all these important factors which we have taken up, this was a real-time station heat rate dashboards. So every time in a control room, we often talk about kilocalorie per kilowatt hour, but for a control room engineer, it becomes a much more hit when we talk about rupees, crores. So we introduced this term, along with kilocalorie per kilowatt hour, we introduced the loss amount in terms of crores, which we are losing on a real-time basis. This we integrated in DCS also as a part of the FMEA. And this would also provide us with individuals' KPIs which are contributing to the gain and loss in terms of hit rate. We also provided a Python-based parameter tracking where you can see that the overall trend has been consolidated to a single point. Further, to adapt to this, we introduced the combustion optimization tool in Python. This is an AI/ML-based model which has been deployed to improve the boiler efficiency. It is a Python-based machine learning model with real-time data analysis. So it takes into account the specific coal consumption, the metal temperatures, mainly the reheater metal temperature, which has been an issue in MPL, along with the secondary damper control, the burner tilt, and all the other parameters in terms of running mills, the total number of running mills, either it is 4, 5, or 6, depending on the SCC. Subsequently, this is a prescriptive tool and also a descriptive tool. First, it describes what are the necessary steps to be taken, and finally, it gives us the output, which the control room engineers provides as a set points, and this gives us an output in terms of the improvement. Next to this, we introduce the reheater metal temperature bias logic. This reheater metal temperature bias logic, which has been provided in the burner tilt, initially burner tilt was kept in manual, but we thought of moving towards automation of this burner tilt where we had put it in auto. And for Python, the metal temperature excursion alarm is at 590 degrees centigrade. So whenever the temperature crosses 583 degrees centigrade, a bias of 2 degrees centigrade is given, and with a drop rate of 0.02 degrees centigrade, the new generated set point becomes 581. And if this is held for around 10 more seconds, and if the metal temperature starts to reduce, then this bias logic generally takes away from its position. And in that case, if we can see that it is still in the rising trend, then in another -3 degree negative bias is provided to the system. So through this, we have seen that during ramping scenarios, this comes in the more effective way, and we were able to control the metal temperature. Further to this is the tire-wise soot blowing schedule, which we have prepared looking after the FEGT and the metal temperature. It takes into the number of mills running, the current load, and it prescribes what are the LRSBs and the soot blowers we need to operate to bring the reheater metal temperature and the FGET at a minimum level. Also, it takes into account the superheater sprays. So talking about the practices adopted in terms of APC, we went for CEP destaging, compressed air system leakage attending, where we introduced zero loss valves, drain valves, O2 and PA header set point reduction, the 5 mil operation at load greater than 500 megawatt, and reduction in PA flow bias in mills. Also, we went for the hot well makeup pumps and the CW makeup pumps gravity filling, and also we introduced the HFO interconnection. We used to run 8 number of CT fans in winter season where the ambient temperature is low, so as to improve on our APC. Further to this, we introduced the APC optimization tool in Python, the same that of the combustion optimization tool, where it has taken the benchmark figures of APC for the past 5 years, and we are trying to go through those benchmark levels by improving on this I-defined current, F-defined current, and the O2 pressure and the O2 set points. This is also an APC tracker which is used on the daily basis, which is just similar to that of the optimization model. Further to this, on the sustainable part, we have introduced the coal mill logic for biomass co-firing, and also for a sustainable 45% MTL, the auto sequence of mills, which NTPC has just shown in morning. So this is the subgroup control for auto start and auto stop of mills, which has already been implemented in the top 4 mills in both the units. And finally, the biomass co-firing logic, where this has been a pilot project which has been taken in one of the mills, where we can run this in the biomass mode, where it will be looking into the mill inlet temperature, and the normal in the coal mode, where it will be controlling via the mill outlet temperature. So this is the strategy going ahead. So already we have demonstrated 2% ramp rate after completion of 1% ramp rate. So till date, the maximum achievable is 2.2%, and further we are going for the FGD operationalization. So this has been the team which has been working on the project. So that's all from my side. Thank you.
Is there any question?
Thank you for the nice presentation. I had one quick question, like in the slide of combustion optimization, you have shown that you have used some machine learning algorithm. So what kind of algorithm you have used?
This is a regression analysis and also classification.
Okay, okay. And one more thing, like the training data that you people have used like here, these are all collected from your plant only, or you have collected somewhere else also?
No, these are all our plants, collected data for the past 5 years.
Okay. And you have your own like GPU to run these programs and all, or like where you have...
we have TPUs.
You have TPUs with your plants, right? Okay, okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Bolal Sahab, I have few questions regarding what you have discussed regarding flexible operation. You have mentioned that you have reached 40% of your total MCR. So on daily basis, what is the minimum load you are maintaining in your plant on average basis?
So till now it's 55%.
In DVC, in all the plants, we have reached 55% without no so much deviation. But in your case, it is 50% or lesser?
In our case also, the MTL till now is 285, that is 55%. But we have gone below 55% and have run our unit at 45% also on a sustainable basis.
Okay. In case of below 50%, you please mention, have you observed any effect based on coal quality? Is there any observation? Because you have not mentioned the important parameter during flexible operation, the coal quality. What type of experience you have below the 50% MCR?
So there is no such, means the coal quality remains the same when I'm running for 525 also, and whenever I'm running at MTL also.
So what was the VM in your coal?
Yeah, Methane used to run at a low VM. It mainly ranges from 14 to 15%.
14 to 15%, you are not facing any problem?
So I'm telling about the problems. We are facing a problem when we are ramping below 45%, where there is an issue in our flame. There is a flame disturbance. Flame disturbance normally in case where we are running in a gap mill operation. Normally in Methane we have adopted means we intentionally run mills in a gap mill operation so as to utilize the entire furnace volume. So our heater metal temperature and all the metal temperature excursion comes below the limits. So during MTL operation, we normally go for consecutive mill operation, but presently we are also trying to run with gap mill operation in MTL condition. And as you have rightly mentioned, sir, in MTL condition below 55%, there is also an issue in combustion. So we have seen there is an increase in our LOI in bottom ash as well as on fly ash. There is an increase in superheater spray and to the amount that the valves open to its full. Normally for 55%, for a 525 megawatt, the superheater spray ranges for around 80 to 85 tons. But when we are going below that, it moves to around 120 tons. So much of superheater spray, which is bypassing the drum and directly going to the superheaters, is going for a deposition in our turbine blades, because these are the untreated ones. So it's once more. Sir, in terms of FGD, we are going for it. 60% of the project work has been completed. And in the year 2025, in the first quarter, it will be operational. So we haven't done FGD operation till now. It is in project phase right now. Okay, sir. Thank you.
Our time is very limited.
Yes, sir. So I request our panel judges to felicitate the speaker. And now for the next presentation, I request Mr. Santosh Kumar Panda and Mr. Pritosh Ghosh. The topic is policy and regulations for grid scale energy storage.
New policy and regulations. अच्छा ये वाला ये वाला है ना ये और देखो दे दो हाँ DVC हाँ
Resilience, it's all about how a human being or a system will face in a difficult situations. For a human being, it's the emotional intelligence, and for the system, it's the energy storage system. Hello everyone, myself Santosh Kumar Panda from SLDC DVC, and we will discuss on the need of energy storage, the policy and the gaps. First, why it is in news? There are two pictures. One is in the left hand side, this is the BESS, that is the battery energy storage, and the right side there is a pump storage. In the battery energy storage, we have a viability gap funding of around 40%, which is around 3,000 crores. So you may be aware that viability gap funding, it is the economically viable but financially not. Let you want to invest in a road and it costs around 100 crores. But in a toll, you can get only 80 crores. So government step up in this project. So government's eye on the energy storage. And in the second picture, you have noticed that the ROE, that is the return on equity, in the coming tariff regulation of 24-29, this is 17%. So to attract the investment. So why government's eye on this energy storage? To get the answer, we get this. That in our previous presentation also, it talks about the Panchamrit. I just only recap this. That is the 500 gigawatt non-fossil, 50% of in the RE, reduction in the carbon emission and the net zero. So to link both of these, we have to get the RE RTC. It means that renewable energy in the round the clock. So there is a challenge that there is a energy transition is there. At the same time, energy security is there. How to achieve this? To achieve this gap, we have to do the energy storage system. So the flat line depicts about the standard or the targeted, and the red line depicts about the traditional. By introducing the energy storage, you will get the middle one, which is the resilient one. So we get the answer why the energy storage is required. Now comes to the how. How we will do this? What is the need of this? In power system, there is in the every sector, like the generation, transmission and distribution, and also the load dispatch center. Everything energy storage is required. But is there any proven methodology or proven practice is there? Yes. In USA, that our Honorable Chairman Sir has already depicted this in the morning session, that in California, already this system is established, the energy system. How? First look at the below, the frequency regulation. Whenever the frequency drops, there is a automatic ramping rate, so that it will enable the system and the frequency increases by increasing the generation. Second one is the flexible ramping. It will help distress the thermal generators by going from below 55% to 40%. The thermal generators get the heat rate increases, the APC increases, how to distress it. So this is the solution, that is the flexible ramping. Second one is the real-time market. In the evening hour, you have seen that the rate goes from 4 rupees to 10 rupees within one block. So the end consumer DISCOM have to bear the brunt over the high energy cost. How to mitigate this? To smoothen the rate in the real-time market and the day-ahead market. This energy storage is the solution. And last but not the least, the demand-side management, in which the DISCOM get the cheaper rate. To integrate whole the thing, the California in the US already do this. So time of use of tariff by energy arbitrage, it can get the DISCOM a cheaper rate. But what about India? Is there any solution in India? Yes, there are policies, but these are in silos. First look into the one by one. Next come to the first transmission part. Let's come to the case study of DVC. This is shown that in DVC, you can note that in the peak hour or in the evening peak, the Bokaro ICT get overloaded. That is around the more than 250 megawatt, which is the beyond N-1 contingency. How to solve this? By doing a energy storage in the BTPS 220 kV, the ICT loading will get decreased that. It means that it is helpful in the transmission congestion. So this is the need. But is there any policy? Yes. For the energy storage, 3 policies are there. One is for transmission related. One is the connectivity in GNA. Second one is the ISTS transmission charges waiver. And also the speed of the work in the transmission sector. So ISTS transmission charge waiver, minimum 51% we have to share in the charging will be done in the RE sector. But what is the gap? The gap is that in the GNA connectivity, that is the general network access connectivity, there is no specific to energy storage system. So we have to bridge the gap in the transmission sector. Now coming to the generation sector. In the generation sector, you have seen this is the West Bengal case study. In the West Bengal, the below line shows the rate of a day. Means the market rate in the solar hours, it is the reduced, and in the evening peak, it is normally higher. Normally in the solar peak, it is in a 2 to 3 rupees, and in the evening peak, it is the 10 rupees. So normally what Purulia pump storage do that, it pumping up the water in the daytime, and so that it can discharge it or generate it in the evening time, so that it can help the system. But one question in mind, that in the April or May, in coming April or May, in the whole day the rate will become 10 rupees. What to do this at that time? Is there any mechanism? So to address this, there are ancillary service mechanism, HP dam market mechanism is there. In the ancillary service mechanism, we have the primary frequency response, SRAS and TRS mechanism is there. Through SRAS and TRS, that is the AGC enabled and the tertiary enabled circuits, we have the market coupling. The market coupling will be there in the future, and we have the market, the commitment charge is there, and the market clearing price is there. Above that 110% we can get this. But this is not for the specifically for energy storage system. This is the lacuna, and if it will come to the specifically to energy storage system, then it will be helpful. In the HP dam market also, that is the high price dam market, normally gas and the other generating stations will come, so that only in a day 4 to 5 time block we can get up to 40 rupees. But in a whole day there is no commitment charge for the energy storage system. So these are the things in a Indian policies, that is the HP dam, ancillary service, and also in this, if we get this from the generating sector in a day, then energy storage obligation. This is a part of our RPO, that is the renewable power obligation of the DISCOMs. It will help in to achieve the DISCOM. There is a target in every year, around 24 to 25%. It will be helpful. So these are the things in the Indian regulations for generator, transmission, distribution, and for the load dispatch centers, policies are there. Now coming to is there any case study in worldwide or global to prove all these things? Yes, in the UK, they have the system operator. There are three things. One is this regulation, moderation, and commitment. The system operator first purchase all the energy storage for the next day. What are the requirement? For next day, this requirement is around 2000 megawatt. So they first purchase all these things, and based on that, they just schedule as per the frequency and as per the dam and RTM rate, they dispatch the schedule so that to accommodate this. So this curve shows how in a frequency is shown in the red curve, and how the regulation part, the moderation part, and the containment part is given, so that it is helpful in the system. So but based on this only, the SECI already has given one award to JSW of 500 megawatt of battery storage in Rajasthan, and the NLDC and RLDC system operator has 40% share on this, so that they will helpful in the 2030, around 60 gigawatt of energy storage will come, and this will smoothen our system. So to summarize everything, the BSS regulation, from the journey from 2017 to till now, the wind and hybrid regulation, coming to the ancillary service regulation, coming to the energy storage obligation, and last not the least, the viability gap funding. Everything is in line just to implement this, so that the levelized tariff of the energy storage system will become 5 to 6 rupees in a unit, and smoothen our Indian system. So these are the gaps that I have already discussed. And the two drivers of the Indian power sector, one is the voltage and frequency. Based on the frequency, the energy arbitrage and the renewal curtailment already addressed in the ESS, but the voltage, the black start, and the pollution reduction, these are not monetized till now. These are the gaps. We have to address this. So this is the two difference between a pump storage plant and the battery energy storage plant. What are the total gestation period, the levelized tariff, the projected life, everything is there. Both are required, but in a 20 to 80% ratio it is required. So these are the existing policies. That is the legal status of energy storage, ESO, waiver in the transmission charge, high dam market, ancillary service, and guideline for the battery energy storage and the pump storage. So way forward is the green financing is required, connectivity, waiver in the tax and cess, and the 3 Rs, that is the reuse, recycle, and reduce. All these things we have to do. So thank you very much. And resilience is must required, and energy storage is the future. Thank you.
Definitely, it's a very good presentation.
Thank you,
but due to time limitation, actually, we could not continue further. Is there any question? Only one thing actually I would like to impress you, that's ramp up and ramp down, how it is affecting the commercial aspects, if you can explain.
Sir, for ramp up and ramp down, for a battery energy storage system, it is proven that 200 to 500 millisecond, it can go from around 50 to 100 megawatts, sir, in US, sir. So it will distress the thermal generators, sir. Only 50% charging capacity, sir. And for JSW, one SECI given the project, and it in the tender paper also it is written, sir. They have to, as per the load dispatch center requirement, in a 2-cycle operation they will do, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. May I now request the session judges to felicitate our speaker. Moving on to the next paper of this segment. The next paper will be presented by Sri Samit Mandal, GM Commercial, DVC Headquarters. His paper is on the topic Flexibility Requirements within Power System Elements and Commercial Mechanism thereof.
ফাইনাল তার আগেরটা একটা ছিল আগে মডিফাইড করলাম মডিফাইড একটা করলাম তো দেখছি সেটা দিন তাহলে ওটা দেখবেন এই একটা আছে ওটাই দেখবেন Good afternoon all. My presentation is on flexibility requirement and commercial mechanism thereof. So I will not take much time. I will just keep on the key points actually. First of all, this is the present energy scenario of our India power market. To look at it, to summarize it, this is the coal energy installation that is at present is 50%, and with the ingress of renewable, it is going to install capacity of renewable is going to be installed in a very fast. So energy generation from renewable will replace thermal energy. That is going to happen, but renewable by the main component is solar. So solar will be in the during solar hours, that is from morning 6 to evening 6. So after that, thermal will be only thermal and battery storage or any kind of storage solution will be there to balance. So balancing power market will be provided by flexible operation of the thermal. So flexible operation of thermal is required, for which present regulatory mechanism doesn't support that one. That is my main topic. So I am skipping that one because of constraint of time. This is the scenario for a system operator from Grid India point of view. Our base load it is considered as energy scenario on 2022 basis. Say my total demand is somewhere near 180 gigawatt. So in the morning, during when there is no solar is present or renewable is present, the entire power or the demand is made up by thermal only. And due to ingress of solar, the thermal is flexed, or rather it is operated in a MTL, and then during evening peak, it is again ramped up to meet the evening peak. So here the point is that the thermal is to be ramped down on a 200 megawatt per minute, and it is further ramped up on an equal terminology, that is 220 megawatt per minute. So it is to show that fast ramp up and faster ramp down is required as a system operator from a Grid India point of view. Next, what is the effect? It is from the Grid India perspective, but for an individual thermal plant, this is the variation, load variation taken place for a 500 megawatt plant. That is number of glitches, that is load following. There is a surrender of any beneficiary from particular plant for which thermal load has to be curtailed. And after certain blocks, say from 6 to up to evening 6, that is going to a flat MTL. So thermal is going MTL and then again supporting evening peak. At the same time, it is load following is also happening. So each of the event actually costing more than 2 lakh. 2 lakh means because of risk factor is there, because O&M cost increases, efficiency is lost because of heat rate, APC, and oil support. And increased emission and cost of failure is also there. But opportunity, of course, is there, as my previous speaker told, that is primary response, secondary response, and ancillary service market, and RTM is also there. This is the energy, on the energy charts, these are the cost, that is the implication that I am repeating once again. In case of, there is different kind of load, that is say 30%, 40%, if machine is run on 30% basis, so some efficiency parameter is lost. So there is a cost implication, both from O&M cost at the same time operational cost. So that is shown in the tabular, that is a graphical form. Now present regulatory provision, that is my main point. That is present regulatory provision only provides that there is compensation mechanism for loading, machine loading below 85%. So my point is, the simple point is that it is not sufficient enough because a machine, if it is run on 12 hours, say on 50% load, and balance 12 hours it is run on a full load, 100% load. So on overall basis it is run on 75% loading. So machine is compensated to the tune of 75% only, but not 50% loading, that machine run up to 12 hours. So adequate compensation is not given. That is the main drawback of present regulatory provision. As well as ancillary service is there. So ancillary service, it is kind of a administrative kind of a thing. Only section 62 generator are supposed to run on ancillary service mostly. This is the typical media 7 and 8, what is going to happen due to change scenario of solar ingress. At the same time, we have already signed a MOU for replacement of thermal with a solar, for which we have signed an agreement with Avada. So we can see at the last column, the Media 7-8 will going to happen from a 100%, near 94% loading to a somewhat kind of 50% loading. So adequate compensation will not be there, and we have calculated that present regulatory mechanism has given a compensation, that calculation is there in Excel. It gives compensation to the tune of 6 crore for a particular month for 75% loading. But it is not compensated fully due to that 55% loading kind of a thing, for which sufficient compensation should be there. And what is the future? Now regulator has seen this kind of a thing and moved from ancillary service, from administrative kind of a thing, to a market mechanism. There are now 3 ancillary service provision, that is PRAS, primary reserve ancillary service, secondary reserve ancillary service, and tertiary reserve ancillary service. Then tertiary is purely market based, and there is an opportunity for, in a tertiary market, that ancillary service, whoever is there, whoever is going to have, we have that support, he can bid in an ancillary service market, and who is in deficit, NLDC, based on requirement of the market, he procures, and the able generator is funded back the market rate. So possible future is that tariff structure, some economic incentive should be there for plant operation, and reduction in scheduling intervals from 15 minutes to 5 minutes, and market design based on entirely flexible operation. Separate balancing market means entire ancillary survey should be market based. Okay, thank you, sir.
Your presentation, last 2 presentations are very, very relevant at this moment, because power engineers, they're generating, they do not know, but they should know. They do not know that is not our focus, but our focus is they should know the commercial aspects. So everyday basis, this power demand supply part actually we are discussing, and there we are facing some gaps. So those gaps actually we have to minimize. Definitely, if you do such type of presentation time to time, I think power engineers, they will be getting benefited.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I now request the session judges to felicitate our speaker, Sri Samit Mandal, with a token of appreciation for his insightful presentation. May I now call upon the dais Sri Rajiv Ranjan Sinha, Senior Manager Electrical and Chief Public Relations Officer, and Sri Roshan Kumar Singh, Manager Mechanical, to present their paper on ash utilization in a power plant, an innovative approach.
डाउनलोड होएंगे देख लीजिए
अगला अनाउंस कर देते हैं
देखो तो सर प्रेजेंटेशन में नाम रखिए राजीव
फाइनल पीपीटी फाइनल होगा मैंने मेल किया था देखिए उसमें
मेलটা তো বন্ধ করে দিয়েছে আপনার মেলে আছে স্যার বা হোয়াটসঅ্যাপে আছে
Sorry, the presentation is not here, so it will take some time. So as the time is really very short and we are running short of time, so I will just explain what was the idea behind our presentation. I, Rajiv Ranjan Sinha, Senior Manager. Earlier I was working in FGD and EMPC. Now I have joined at a corporate office as a CPRO, and with me, my co-author, Mr. Pankaj Kumar Singh. Earlier, 2 years back, we were working on some innovative ideas, like how to utilize fly ash, because at that time, there was really a scarcity of land and avenues where we could utilize those fly ash. And at some time, there was a time when our power plant, when I was posted at CTPS, ash pond was making we were facing some troubles through ash pond because evacuation was not so much going on, because we were lacking locations where we could utilize those fly ash.
Mode of mode of fly ash evacuation. There are two modes of fly ash evacuation: dry ash evacuation and wet ash evacuation. Evacuation of dry fly ash occurred through the silo, and evacuation of wet fly ash occurred through the through pond. And
as we all know that there are only two ways, like dry mode and wet mode. So the problem at that time was we were dry fly ash were taken up by the cement industries and the smaller scale brick industries, but the wet ash were utilized by the road constructions only. And we were lacking some sites like abandoned coal mines, and even coal industries were reluctant to announce their mines as a decoaled, because only we can use those ash in decoaled mines. So it was a need of the time that we should explore some new avenues where we could utilize those. Then we contacted an underground coal mine at Jharia, and we took a survey, and then we found Tata Mines. They were using river sand for the stowing purpose. After the excavation of those coals, they were filling those voids with river sand, which was really unhealthy for the environment. Then we proposed the idea that you can utilize those fly ash which are more in size as compared to fly ash. But in DVC we are not using hydrobins. So it was difficult to segregate bottom ash through fly ash. Then we implemented some idea at the sump only. And after that, through the transportation, we segregated that ash pond into two parts, where we started saving that bottom ash in a separate ash pond and all those fly ash in a separate pond. And from that pond where we were storing wet ash, like the bottom ash, they were start exploring those ideas, how can we do the stowing process in our underground coal mines. And for that, we required clearance from DGMS, Director General of Mine Safety, and other Jharkhand State Pollution Control Board. We put the idea behind them, and they agreed after we showed them the laboratory test that if we add some reagents with those fly ash, we can use this coagulation property of those fly ash will increase and it will coagulate at a faster rate. So after that, DGMS gave a clearance for trial run, and with that clearance, we applied at Jharkhand Pollution Control Board, and they also gave clearance for the trial run. And after that, we utilized more than 80,000 metric ton of fly ash in those mines. And after that, there was some issue, which was because we could not able to segregate due to some problems at the site level. We could not supply bottom ash to those Tata mines. And now, as our ideas were successful, they are using those ash from MPL. They are taking MPL, ash from MPL, because they are using hydrobin over there. So it was our whole idea. It is still under trial, but we have created a new avenue for utilization of those fly ash. It was all from us. Thank you. If you have any question related to it, we are ready to answer.
Definitely, it's a good idea. And for the case of subcritical units, actually, we do not have that much of facility. For that reason, actually, you have done it as a trial basis, and there you have successful. But for the case of supercritical units, hydrobins will be there, and their segregation will be done. I think it will be done nicely. For the case of KTPS phase 2, there actually we have already shown this when actually this EC was issued by the ministry, MOEF. That time actually they specifically, categorically asked what was the process of dumping the ash, whether hydrobins are there or not. There we have already given them that this technology is available. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sirs. May I request our session judges to felicitate our speakers, Sri Rajiv Ranjan Sinha and Sri Pankaj Kumar. Please put in a big round of applause. All the speakers have put in a lot of dedication and hard work to come out with their presentations. Thank you. Moving on to the next presentation of this segment. The next presentation is on the topic acclimatization, to be presented by Sri Ranjit Kumar Chaube, Senior Manager Safety, DVC Chandrapura Thermal Power Station.
Sir, কত নম্বর আছে presentation? এটা তো এটা তো
Slides. Namaskar. Good afternoon. I am delegated and fortunate enough to be here for such a subject to be present here. My subject is acclimatization. The term acclimatization refers to a process where an organism adjusts to a change in its environment. In a nutshell, generally all the industry in our global industry, we are cautious about the injury, accident, but there are some disease, occupational disease, some heat-related or so many cold-related. But my subject is heat-related disease. That how do we overcome in our CTPS project? It is the process in which an individual organism adjusts to a change in its environment, along with it to maintain the fitness across a change of environmental condition. Its application of this process is immense in safety point of view, and in terms of it's also, if we consider the cost effect, is also cost effect also, as when the worker is diseaseless, then the automatically cost is minimized. So accumulations we adopted this process in our dismantling work at our CTPS. There are 6 retired units which are still going on. The dismantling work is processed there. Function. Acclimatization is a natural process of gradual physiological adjustment. The human body gets used to new climate conditions. Suppose a newcomer, he just college comer, he's just familiar with the normal situations. Suddenly he come or join in an industry, mainly in a hot weather related industry. There are some diseases occur. It is the ability of the human body to undergo the physiological adaptation to the stress of the new climate environment, from normal climate to hot environment. If we go the OSHA investigation report, OSHA means Occupational Safety Health Administration. 40% of the reported cases of heat illness occurred on the employee's first day of the job. When he first day, the record says that they feel discomfort. And 1 to 4 days, 80% of the repeated cases are happening. In between 1 to 4 days. Process of acclimatization and its span. Acclimatization is the beneficial physiological adaptation that occur during the repeated exposure to a hot environment. Actually, my concern is hot environment. Acclimatization can be also when the environment change, it may be cold, but my focus is in the hot environment. Actually, during this process,
sweating, greater sweating production, and the reduction electrolyte loss in the sweat. Sodium and chloride are the two electrolytes that have the highest concentration in the sweat and are lost the lot. Purpose, why we adopted this process. Acclimatization is a natural process of gradual physiological adjustment of the human body as it gets used to new climatic condition. It is the ability of the human body to undergo physiological adaptation so that the stress of the new climate environment is ultimately less severe. This process is applied for the protection of workers as well as it's cost effective also. Dossler is a famous ergonomist. His theory is renowned as a Dossler theory. We adopted his theory in our CTPS dismantling work. What is his theory? The first day of the newcomer, he comes with the workload with 50% of workload with exposure. Gradually, second day 60%, third day 70%, fourth day 80%, sixth day 90%, 7 days 100% exposure. If the person who is sick from his or any absent from his work due to sick workplace more than 7 days, then reacclimatization process is being continued. Such a way, first day 50% work with his exposure. Exposure means open environment, hot environment, what's their exposure. Second day 70% workload with exposure. Third day 90%, and fourth day it will complete it. DVC CTPS has adopted the following guideline recommended by the WHO. Now, whose guideline? Now, their guideline is that light job are classified light, moderate, heavy. So, in terms of temperature, environment temperature. Now, light 30 degrees centigrade, 28 degrees are those are working in 30 degrees centigrade, 28 degrees centigrade, or 26 degrees. If it is light work, then not required. Acclimatization is not required. If moderate work, 28 degrees centigrade is not required. It is a heavy work, then it is. If it is temperature is 26.5, then acclimatization is required. CTPS DVC has adopted the following formula of Spiegler in their acclimatization process to dismantling the rest allowances. Actual rest allowances, actually I am working in a AC corner room. My rest allowance in terms of time, and a worker, he is just working in a open environment, his rest allowances are not same. That there is a formula, how do I identify this rest allowance? There is formula, that formula is just nutshell. The total calorie, the work is defined in the heavy, light, suppose 6 kilocalories workers, 6 work, divided by 4 minus 1 into 100. Suppose worker is 50% allowance, is late allowances. Then he should allow 50% rest and 50% work. The 50%, it doesn't mean that he is rest, totally rest. The rotation, same work, is not just, next slide. It is medical medications, medical, I can't. ওতেই আছে, ওতেই চলবে, ওতেই চলবে, এতেই চলবে, এতেই চলবে। এই তো আছে। This side also. This is the host finishes, he has said, but this time also. See there, the same group of workers are working. One is working in an open area, and the same group after 1 hour, when calculated the speed of 1 hour, then they are converted to the cohorts. It doesn't mean that he is just idle, just rotation. We adopted that rotation, and the result will get. Till date, there is no work-related, any heat-related disease or no injury at present. Since last 2 years, we achieved 0 accident and 0 heat-related disease at our CTPS. Just we adopted this theory and this formula. Thank you. Actually, time is.
Is there any question from anybody? Okay.
It was a great presentation from safety point of view. And now I'd like to request our Honorable Session Judge to felicitate him. As the time is running short, before requesting the next presenter, I would like to inform you that there is some QR code displaying on that screen. You can give the feedback after scanning the code. And now I would like to request Mr. Somen Mandal, manager from DSTPS DVC, and the topic is Introduction to Welding Technology.
Hello everyone, good evening to everyone. My name is Somen Mandal, working as operation engineer at DSTPS. And my topic of presentation is welding technology. Welding technology, it is a very important process in every industry, from power plant to all automobile industries and shipbuilding. It is very, very important. So basically we will see what are its classification. It is classified into 2 types. One is fusion, second is non-fusion. Fusion means when the base metal is taken to its melting point. So it is fusion welding. And another is non-fusion, when there is atomic level contact between two metals or non-metals. It will be known as non-fusion. And its example will be friction welding, resistance welding, ultrasonic welding. And its most application is found in automobile industries, tool manufacturing industries, and many more. So our main concentration will be on fusion welding. Fusion will be, and that will be used in our power plant. In power plant, we basically use shielded metal arc welding and tungsten inner gas welding. So fusion welding demands high energy. So source of energy will be electrical energy is used by the form of arc. Power density will be measured for the hotness of the source, and source of heat can be electric arc or oxyacetylene flame. But in power plant, we have not used oxyacetylene flame for welding purpose. It has two reasons. Using of gas welding will deteriorate the quality of base metal, and another, it will create changes in the dimension of, in case of boiler tubes, tube dimension. So let us see shielded metal arc welding. What are the equipments? It contributes about 70% of total welding done in India, and it is very immense, very important technology. The equipments required is welding power source, cables, ground clamp, electrode holder, clipping hammer, protective equipments like helmet, goggles, and gloves. So power source can be AC or DC. So we can use AC source when our job is away from power source. We can use AC to avoid the losses. And also AC has other advantages. AC source will avoid fluctuations or arc blows. So in that case, we can use AC. And one important thing, as per IEC standard 609741, maximum 113 voltage is permitted as open circuit voltage, and it is mainly for the safety of operator, and it should be very much important. In shielded metal arc welding, the constant power source supply is preferable because the arc length mainly depends on voltage, and it is variable as the welding is done manually. This is a view how arc cone is developed with the effect of arc voltage and current. We can see when there is a distance between electrode and workpiece, the arc cone is really larger in size, and in case there is a small distance, the arc cone is small. This will really give a larger penetration. On the other hand, the cone will be width will be thicker in size. These are different welding positions we can perform, and the welding job test will be done for the welding, and this can be qualification will be done as per this 1F, 2F, 3F, and 4F. So the toughest position as per the nomenclature will be 4F position. On the other hand, 4G positions, these are toughest. Flux, as shown, the function of flux in this type of welding, it has the primary function of flux is it produces a shielding gas. It prevents absorption of gas into molten metal. In the other hand, it increases viscosity of molten metals. Other hand, it increases alloying elements. Flux also acts as scavengers, and flux coating acts as bad conductor of electricity. The cellulose electrodes, there are 4 types of electrodes used, and it can be cellulosis type. It was the first primary electrode used. Second one is rutile. Third, iron powder electrode. Fourth, low hydrogen. And mostly in power plants, we are using low hydrogen to avoid any type of hydrogen-induced cracks. This is selection criteria of any electrode, and it depends on base metal, welding positions, power supply, joint preparation, plate thickness, weld quality, and welding cost. First, the nomenclature, first alphabet E denotes electrodes, second 2 digits, it depends the tensile strength of base metal. Third digit will denote the position of welding, and last 2 digits combined, it will denote the type of flux coating. So one example is, if we want to do welding of water walls, its material composition is SA210. So we can do it with E7018 as per its tensile strength 49 kSc per mm square. And handling of electrodes is very important because all electrodes, especially in case of low hydrogen electrodes, it is very permeable to moisture, and even 1% moisture will affect the quality of weld. As per AWS standards, some standards and codes are there for the precautions of and need to be followed while welding. So as per this standard, low hydrogen electrode should be stored at temperature 121 to 150 degree if it is exposed to moisture. Second is tungsten inert gas welding. It is another very important welding technique because it has got immense importance due to its finishing. We can directly go to its advantages. Advantages of TIG welding. It is also known as TIG welding. Its advantages are it more control of welder. It can be used in all positions, no flux required, can be used for all type of metals, and no fumes are generated in TIG welding. But it also has some disadvantages. More complex, it is more complex, slow technique, slow and ultraviolet hazards are there. So this type of technique is, both techniques are used as per the availability of manpower. Thank you.
Thank you. As we are running short of time, so we will do the felicitation process together at the last, sir. Okay, sir. And now I would like to request Mr. Sudipto Mathi, Senior Manager, Critical. Okay, hello. Sir, Abhijit Das, sir. And from now onward, we will do all the felicitation at the end of all the presentations. And now Mr. Sudipto Mathi will share his presentation, Practical Considerations for High Impedance REF Stabilizing Resistance Calculation, Lessons Learned from Real Life Case Studies.
No, this one. Presentation. Good evening, everybody. Myself, Sudipto Mathi, Senior Manager, Critical, DVC Maithan. I am in charge of investigating all the protection malfunctions of the entire DVC protection system, relay and protection system. So this paper is about the common mistakes that we do while calculating the stabilizing resistance value in high impedance REF schemes. Books provide certain information, but here I present two real life cases where the normal knowledge of books is not sufficient. Rather, I would say in books it is not clear. Real life case studies make the things more clear, the normal mistakes that we are prone to in calculating. These are two REF normal circuits. I'm not going because of paucity of time. This is a, it's not a mouse pointer. How to dig it around? Okay, this is a picture of an internal fault where the relay has to operate, and this is the picture of an external fault where the relay has to balance, or the relay should not operate. So basically what is happening is that there's a fault in this line, and let's say the source is at this end. So this L3 is feeding the fault. L3 CT will get the current, and the ground CT will get the current. And the direction of the CT has to be such that these two currents are balanced. so that in the external fault case, it will cancel out. Now, the critical part in stabilizing resistance, the concept is that the stability. For external faults, REF should not operate. Now, the assumptions that are taken is to calculate the value of stabilizing resistance is that one of the cities involved in the fault, one of the phases involved in the fault gets totally saturated, and the other is absolutely unsaturated and continue to replicate the exact fault current. And the fully saturated city provides no current and it behaves as a resistance in the secondary circuit. This is the most unfavorable case theoretically. However, in practice, any saturated city shall also source some current, automatically guaranteeing some extra margin of safety. And for internal faults, relay will always operate because the relay has no other path to go. So this is the calculation given in standard relay textbooks where the stabilizing voltage, the saturation voltage, this term is known as saturation voltage in relay literature, that is the maximum voltage that shall be produced under a saturated city condition. This is the fault current in secondary amperes, this is the resistance of the saturated city, and this is the lead resistance of the saturated city to the shorting point of the phase city and the neutral city. So this RL, so there are 2-3 components over here. One is the fault current, one is the CT resistance of the saturated city, or now which city is going to saturate, I don't know. So the CT resistance in general. This is the lead resistance, the maximum lead burden from the saturated city to the relay, this part resistance, and the stabilizing resistance, the resistance that we insert in the relay series, in series with the relay to stabilize the operation during external faults. So Vs equal to V12 are the 2 points which drives the current which operates the REF relay. So this part is a derivation from there. You derive the stabilizing resistance value from this equation. Just from the earlier equation we are getting it. Now what are the main questions over here? Which city has to saturate? Now there might saturation, or there are 4 cities involved. Typically 3 phase cities and 1 neutral city. Typical operation is this. So which city saturation are we talking about? That is a question which is not answered in relay textbooks directly. What lead resistance to be taken? Is it only one side lead resistance from this point to this point, one side lead, or 2 RL, means twice the lead resistance, twice the length of this lead, this point to this point? So which to take? And then the last question is, what is the fault value? What is the fault current value? Is it a LL fault value, or a LG value, or a 2LG value, or a 3LG value? These things are a little bit hazy in the relay literature. Now I talk about 2 case studies which happened in our DVC system. The first one happened in and around, I think, 2012 or 13, I've forgotten exactly. There was a fault. It is a ST, station transformer, 400 by 11 kV, 500 megawatt unit, station transformer, 90 MVA. So there was a fault in CHP feeder, and feeder tripped in instantaneous overcurrent. I mean instantaneously, that means. And along with it, there was a misoperation of the ST LV REF, low voltage REF thing. The thing is given over here, 64R LV1. So these 2 cities were involved in the thing. Thus there was a fault over here. Now what was seen, analysis of the fault was that the fault current in this particular case was 19,000 ampere, and the stabilizing resistance was calculated with assuming a fault current of 300 amperes only, because this is a resistance grounded system, and the OEM had calculated the setting based on the resistance grounded ground fault current, which is much lower than the phase-to-phase fault current. So the lesson learned would be, this was the DR of it. So basically what has happened over here, one particular, let's say one city, let's say A phase city is giving all the current and B phase city is saturating. It is not the neutral city that is saturating, this is a phase-to-phase fault. So the voltage developed between this point and this point, this VS, is coming like this. This is the path which is being followed. So the voltage developed will be Vs equal to fault current into RCT plus 2RL, and it came to be 146.2 volts, which needed a stabilizing resistance of 1460 ohms instead of the 50 ohm that was provided. The chosen value was 50 ohm, and in the basis of the production, the chosen value was only 8 ohms. I mean, the setting basis value provided by the OEM. So the lesson learned over here is use the maximum of 1 LG or 3 LG fault current to calculate RS. This is typically important where there is a difference in the phase-to-phase fault magnitude and the phase-to-neutral fault magnitude. The second case study over here refers to a similar incident. Again, two STs tripping not at the same time, means the fault was in one board, say board OBB, let us suppose. Now, there was a downstream fault. ST1 trips to LVREF. In order to save the unit, the bus coupler breaker was charged without investigating the cause of this fault. And what happened was that this OBD, this ST2 had also tripped from, again, with the same protection. So here the whole story is a bit different. The analysis is a little bit different. Over here, the fault current was seen to be some 23 kiloamperes, and we are hoping that a PCC saturates. But here, the resistance was already 1450 ohms. So what had happened? What had happened was, the original scheme was like this. The bushing city was to be provided for the REF, but during the commissioning, the bushing city is at a knee point voltage of only 100 volts. So the scheme was changed to include this LV board cities in the differential protection circuit itself. The REF was included. Now what had happened? This lead resistance had changed. People did not inquire. People did not think about this one. Just due to the change of lead resistance, now the saturation voltage is going to change quite a lot. Saturation voltage is going to change quite a lot, and that was the cause of the operation of the REF. Now in this particular thing, it will take time, so time is up. I'm not going into great details. The equation that will come, that is fault current into 1 RL will come, because of the pathway followed by the fault current. This time the pathway is not followed from this 1 to 2. This part, 2 RL is not involved. If you go into the details of it, you will see that only one side lead resistance will be involved. Now where 2 RL will be involved, where the phase, where the neutral fault, 1 LG fault current and a 3 LG fault currents are of comparable values. Where there is a difference between 1 LG and 3 LG fault current, then you'll have to take decisions according to the absolute loop values and all. Every city you have to saturate, and that loop resistance will come into picture. So this is a picture of this generalized theory, how to calculate the stabilizing resistance. If it is a 1 LG fault and neutral city saturates, then you take RCT neutral, the RCT neutral, this one RCT neutral, plus 2 into this C. This is the saturation path. If it is a 1 LG fault and the phase city saturates, then you take, then this is the path, like this. It will be 2 into A plus B. This will be the lead resistance. Apart from that, the RCT phase. And the scenario 3 will be, there's a LL fault and the phase city saturates. There, only one B will come, and 2 times this A will come. A is the resistance of the CT secondary to the city JB, that lead part. So as a general rule, if every city has different loop length and different city resistance, then the VS calculation needs to be repeated for every city, and the maximum shall be used for RS correction, stabilizing resistance calculation. Okay, thank you.
One thing I would like to tell you, this is a very good presentation. I'm telling you, analysis-wise, very good presentation, but I will just advise you to do some presentation with the knowledge group. Knowledge group, vertical, electrical, they are there. Here also, they can say, if we do such type of presentation in the headquarters or in the field, I think people will be benefited, because just I am sharing with you the last year's experience. We have faced lots of issue for Mejia unit number 1 to 4. Lots of trippings were there because of relay malfunctioning. Thereafter, actually, we have done audit by the internal team as well as the NTPC audit team. Just I am sharing my experience. Whatever NTPC audit team they have observed and our internal team observed, there is no such difference because competence is there. Only thing, interaction is required. If we do the interaction properly, definitely output will be there. And we could stabilize the units. Unit number 1 to 4 media, we could stabilize. I think thereafter actually number of trippings from electrical side has reduced. That much I can tell you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, ek sath last. And now I would request Ms. Simita Kundu on the topic Artificial Intelligence in Power Quality, a survey.
Thank you everyone for being here. And I would like to thank especially Team DVC for creating this awesome platform for us to show us our ideas and thoughts. So this is our subject today, AI in power quality. So as DVC, we are in power transmission, distribution, and generation business. Power quality is actually very much important for us. In short, we can say that power quality is maintaining a stable voltage and frequency maybe for the power that is being delivered to the customers. And when there is some deviation, we say that there is a power quality disturbance. Maybe deviation in sag in the voltage or swell or different kind of deviation can be there. So these are mainly 8 types of basic PQDs that we have, like voltage sag, swell, flicker and all. So sometimes we can have some combination of these, like maybe there is voltage sag as well as like something maybe some flickering there. So combinations can be there. So for each and every PQDs, these 8 PQDs, there is some root causes. So if we can detect that what kind of PQDs are there in our power, we can say that there are maybe different kind of problems, like maybe for voltage sag, we can see that there may be some problem in our grid or our like distribution network maybe, like this. So if we can know that these kind of problems are there, we can detect, we can solve them obviously, and obviously if we are just able to solve them, we can save our different equipments and we can minimize our shutdown time, and overall we can make our customers happy. So there are some existing PQD analyzer in market from different companies, but they are first of all very much costly and they are not up to the mark because they are unable to work with complex data. So these are some visuals of different types of PQD that we can have. The first one is a pure sine wave, and all of them have different types of PQDs. So I have gone through different papers where PQD can be classified with different AI and ML techniques, and they have used different models for them, but more or less the technique is actually same. The first process is the signal processing. So we have to do some signal processing to bring the time domain data in frequency domain so that we can extract more important features from them. So after this conversation, we do some feature extraction like the maxima, minima, mean. We can have a number of features. But after that, AI comes into place, because if we put all these a number of features in our machine learning classifier, it will be very much, time consuming to compute the data first of all, and the performance will not be as good as expected. So we have to select those features that are really helpful for our work. So for feature selection, different papers have been used, different techniques including PCA, GA and all. And after that, with those selected features, they have done a classification with some machine learning algorithm. That can be KNN, random forest, and just like anything. So, as I was saying, that GA, PSO, different types of nature-inspired algorithm has been used. These are actually, very much interesting thing, because these algorithms actually mimic the natural processes to solve different optimization like problems. So I have found mainly two this type of algorithm that has been used for PQD classification. One is GA and another is PSO. So I have time constraints, so that I am just not explaining how they are working. In the video, you can see that it is very interesting. We can discuss later if you want. So they use a fitness function in this type of algorithms, and for PQD classification, they are using the fitness function as the performance of the subsequent machine learning algorithm. So PCA is another thing that can be also used for dimensionality reduction. So now we have selected our features. So now we are going for the classification. So we can use different methods for classification. So these are the results from different papers. They have used the different techniques for classification as well as the selection of the features. So we can see the performance is very much promising. In some of the cases, they are accuracy is more than 99%. So in conclusion, I can say that PQD classification is very much important for us. So if we can use AI and ML in this classification, our there is a very good aspect maybe in future. So these are my references. If you have any question, please.
Any question from anybody? Actually now audience is very less.
Yes, sir, I understand.
The number of papers is so high. I think how many papers are left?
Only 3 are there.
3 are there. That means now we are in 14, total 17 papers.
Thank you,
Okay,
thank you, sir.
Thank you.
It was a great presentation. And now I request Mr. Jitendra Kumar Chaudhary and Mr. Pankaj Kumar. And the topic is best practices in O&M and case studies in switchyard equipment maintenance and lines.
कौन नंबर 24 था सर पुटकी करेगा हाँ ये स्लाइड्स ठीक है
Good evening, all of all. Myself, Jitendra Chaudhary. I am from Transmission Department DVC, from Grid Operation and Maintenance Section, GMD4 Putki. We are here to present a paper regarding what practices and what activities we are doing in equipment maintenance in switchyard and in lines also. And we also present some case studies in the switchyard maintenance and in lines also. Alongside with us, my colleague Mr. Pankaj Kumar is here. He will explain you the things we and the practices which we follow and regarding equipment maintenance.
Respected sirs, delegates, participants, present on the days and off the days. Very good evening to all of you. Myself, Pankaj Kumar, Manager, GMD4 Transmission Department. I will present the best practices in operation and maintenance in transmission system. Sir, as we all know, there are a vast transmission and distribution network in DVC which are used to evacuate power from generating station and carrying it to load center. As we know, there are many electrical equipments installed in this vast and complicated transmission and distribution network. Suppose if any one of the equipment gate fails, there become a catastrophe and havoc in the entire network, which creates pressure from inside and also from outside, that is from consumer, to rehabilitate the system immediately. And if we want not to happen that unforeseen incident, what we shall do in our system to restrict and limit the equipment failure. So in our transmission system, we always practices a best maintenance practices like preventive maintenance, corrective maintenance, proactive maintenance, condition-based maintenance, and breakdown maintenance. What we do, what is maintenance? Why we require maintenance? As already I said that there is a equipment failure, it creates havoc in the entire system. It also gets fail and damage adjacent equipments which are in service. So it creates a very unforeseen situation. So we must have a maintenance practices, what the maintenance is and why it is required. Maintenance are the set of processes that are implied on the equipment to assess its health condition, so that before it gets fail, we get information from the different maintenance practices and test, and we can take preventive measures so that we replace that equipment before it get failed. Sir, here we are to maintain the desired insulation level of line equipment which are in service. So we do a different type of test carried out day-to-day practices and monthly basis, annual basis. What the practices we do? We do a thermal scanning of the switched equipment and also in line. So during thermal scanning, we assess the temperature of the equipment, connectors, and different equipment installed in that system. If any temperature goes beyond 60 degree, we take corrective action, we take shutdown and replace that equipment or connector, nut bolt. Second, cleaning of contact, cleaning of electrical and mechanical contact. As we all know, there are pollution, dust that gets deposited on the equipment surface. It creates a very dangerous situation and lead to a failure of the equipment. So we do a cleaning of the equipment, and some of the tests which we do on a regular basis on the equipment to assess the health condition. First is insulation resistance measurement that are being employed on the CT, PT, breaker, transformer, and tan delta measurement that is also called power factor dissipation test, which are being used CT, PT, and transformer. Second, contact resistance measurement. These tests are being done on breaker, and we also do a BDV test of transformer oil, which gives its health condition internally. And we all know there are some leakages, oil leakages, which need to be arrested. So we apply some sort of bonding on the leakage point to seize the oil leakage from the equipment. Now, there is two case studies which will be presented by our colleague.
Actually, there was an repeated fault in one of our line that is emanating from our DVC Putki substation, which fault was actually repeated, and it was very much peculiar, and it was very tough to identify that fault, and it was also we are getting several complaints from our consumers which requires uninterrupted power supply. So we take a task of it, and we analyze the fault. Actually, the fault was that in the normal weather conditions, yes, in some locations of our line, there are a number of pigeons birds were sitting on the conductors, and when they are flying off, the conductors their thrust they were imposing on the conductor, that creating a face-to-face fault. So now the fault has been identified. So it was also a very tough task to rectify that fault. So our team worked, and they suggested a very good suggestions that to rectify this, only we have to do a sag correction. But for sag correction, what we need to do some thing that we have to erect some poles in between. But out of that economical, which plan was economical viable, that was to retrofitting of the horizontal channel in place of V bracket, which consumes less time, and it also address the problem also. So we did it in the very less span of time, and the problem has been restored, and it was rectified, and now it is in service. And there was another case study where similar type of the things were happening, in the lines, which were again we addressed that fault also by doing some YY analysis to find out the root cause of the fault. And the root cause of the fault was done, and after that all the measures and all the decisions what our team had made, it has been implemented, and the fault was readdressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Your presentation on the switchyard part, definitely it gives us one image how we have to maintain housekeeping of the switchyard as well as day-to-day maintenance. We are also facing some problem in the switchyard for the case of power stations. You are working in the GOMD, but the power stations, they are also having switchyards. There also we are facing problem because of the line fault. Sometimes actually this fault is percolating to generator, and it is tripping the generator, and we are losing the unit. It has happened. Even in peak hours, we have lost the unit. So definitely it's a message to everybody. I think now gathering is very less. That's why so much interaction is not happening. But if we do such type of seminars or such type of gathering, I think people will be benefited. You will also be benefited. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your presentation. Now may I call upon the dais Sri Pankaj Kumar Singh, Manager Electrical, and Sri Rohan Kumar, Manager Electrical, for presenting their paper on the topic, The Requirement of Islanding in Power System, a case study of Chandrapura Thermal Power Station, DVC.
Presentation final LT. नहीं split. कहाँ दिया आप? देखिए सर ये वाला ना
पूरा फुल कर दीजिए ना।
फुल ही कर दिया। देखिए उधर देखते हैं ठीक है
ये फुल नहीं होगा पूरा ज़्यादा बड़ा
Respected seniors, delegates and juniors, good evening to all of you. Myself Pankaj Kumar Singh, Manager Electrical IPH CTPS, and my colleague senior Rohan Kumar will present here the requirement of islanding in power system, a case study of CTPS DVC. Indian electricity grid collapsed on July 30th and 31st July 2012, create the significant disruption disruption, and due to high demand in northern region, it pulled power from neighboring western and eastern grid. It revealed the defense mechanism lapses and exposing vulnerability in northern and eastern region. Stability and reliability of power system is crucial for modern society relying on electricity. And islanding operate as a standalone microgrid during failure is vital for continuous and reliable energy supply. Let's introduce islanding. Islanding occurs when a section of power grid is intentionally disconnected from the main grid and continue to operate independently. It prevents total blackout during major failure, major grid disturbance, and also it adds quicker grid restoration. Ministry of Power constituted a task force on power system analysis during contingency in December 2012, headed by Sri Ramakrishna. Summary of the reports are: islanding should be a last resort in power system and activated only after exhausting all other defense plans to prevent system collapse. That means islanding only occurs when the all under frequency loading stage occurred and there is no option, then islanding only occurs. Benefits and key requirements. It enhanced the reliability, improved resilience, and integration of renewable energy by isolating affected area during faults and by providing uninterrupted electricity to critical infrastructure during grid failure. Key requirement for islanding protection. The main key requirement is that it operates within 2 seconds as stipulated by the standard IEEE 1547 and IEC 62116. It should be reliable and safe, and there should be anti-islanding protection coordination. Islanding detection method. There are 3 types of detection: passive detection, active detection, and communication-based detection. In passive detection, we have used under over voltage, under over frequency, rate of change of frequency, and phase angle shift. In active method, we have used frequency and phase shift, positive feedback method, harmonic current injection, and impedance method. In communication-based detection, we have used comparison of rate of change of frequency and synchro phasor-based method. in CTPS, there is a combination of all passive and communication-based method. Now, Rohan sir, continue.
Good evening, all of you. I am Rohan Kumar, Manager Electrical. Now, come to the ice landing scheme at CTPS DVC. CTPS ice landing scheme involved 2 into 250 megawatt generator from CTPS B. The ice landing relay set at 220 kV CTPS B switchyard. Initiate trip command sequentially for 220 kV CTPS A, 132 kV CTPS A, Putki, Pathardi, Nimia Ghat, utilizing the OPGW communication network. Numerical controllers are deployed at each substation contingent on the number of feeders. The master ice landing controller is set up at CTPS B. The end slab controllers are placed at various substations such as CTPS A, Putki, Pathardi, and Nimia Ghat within the Iceland network. The master controller oversees bus frequency, featuring programmable capabilities to issue command at distinct frequency stages. Output commands are transmitted via DVC's OPG network to trip various lines or feeders based on logic through the slab controller. The slab controller in turn issue trip command through auxiliary tripping relays and provide feedback to the master controller. In this slide, list of lines or feeders is tabulated which is going to trip after establishment of ice landing. Stage 1 ice landing. Now, in this slide, CTPS stage 2 ice landing. Now, ice landing stage 1. Ice landing initiates when the frequency reaches 48.4 Hz, introducing a time delay of 500 milliseconds. If the grid frequency declines to 48.4 Hz, CTPS B featuring will disconnect from the grid. Whenever grid frequency reaches to 48.4 Hz, master control unit will initiate the following action. It will initiate trip signal to all the circuit breakers of the mentioned lines through respective slab controller unit. It will send signal to DCS or GRP unit 7 to carry out the following activities. Changeover of load control to speed control in DCS system. Now, come to stage 2. Upon the prosperous establishment of the ice land during the first stage, ice landing panel will oversee the frequency of ice landed grid and the ice landed voltage at 220 kV level. If the frequency of the ice landed system drop once more, stage 2 ice landing will be activated. During stage 2, tripping will take place in the subsequent phase. A proposed under frequency load setting within the ice land will trigger at 48.2 Hz and tripping of feeders will take place in following manner. Next. Which is depicted in the table.
Now, design logic. Present frequency protection setting of CTPS unit is for under frequency 47.4 Hz with time delay of 2 seconds, and for over frequency 54 Hz instantaneously. Based on the above input, following ice landing logic is proposed. Ice landing should be commenced before picking of any of the frequency protection stage of CTPS unit. That way, ice land formation will start at 48.4 Hz with delay of 500 milliseconds. Under frequency inside the ice land is proposed to trigger at 48.2 Hz. The details are 48.2 Hz 100 millisecond 10% of ice land load, 48 Hz 100 millisecond 10% of ice land load, 47.8 Hz 100 millisecond 10% of island load. Design logic said that it should be necessary to under frequency a stage 1 must be operated for a stage 2A operation, and under frequency a stage for 2B operation under frequency 2A must operate. For 2C 2C operation. Similarly, there is a under frequency a stage 1 operate, and there is a timer. Purpose setting. Final setting of unit 7 and unit 8 are for over frequency setting 53.5 Hz at 2 second delay, and over frequency setting, over speed setting 3240 RPM, and mechanical setting 3300 RPM or 55 Hz, or under frequency setting 47.4 Hz at 2 second time delay. For unit 8, over 52 Hz at 1 second delay, and over a speed setting 3240 RPM or 54 Hz, and under frequency setting 47.4 Hz at 2 second delay. The under frequency setting of the unit will remain unchanged, and under the mechanical side over a speed setting for both the unit were proposed to be 3300 RPM or 55 Hz instantaneous for a stable operation of island. Final simulation checking. Final simulation had done with the help of Siemens personnel and frequency injector. It checked all the stage clearly: a stage 1, a stage 2A, a stage 2B, a stage 2C. Limitation of the in absence of any guidelines for the islanding study, a frequency disturbance is applied in the grid, and grid is simulated with closely matching inertia and governor response. However, during such a large disturbance, lot of other protective control features of various generator, other equipment may come into picture, but these are not considered here. Second is, the exact governing behavior of the unit has high impact on the islanding study. However, detailed model of the plant considering influence from the speed and pressure control loop is not modeled here. Consultations of OEM may require for the detailed study. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. This islanding of Chandrapura, I think it's a long pending issue. In the year 2012, when grid failure occurred, that time actually this has happened. This was required, and that time one committee was constituted. Thereafter, actually, they have recommended something. I think it's need of the hour because so many corrective measures actually we have taken for stability of the grid, this primary response, secondary response, tertiary response, everything actually we have done for the stability of the grids. But parallelly, we have to think that demand is increasing in a very faster way. To meet up that demand requirement, sometimes actually we are failing. So there, this for the stability of the grid, islanding is also required. If we have that sort of facility, in that case actually we can protect the grid. That's the requirement. Yes.
Okay. You can ask.
I can see you have very well drafted the islanding scheme, but what about the background study? Have you simulated the islanding models, different scenarios?
Yes, sir. Islanding model is simulated in 4 scenarios. That means first is maximum generation, minimum load, maximum generation, maximum load, minimum generation, minimum load, and minimum generation, maximum load. We have actually, CTPS has a 450 MVA demand, and considering this, we have simulated the, we have not, that means ERLDC and our testing department and SLDC. All 3 jointly simulated this scenario. Okay, by taking the 8,000 megawatt on a PSA software.
Okay, so I assume that you have considered all the dynamics. But what about the generator dynamics? Because if I look into the entire range of entire working range of generator or entire load range of generator itself has many unstable zones. Yes. And to find that unstable zones, you need to plot the relationship between active power and governor output. Yes. And once you plot the active power and governor output, for plotting you need to ramp the generator from no load to full load. Then you can plot the relationship between active power and governor output. Then you need to implement into the dynamic simulations. Then only you will find the exact behavior of generator, whether it would be survive in the island network or not. Just to add one more thing, you know, before the failure of 2012, there was an islanding scheme made. ABB made that islanding scheme. It was Delhi islanding scheme, but it got failed because it was not verified, it was not validated. So validating and verifying the islanding scheme is far more important.
Actually, sir, in islanding case, there is no standard study available, and in our case, we have studied the modeling the generator through IEEE model. That
IEEE G1.
Yes, and you are right. Here, governor model is governor consideration response is not considered here, and for this OEM, I think.
No, actually, in this scheme, whatever have been implemented, we have not sidelined or bypassed any of the turbine or generator protection. So whatever generator protection or a scheme or their stability curve is there, it will remain. But one question is there any chance of LVLB operation and islanding at a time?
Sir, during commissioning, they are commissioned one under frequency relay and over frequency relay. Just they are using one, but
no.
Saying with
there is two frequency relay.
I am replying this question. I am replying every question. Okay, okay, governor dynamics also has been considered during the simulation. Okay, first point. It is clear. No confusion. Okay. In presence of this ERPC, ERLDC, ERPC or CA also, the dynamics are considered. All protections has been taken into consideration. कोई bypass नहीं किया गया कहीं भी. पहला ऐसा रखा गया है कि यदि कोई 1 यूनिट ट्रिप करना है तो 8 नंबर यूनिट को पहले ट्रिप कराएंगे, देन हम 7 नंबर को ट्रिप कराएंगे. यदि इन केस यदि प्रोटेक्शन हमको और एक्ट करता है तो दिखाया गया है, अभी भी दिखाया गया है, उसमें दिखाया गया है. अभी क्वेश्चन यहाँ पर एलवीबी में दो रिले सेटिंग अलग कर दिया गया है वहाँ पे, और 2 रिले सेटिंग का अलग अलग करने से एलवीबी ऑपरेट नहीं करेगा. ऐसा डिजाइन किया गया है ऐसा. और इस सिमुलेशन को 100% एक बार नहीं, हमको लगता है कि 2 या 3 बार इस चीज को 4 कंडीशन में ये 3 बार टेस्ट किया गया है सिमुलेशन को. और अभी तक तो ये निमिया घाट, पुटकी, पाथरडी, एक्सेप्ट ये बोकारो स्टील को नहीं काटा गया है. बोकारो स्टील को छोड़ के और जितना भी सिमुलेशन को काटा गया है वो अभी तक सर्वाइव किया हुआ है. दैट आई नो.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Now our second paper, analysis of method to find out interturn fault before bridging of loop bar and phase bar of 250 megawatt THRI type during generator rewinding process.
Thank you, Pankaj. Myself, Sandeep Kumar from Mejia Thermal Power Station. I was part of this team. This failure happened in 2023 at MTPS, and on-site generator rewinding was done. During rewinding, before placing the bar into the slot, interturn test of each individual bar was done, and when it was placed in the slot, except end bar, terminal bar and loop bar, all bar were braced. I want to say that this was a 360-degree Robel transposed bar. Each bar has 80 strips, and 80 strips has been braced. After that interturn fault, at seven places, interturn was not passed. At that moment, it was quite difficult and quite time-consuming to solve that puzzle and solve that problem, because if you could do, if you सबको अलग-अलग डिब्रेज करते और अलग करके हम लोग आइडेंटिफाई करते, तो it would take more than 5 or 6 days. So at that time, हम लोगों के पास जो लोकल जो अवेलेबल जो हमारे पास संसाधन थे, रिसोर्सेज उपलब्ध थे, उसकी मदद से हमने उसे 1 नाइट में जो है सो जनरेटर के उस फॉल्ट को जो है सो फाइंड आउट किया, ऑल 7 फॉल्ट को एक ही मेथड से फाउंड किया. तो एक ये जरूरी है सबको बताना कि इस मेथड से भी एक आसान सा मेथड है, बहुत सिंपल मेथड है, उससे हमने जो है सो आइडेंटिफाई किया ऑल 7 फॉल्ट्स को, और विद इन नाइट हम लोगों ने जो है सो जनरेटर को आगे फर्दर जो रिवाइंडिंग का प्रोसेस है उसके लिए कंटिन्यू किया. इससे काफ़ी टाइम सेव हुआ और काफ़ी जनरेशन जो है सो हम लोग जनरेशन लॉस को भी एक तरह से बचाया है. तो इसी विषय पर यह पेपर है, ब्रीफली हम लोग एक्सप्लेन करेंगे. तो मैं पंकज और रोहन के साथ उस टीम में था, मैं और इन कोलैबोरेशन विथ BHEL वी हैव डन दिस. सो मैं पंकज या रोहन सर को मैं कहूँगा कि आगे सर आप इसको एक्सप्लेन करें. थैंक यू.
On 7th February 2023, Unit 7 at CTPS trip due to multiple protection activation and rewinding after checking, we have initiated rewinding on March 9, 2023 to address the damage component. First, what is this process? If you want to know, then you have to know the rewinding process. So, in rewinding process, there are following a step. First, we have dewagging and removal of slot packer, speaker, ripple spring between a stator bar, debridging of a stator bar, var removal from a stator, cleaning and repairing of core by cloth acid and electrochemical process, checking of support bracket and ferrule, readiness of old var, HV testing of var and IT test of conductor of var, bottom bar laying, top bar laying, bridging of top bar as well as bottom bar, final IT test before bridging of loop bar and phase bar, bridging of loop bar and phase bar, tapping of joint, nose spacer fixing, final gluing and heating by curing fixture, final HV test of wounder stator. Final IT test before bridging of loop bar and phase bar. During the final IT test, we have found that our in seven cases, our IT test is not passed. And if you want that for checking of IT test, then we have to remove all the top bar and bottom bar. And regarding this, I already Sandeep told that we have to take more than 5 to 6 more extra days. So we have here used the split voltage test, and for conducting the split voltage test,
to address this issue, a suggestive alternative is to conduct a split voltage test to identify and isolate the fault. Suppose after completion of strip to strip bridging up to U loop, that is total 10 numbers of top and bottom bars connected in series, and IT fault found in between strip 1 and 2 of left stand bundle. A bar of number 1 top. Faulty location can be identified by applying constant current of 5 or 10 ampere at a point as illustrated in figure and measuring voltage at different points and applying split voltage test formula. Formula is like this. लास्ट में कंक्लूजन पे चले जाओ. Now, come to finally conclusion. The split voltage method proved successful in quickly determining fault distance during generator rewinding when encountering failure in the IT test. This method requires readily available equipment such as constant current source up to 10 ampere, a digital multimeter, and 2 crocodile clips along with a 2.5 square mm cable of length 10 meter. Implementing this approach can result in significant time, effort, and cost saving during the rewinding process in generating plants. Thank you.
This is a problem came while I was HOP of Media, but I remember that time actually this generator failed because of winding failure, and thereafter actually we have called BHL and they they dismantled all the windings. Thereafter actually they inserted the bottom portion, there was fault. Yeah. And up to bottom actually they had to go and they had to dismantle all the bottom bars, and after placement of bottom bars and middle bars, when actually this fault again occurred, that time actually it was thought again we have to dismantle everything. So it was a big time requirement was there. So that time actually they have done it within a day. Actually they could rectify, they could identify the issue, and finally actually we could go forward. Yes. That was the issue, what I remember. And within I think 3 months we could revive that unit. This is a bigger problem for our case. I'm addressing this issue to other agencies also. They will have to see why this 250 megawatt generators they are failing. In our case, actually we have faced such type of problem for Chandrapura unit number 7 and 8, and for the case of Mejia also, unit number 5 and 6, 250 megawatt units, there the generator winding failure occurred. And thereafter actually unit number 7, when actually entire rewinding we have done, thereafter actually we have placed one vibration probe in the end winding, and there we are seeing what is the generous vibration level. Every time actually we are monitoring this thing. BHL being the OEM, they are telling that after this much of hour actually you have to dismantle and you have to see what is the condition of the bar, and accordingly actually we have to but this time actually we are facing severe problem, because I am telling you demand is very high, and ministry is also not giving that much of clearance for shutdown of the unit. So sometimes actually this scheduled time we are not able to follow. So that's the problem. So it's my submission to other agencies, especially those who are dealing with the generators and other auxiliary system. My submission is you please think on this, and if you have any solution, because we have also engaged Siemens. They have also done one root cause analysis. They have also given some suggestion, but thereafter actually we could not proceed further. If we have any corrective solution, definitely we'll get benefit out of that. This is my submission.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. With this, we come to the end of the technical presentation session. May I request the esteemed session judges to kindly stay back and felicitate some of our talented speakers. So I would like to call the speakers upon the dais. Sri Shudipto Maiti, Senior Manager, CRITL, Maithan DVC. Ms. Simita Kundu, Assistant Manager, ERP, DVC. Sri Jitendra Chaudhary, Manager, Electrical. Sri Pankaj Kumar, Manager, Electrical. And Sri Rohan Kumar, Manager, Electrical. Sri Sandeep Kumar, Manager, Electrical. Please put in a big round of applause for all these speakers. Ms. Simita Kundu, Assistant Manager, ARP, DVC. Please put in a big round of applause. Sri Jitendra Chaudhary, Manager, Electrical. Sri Pankaj Kumar, Manager, Electrical, DVC. Sri Pankaj Kumar Singh, Manager, Electrical. Okay. Sri Rohan Kumar, Manager, Electrical. Please put in a big round of applause. Sri Sandeep Kumar, Manager, Electrical. Thank you, sir. May I now request Executive Director Fuel, Sri Tarun Kumar sir, to kindly come upon the dais and felicitate our esteemed session judges, Sri Sanjay Kumar Ghosh, ED Operation, and Sri Abhijit Das, Chief General Manager, QCNI. Our session judges have very deeply analyzed the paper presentations and have put in their valuable suggestions and comments to the speakers. Please put in a big round of applause for our session judges. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. With this, we come to the end of the technical presentation segment, but please do stay back. We have a very interesting lucky draw competition, the results of which will be announced now. May I call upon the dais, Srimati Shanta Zalzo, to bring the box for the lucky draw.
Good evening. We are like to facilitate two announcers, Rajiv Ranjan Sinha and also Mahali Samanto. Rajiv Ranjan Sinha. Ladies first, Mahali Samanto first. Rajiv Ranjan Sinha.
May I call upon the dais now, Sri Manoj Thakur, Head of Project, DVC Chandrapura Thermal Power Station, to kindly announce the winners of our lucky draw competition. Sir, please come upon the dais. I would request Srimati Shanta to kindly assist Sir for choosing the lucky winners of today's contest. We have 10 number of winners for the lucky draw competition. So let's see who gets to win the surprise prizes. Only the persons who are present in this hall will be awarded the prizes.
Lucky draw number 143. 143. Please check your... yes.
The coupons were distributed during the registration. So we have our first winner of the lucky draw competition, coupon number 143. Congratulations to the first winner of a lucky draw contest, coupon number 143. We are now about to get the second winner of the lucky draw contest, coupon number 158. Coupon number 158. Moving on to the third one, only the persons who are present in the hall will be awarded the prizes. Coupon number 23. Coupon number 23 is present. Okay, so we move on to the next one. Coupon number 153. Coupon number 153. 153. The next one is 67. Coupon number 67. Coupon number 29. 29. 100. So only one winner till now. Only one has turned out to be lucky. 118, coupon number 118. Okay, so we have the second winner. Please put in a big round of applause. Coupon number 118. We have the second winner with us. A big round of applause for our second winner of the lucky draw contest. We thank you, sir, for patiently sitting through the technical paper presentation segment and being with us till the end of the segment. Moving on to the next coupon. Coupon number 119, 119. So we have a third winner, coupon number 119. A big round of applause for our third winner of the lucky draw contest. Coupon number 118. A big round of applause for, we have got a third winner. One 176, 176, coupon number 176. Moving on to the next one, coupon number 162, 162, no, we don't have. 84, coupon number 84. Coupon number 24. Do we have coupon number 24? 182. 182. 111. 111. Coupon number 111. Coupon number 7, coupon number 7. Coupon number 19. Coupon number 19, 19. 131, 131. Okay, we have the fourth winner. Please put in a big round of applause. We thank you, sir, for patiently sitting us through our paper presentation segments and being with us till the end of the conference. We congratulate you on being the winner of the Lucky Draw contest. Please put in a big round of applause. We have got a fourth winner of the Lucky Draw contest. 31, coupon number 31. Coupon number 177, 177, 177. 4, coupon number 4. Coupon number 4. Coupon number 18, 18. Coupon number 18. 163, 163. Congratulations, please come up on the dais. So you are one of those lucky winners of our contest. Heartiest congratulations to you. Please put in a big round of applause. We have got a fifth winner of the Lucky Draw contest. We're actually very grateful to the winners of the Lucky Draw contest because they have shown the patience to sit through the entire technical paper presentation segments. Once again, congratulations, sir. Coupon number 48, 48. 87. Coupon number 87, 87. 106, coupon number 106. So we continue the process till we get 10 numbers of winners. 35, coupon number 35. Okay, so we've got one more winner. Our sixth winner of the Lucky Draw contest. Congratulations, sir. A big, big round of applause for the sixth winner of today's Lucky Draw contest. Coupon number 44. 168. 168. Okay, so we've got the seventh winner. A big round of applause. A big round of applause. We've got the seventh winner of today's Lucky Draw contest. Congratulations, sir. Seven down, 3 more to go. Coupon number 86. 86. 124. 124. 183. 183. 38. 38. 38. The eighth winner. A big, big round of applause for the eighth winner of the Lucky Draw contest. Congratulations to you, sir. 2 more to go. Let's see who turn out to be the lucky winners. 194, 194. Okay, so we have got our 9th winner. Sir was about to leave the hall, I guess. And congratulations, sir. The last lucky winner of today's contest. Last but not the least, 115, 115, 104, 104. So here we go, the 10th winner, the last but not the least, the 10th winner of the lucky draw contest. A big round of applause. Thank you. With this, we come to the end of a very interesting segment. Now, may I invite upon the dais Sri Sunil Kumar Pandey, Chief General Manager, OSNU, to deliver the vote of thanks. I request everyone to kindly stay back inside the hall.
थैंक यू मैडम। भाषण दे दिया जाए, उसके बाद वोटो करते हैं। हाँ हाँ, तो कुछ तो भाषण दिया जाए। As we bring this O&M conference to a close, I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to each and every one of you for your valuable contribution, insightful discussion, and unwavering commitment to excellence throughout the day. I want to take a moment to express my deepest gratitude to our chairman, DVC, whose visionary leadership has guided us through a confidence and beyond. Your dedication to involve in innovation and your tireless effort to drive progress with our organization such as an inspiration to all of us. I would like to extend a special thanks to Member Technical Sir, DVC. Your expertise, guidance, and unwavering support have been instrumental to shaping the direction of our discussion and ensuring the success of this conference. Your commitment to excellence and your position of advancing our industry are truly commendable, and it is beyond our speech. I would like to thank Sri PM Prasad, CMD CIL, Sri NS Mandal, Member Secretary ERPC, Sri Subrato Mandal, Director of Operation, West Bengal Power Development Corporation, Dr. Ravi Chaudhary, Managing Director, Generation, CSC, Sri UK Chaudhary, Executive Ex-Director Project, NTPC, Member Finance, Sri Arup Sarkar Sahab, Member Secretary John Mathai Sahab, CBO, Sri Bhalotia Sahab, all Executive Director, HOP, HODs, and Head O&M available here. Present here from beginning or at the end. If this is not the end, first of all, I thank Slovenia for their presentation. Evident NTPC team, NTPC, many presentation, STIAG, BHL, GE, West Bengal Power Development Corporation, Mathan Power Limited, and I wish for Drishti, we should have a great round of applause for this Drishti, please. If there would be a award-winning presentation, then Drishti would be the first one in this session. Then L&T MHI, DVC team, then ERPC team, IT team, support staffs. Without support staff, it is not possible. Anchors, last but not least, ED operation. ED operation is the head, and really ED operation has given everything to make this program success. Every ED operation and Taj, a big Taj, Mr. V.N. Sharma, he is the main part of this organization, and the thought from their mind also. Rajiv Saha, Ashish Basu, Santa Madam, OSU, other OSU team, entire team of OSU, and I think islanding presentation, one thing extra from here, islanding presentations should be broad and in the international paper also. Islanding presentation and this winding defect presentation should be in the international paper also. At last, I thank everyone, participants, everyone, and one announcement here that DVC has taken an oath that every 22nd March, avoiding the Sunday or holiday, every 22nd March there will be O&M Conference of DVC, every 22nd March, every year. This is the oath of DVC, and this is the vision of our Honorable Member Technical Sir. Thank you everyone. Thank you. जो लोग छूट गए होंगे उन सबको भी मेरे हृदय से धन्यवाद, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद.